The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's like that's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it, made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahi Hawass himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
Hotep, Great SABA Tehuti, Amun Hotep, health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To SABA Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your Podclass and guidance, Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me, Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix, Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite Netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got possum in Hebrew, bro. the oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna
together.
need
Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not
man.
the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
man.
you upset.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, he took some jabs, And well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamisi.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Right, so he's not. We know that it has dips and all that.
Right. So he's not laying on his back then.
Reached 1,000, yo.
He's actually on his butt. Isn't he on his butt? Let's get that picture back up, because maybe I'm not seeing the right picture. I see a picture of a man. He's sitting on his butt.
I don't want to obsess over the new Geb. There's ancient Hebrew.
Where'd the picture go?
We got.
Okay, is that man?
Representations as well.
Is this the man that's being described as laying on his back? This image? Because it looks like a man sitting on his butt with one leg, and he's on his elbow. Is this the man that's laying on his back?
Okay.
Y'all both missing the point.
I'm just asking a question. I want to establish if this is the right picture. He's on his elbow. Is this the man that's laying on his back?
Okay.
Y'all both missing the point.
I'm just asking a question. I want to establish if this is the right picture.
The point is, those are just
I don't know what we're
human representation.
I just want to know if
whether
he's
he's laying on his back. What are you trying to?
I want to just establish that we're looking at the same picture, because you said there's a man laying on his back. So I don't know if 80 has the right picture.
Okay, well, it looks like you're bro, let's just get to it.
It's all right. Just make your point. It's good.
Okay, so the point is that I'm looking at a man on his butt with one leg down, and his name is Geb, and Geb represents the earth. And then underneath Geb is something else. But that something else in Kemet, all throughout Kemet, is called Ma'at, which is a standing stone. It's this thing you stand on, and it represents standards. So I never seen that image there, the line that the pharaohs are standing on. I never seen that called the earth before. So I was just looking for references.
Okay,
I like to walk through things slowly.
Let's get rid of that and stop. Okay.
Okay, so this is we're gonna. I've just gotten rid of this. So
the earth is lying on the opposite.
Yo,
what's the point?
Hey, let me get back to like a simple point.
Okay, so we just got rid.
Let's not cut everybody off though.
Okay.
In that picture.
We gotta do it all.
Did we get rid of that evidence? We just
You come in. I know everybody.
Did we just get rid of that? Is that finished now? That is not the earth laying on his back. We're getting rid of it, right?
Talking about with it.
All right.
Okay, good. We got move on to Exhibit B then, because that one we just got rid of.
All right. What's your question of?
It's back. We're getting rid of it, right?
Talking about with it.
All right.
Okay, good. We got move on to Exhibit B then, because that one we just got rid of.
All right. What's your question of, Vine?
Hold on. What was the point that was supposed to be made?
We got rid of it. There's no more point. Lord Jamar got rid of it. So we're on to the next.
I don't have no control over it.
Hey, G's a flat earther.
We got rid of it, so we're on to the next.
All
right, move on. Let's move on.
Okay. I just want to get rid of point by point.
So you said this.
When I stepped in, the original topic was that Copernicus was the first
He brought in
to introduce the globe, and then an ancient image was shown to show that our people believe the Earth was flat. That image, Lord Jamar said he wants to throw that away. So I'm looking for.
Throw it away.
Or you'd like to get back to it?
Stop obsessing over it.
You literally said you wanted to throw it away.
That's one of some Egyptian science. So you want to, that's probably your field of expertise. So you want to get into that. That's why you want to go there. There's also the ancient Hebrew. There's also an ancient Hebrew depiction of flat Earth. There's a lot of different images.
Right. So
but
that
you want to get into Newton because that's your expertise. We're not getting into that right now.
Yeah, actually,
the Mayan
from what I remember,
there's a lot
I
of
thought you were the one that brought that up. Not me. I didn't bring that up because of my expertise.
Not just that one.
Who brought that up? I'm late to the.
I brought them all up, not just that one.
That was from the super chat.
I brought a multiple ones, but you want to dwell on that one.
I want to go one by.
Yes, there we go.
One by one.
So there goes the other few ones.
Why can't we? So one by two cultures were mentioned. Egypt and ancient Sumeria. When I stepped in, I don't know if there's more mentioned.
Hebrew. I said no. I said a few of them, bro.
Okay.
Like you're not listening. And now here goes another one.
I heard Egypt and Sumeria. So I'd like to deal with one
Hebrew.
Well, here's the Hebrew one right
There is
now.
no ancient Hebrew culture.
Right. He said Sumerian.
Okay. So we'll pass. We'll leave the Kemet alone because that's thrown out. Can we deal with Sumer? Did Sumer have any ancient depictions of the Earth and the Sun, or did they depict it as flat too? Let's go to actual proven cultures, because Hebrew is not an ancient proven culture.
To these.
No doubt.
Hopefully the people understand it was understood, but not gonna indulge in this anymore. I love you, God.
Hey, wait.
Hey, brother.
Nah. Jamal.
Jamal, don't go. Did I force him out? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think Lord Jamal, yeah.
Did I force him out the show?
Exit the building.
Yeah. He exited the building. Reality you still there, Reality?
He left with my question.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Yeah.
Who's left?
Reality still here. Oh, yeah, he bounced out.
Okay, good. All right. That's how you clear up the nonsense.
All right.
Peace. Mic check. Let me get a mic check. Greetings, everyone. Mic check. Are we here? Let me get a 9 if you can hear me, please. A 9 if you can hear me. Mic check. Mic check. Let me check the room to see who's pressing the 9. I hear the snakes rattling. Let's start this off. Move this up. Let me fix some settings here and then check the 9s. All right, how is that? Okay, let me see the 9s in the room. 999. Okay, I see the 9s. Welcome, everybody. Peace and love. I see the 9s in the room. We are here. Wonderful on a Saturday, right? On a Saturday, it's gonna be the whole Saturday. No more late nights. This is it. Let's do this nicely. It's gonna be beautiful. It's already 90 something degrees in here. It's an Amazon where I am because of who I have with me. All type of beings from the Amazon, so I must have my surroundings like the Amazon. Wonderful. All right, everybody. I hear the nines. I see the nines. I don't hear the nines. That means they can hear me. Day. That's a new name right there. Let me give a shout out to the new names here. Day Shay. Israel, Kufu, Denver Matrix. That's a long name. Peace out. Shout out to you. Wonderful, wonderful. Did I get a new camera? No, same camera. It's just daytime. It was daytime. Usually when you come in, it's 11 o'clock at night. It is daylight out here. I'll be teaching until the sun sets. So it is daytime. So I have the beautiful sun shining in, so it should be nice and clear and excellent visuals, as you can see. Okay, wonderful. We got everybody. It's Saturday. Let's go. It's gonna be a very beautiful one today. Wonderful. All right, everybody, let's get started. We're gonna start with the proper frequency. As always, we have to start with the proper frequency so we can start with a nice low vibrations. Let's go ahead and do the affirmation, and then it's going to be a blockbuster. I see the questions in already, and they woke me up at 4 in the morning, 6 in the morning, and I received the answers. So this it's going to be very wow. The questions were incredible that are in. I see them already. I see more coming in. More came in since then. Okay, so we're going to do the affirmation and start right off here. And for those who don't know it, not a problem. You can say it with us. You can read it. You can ask about it. All of that. Let's start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki en ma'at un en es. Nin tet aset en ma'at. Min hapapet en ma'at. Her en hu kiui per ikut. I live for ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Wonderful, wonderful. Let's move this off of here. Excellent, excellent. All right, everybody, let me adjust this here. Beautiful, wonderful. All right, everybody, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome, everybody. For all those that are new and don't know where you are, you have now stepped into the House of Aten. Welcome to the House of Aten. Peace and love, everyone that is here. Peace and love to the members. Peace and love who are growing. Those who have found the key and the door. Those who come to the classes know what I'm speaking of. You found the key and the door. And welcome to the House of Aten. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me introduce the beings that are in front of you first. I'll introduce myself last, like I do when I do my performance. I introduce my animals first when I perform, introduce myself last. Let me go ahead and do this here. Okay, good. And a little bit here, it is 98 degrees. Let's go. Okay, so over here on the hat is Oram. Oram. And Oram means the eater of the bird. The bird in the Medu is the Or, and it means unbalancement. It means when things are overwhelming. For those who came to class, who have been to my classes, know about the small Or bird, the sparrow, and how they can become overwhelming to their enemies by formulating sets of thousands at a time. And when the ancient people saw this, it was so beautiful that they used this word Or for great. But just because they use the word Or for great doesn't mean good or bad. You can be a great serial killer. Great just means a massive amount, like the August one. It means a massive amount. So you can be great in good ways, and you can be great in imbalanced ways. If you eat too greatly, then your body will become imbalanced. And that's the Or that the Kemetians were focused on. When they put the little or bird beside a mid-letter word, it means it's too much of that, too much of an excess, too much of a weight on the scale, so that your heart cannot be equivalent to the feather that causes the same bird to fly. It is imbalance. The word M means the consumer. EM, as in EMka, the consumer of the ka, that they have in what the Europeans call the cannibal hymn. But EM or M is the consumer. This young man represents the consumer, or the eater of the bird. His actual species is a bird-eating spider, all the way from Rio de Janeiro, as they call it, and all the way from Brazil and those areas of the South American rainforest. And yes, they can eat small birds. So he represents balancing me out when there's an excess of anything. He represents ridding that excess of things and balancing them back out so things can be even. So he is Oram. There he is. How you doing, Oram? Over here, this is Seta. This is Seta. This is the snake that the confused brother Unc West said is dead. When I came on the Son Editor channel, he said the snake is dead. So I guess you're seeing a moving, animated, dead snake. This is actually a cobra imported from Kemet. He is a Kemetic cobra, and he is the same one, the same exact species that is inside of the Per M Haru with the two lines on his side. Show him the two lines on your side. This is Seta, the two lines on the side of the head. He's coming straight for the camera. This is Seta. Seta is the very first word in existence for an out-of-body experience. It means to walk out, and it means to make a copy at the same time, because those who've been to my classes understand and know that the Ka, which is the bioenergetic template, echoes out the pure energetic projectable double called the Ba, and it makes echoes of itself. Thus, coming out of the body, it's still connected because it never fully comes out. It just makes an echo, and that one makes an echo, and that one makes an echo. And in Kemet, or in Ma'at, we call that Sata. It was the word for walking, and it was the same word for echoing, and it's the same word for echoing out of the body. The very first word on the planet for an out-of-body experience was this serpent right here called the Seta. He was the observer in Ma'at because, unlike the other cobras, he doesn't stand up and flail out his hood. He stays low and flails out his hood. He stands out when he does the observation. So he stands his head up above the grass, and there he can see more than other snakes. Thus, he represents the wisdom called the Namiz, the wisdom in the sight, to be able to see from a higher perspective than others that are below or beneath you. That's what he represents. He is called the Sata, and that is actually his name, Sata. And later on today, I'll be bringing out the special man, who is the reason why this podcast today has this title, the very special snake. The last part of this title is Viper, Snakes, Hospital Magic 4. And we'll get to that as the class proceeds. We'll bring out the snakes that have sent those to the some have been to the hospital in order for the Hika to work. And it was a great warning, and some have had an awakening from that experience. We'll get to that later, but it's a beautiful awakening because in that awakening of some going to the hospital, in actuality, their life in the future was saved from a greater serpent that could have done worse. So, peace and love, everybody. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome to the House of Aten. House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of Neteru. I've been a teacher for many decades. And on top of decades, I've lost track of, I don't even keep my age, but I've been teaching for a very long period of time. I've just done some age slowing and some reversal, but I've been teaching for a long period of time. And I started my journey when I was quite young, when I used to live around these beings right here. When I was young, I used to always leave my household and go amongst the serpents and go amongst the turtles and go amongst the beavers and go amongst the animals. And I would be in the ponds for hours and hours. And my mother would say, "Where have you been? Were you out playing with friends?" No, I was by the swamps. I was in the swamps up to my chest in water. I was swimming with the beavers, swimming with the otters, swimming with the turtles, swimming with the snakes. And I would just be around animals for most of my younger younger life. I used to have a turtle that I would bring with me to the swamps, and I caught him in the same pond, and he would come to the pond with me, and I would release him in the pond, and he would bring other turtles to me and swim beside me while we're swimming together. And he's a wild turtle from the pond, but that's a relationship that I built up with animals ever since I was much, much younger. In that experience of building up relationships with animals, I started to question the thing that animals were never into, which confused me, which was religion. I could not understand how a God created all types of life forms that outnumber humans, but only humans need the religion. But other life forms seem to be going on perfectly without any form of religion. And I was told that humans were actually superior, which made me question. That was my first question of religion, when I was told that humans were superior, and I couldn't understand. And I would ask questions like, so lions have to go to eye doctors? Coyotes have to get root canals? Like I didn't comprehend how the humans were the superior one, and we were dying of all type of pestilence and diseases and Yersinia pestis, and getting doctors checkup, and we have the flu and we're getting sick and we're doing that. And I go outside and the squirrels are running around and the squirrels are looking, running, jumping, rabbits are moving. Everything is fine with the rabbit world, with the squirrel world. The raccoons are in the garbage dump and they're coming out with food, fine, everything is okay. But the people are old age, decrepit, need the nursing home, and everybody have the diabetes. And I'm like, okay, so we're the superior ones and we need shoes and they don't. And I don't understand. But that's what the Bible said. The Bible said that we were the ones that were superior to them. And I was like, in which way? Maybe it's in the physical fighting way. So maybe we should put a man face to face with a 4-foot chimpanzee and see how superior he is. So I could not understand the superiority. And then as time went on, I realized, the superiority meant dominion. It meant the ability to enslave things, to control other people, to create a matrix around other people, which animals don't do. And that must be the superiority, because I don't understand the superiority. I don't comprehend it. So I used to ask my mother questions and ask people questions. And eventually I started to build up a frustration in the household. And eventually it was time for me to leave the household because it was creating a frustration. But I had nowhere to go. I was just a young man. I had no job, nothing like that. I was just questioning and studying and observing religion in the animals and doing comparative study with religion and animals. And religion was losing. So eventually I made a wager with my mother and said, okay, how can I stay in the house? And we made an agreement that the way that you can stay in the house is you have to beat the pastor in a debate. And if you beat the pastor in a debate, then you get to live in the household. And if not, you have to get out of here because that's creating it's creating disruption in the household. That is what created the man you see. That is the beginning of what created the Tehuti that you see in front of you right here. Because unlike the debates you see today where people get trophies, people get props, people get clout, people get a pat on the back, people get belts and awards and whatever you get for debating, whatever it is the reason you debate, it's just a hobby. It has absolutely nothing to do with your income. There's nobody that I know that debates for a living, that in the so-called Black conscious community. What do you do for a living? I'm a debater, and that's how I feed my household, and that's how I take care of my children and pay off my student loans and car fees. I'm a debater. Nope. It is just a hobby. So studying this information became a hobby to others, whereas my very first debate sparked my neurological, biological imperative, whereas my neurons were told that if I don't win this debate, I am going to be homeless. That's a little different than the debates you see on these other popular channels. Debate or be homeless. Who's been set to that? Anybody you know? Has anybody you know has been set to that challenge? If you lose this debate, you shall be on the streets. That was my very first debate as a young man. And so we debated for several hours until we concluded the debate with my mother throwing him out the house. So he was tossed out of the house because she said that the embarrassment was unbearable and she had to throw the 47-year-old pastor out of the house because this young boy was riddling him up. This young boy who just goes out and hangs out with animals. He doesn't go to church and study. He's just riddling this pastor up who got his whatever paperwork you need to be to become whatever he was, his theological whatever it was. He got thrown out the house because he was embarrassed by this young boy. At that time, my name was the Word, just as it is today, Tehuti, the God of words. At that time, my name was the Word. I call myself the Word because I was all about frequency and understanding words, and I was called the Word of God. That was actually my name, the Word of God at that time, Kalam Allah, Kalam El, and I wanted to be all about words and understanding frequencies and vibration in words. And he was thrown out the house. At any rate, a few days later, we received some paperwork on our door, and it was very interesting paperwork. When I opened it up, it was a notarization from the courthouse to me. And I was like, I've never received anything from the courthouse before. I opened it up. And what did Tehuti see at that young age of what they call a teenager? What did he see? I saw a restraining order, notarized. A notarized restraining order from the courthouse, signed by the judge. It was a restraining order. Anybody here know anybody who has restraining orders? Who are they usually for? Isn't it usually about domestic violence? We'll meet the very first human on the planet Earth that you've probably seen moving or heard about, other than history, that has a restraining order against churches. So I received a restraining order against churches. I'm not allowed within, it's either 50 or 100 feet from the churches, stamped and notarized, boom, by the judge and by the courthouse. Tehuti is not allowed around these specific churches, the ones that pastor controlled, because he got me a notarized restraining order. That means that if I go around the church, I can be thrown in jail or get some type of fine. Boom, that clicked neurological, biological imperative again, which means that connected my studies and what I believed in with survival. The first one was, if I don't win this debate, then I must get put out the house. The second one is, if I continue to teach these teachings and go around any churches, I can lose my freedom and get put in a jail. This is a little different than the YouTube people that you probably know that created what you see in front of you. So that was the biological imperative. So anyways, I went on to study further information. I found an organization that I connected with because they were breaking down religions. And I was quite impressed that they were like questioning the religions and breaking it down. So I ended up joining this organization. I was with them breaking it down, and I became the top teacher. Yes, the top teacher in that particular organization. And I rose all the way to the top. I rose to the point where the actual leader of the organization told the entire organization, around 2,000 people in front of us and thousands of people listening from across the world, he said, if you all want to be a teacher and want to learn how to teach, go to that brother right there, Amenhotep Ra. This created unfortunate jealousy system. And while he was telling people to come to me to learn how to teach, the teachers were jealous and saying that they're going to put me out of the organization because of the way that I teach. So here's the owner of the organization. Oh, who did that? Oh, House of Aten. Here's the owner of the organization saying that everybody come teach like him, and the students of the organization saying, we don't like the way you teach and we're going to put you out if you continue to teach the way you're teaching. What does that do again to Tehuti? Biological imperative. Because there was nowhere for me to live outside of that area that we lived in. So if they put me out, I'd be homeless again. Started with my mother, went on to the notarization of churches, and now I'm being threatened again that if I teach the way that I'm teaching, I will be put out on the streets and become homeless again. This is evolving me in a way that is not done on YouTube. This means that if I persist, I will be homeless. I persisted. And I had to leave. And I left with $5 in my pocket. Fortunately, I was helped out by my aunt at the time, but I had nothing. And I eventually became a single father and was raising my son. I was searching in the couches for quarters in order to buy cereal for him. Because of the way that I teach, I had to live in those conditions. At any rate, as time went on, I realized that I needed to make some money. Biological imperative. The landlord's knocking at my door. I'm hiding under the bed. I can't come to the bed. I'm sorry. I can't come to the door. I'm sorry. Because I have no money. So I decided that I'm going to create money. So I decided that I'm going to take something that I like, which is working out, doing a bunch of push-ups and lifting logs. We had no gyms out there. So I realized that people were on dietary supplements. So I went onto the Elite Fitness and all the national fitness boards, and I became the teacher of fitness people by transferring my teaching abilities from Kemet, Islam, Hebrew, all of that, transferring it to health and diet. And I went into that world, and I became the master teacher in that world, as they would call me. And then I said, you can buy all your products from me. And I had absolutely no products. So I found the person that was the top who had all the access to all the products and companies. And I sent a message to that person. That person said, come meet me at the docks in New York. The docks. I went and met that person at the docks. It was foggy. It was swampy. I was like, what is this? Where is this? Where's the person on the internet? This is AOL. I never seen you before. Over here, over here, over here. I look over there. I see Steven Seagal's clone. I see the long ponytail, the shiny boots, you know, I see Steven Seagal's clone, and he says, come here, let me talk to you, buddy. Let me talk to you. And he starts talking to me, and he starts saying, I got a good vibration from you. It is a good vibration. I'm like, what is the world? Good vibration over AOL? I feel good about you. I'm going to tell you all of the secrets. And I'm going to tell you that I'm not even into health. It's just a business. I'm not even really into health. My real job is to... And he told me his real job. And his real job was to actually remove health from people. His real job was to remove people from the planet. And, you know, we just a whack people. We whack people when the boss says to whack them. And I was like, okay, where am I right now? I'm at the docks, and I'm talking to a guy about whacking people. All right, biological imperative. I will survive this, but I need to become a master teacher in health. So I'm going to get all the information from him. And he says, if you tell anybody, let me tell you where we're going to put you. I said, where are you going to put me? He said, we're going to put you right over there. I said, what's over there? He said, the water. And he said, I'm going to put a bucket on your feet and pour the cement. The cement is going to be on your feet. I was like, what in the world is this happening to me right now? And he said, if you tell anybody, basically, we're going to put cement shoes on your feet, and we're going to put you. So he pointed to the place in the water they're going to put me. I said, I will not tell anybody. Here's my life threatened again for information. Biological imperative Tehuti is being created again. This is not a hobby. So now it's, if I release this information, I will get killed by this Steven Seagal man who brandishes the gun with the blazer on, the shiny cowboy boots, and everything you've seen in the movies. Or where are you going? Go back up. Up. Okay, good. Everything you've seen in the movies. So I learned that information, went back to the people, found out where to get all the products, where to get everything, and started selling fitness health products online from all over the world. I became extremely successful, and I took this information plus information I learned about real estate and took it back to that group that kicked me out, started teaching them about business finance. I said, hey, you don't have to be a poor righteous teacher. You can actually have the information, not work for the matrix, and here's what you can do. They took the information. I took them away from being homeless environment, took them off of the street. Some brothers lived in cars, took them out of the car, taught them, and they made all types of money, and they had the information, and then they robbed me. Then they robbed me by doing a bad transaction out of greed, and ended up taking money, plummeting me again into homelessness. And I realized at that point that the so-called conscious black, or whatever community this is, the solution has nothing to do with money. It has nothing to do with black business. I could care less about black business. It has nothing to do with any of that. Oprah has a very successful black business. So does Tyrone down the block. He sells a lot of crack. He's black, and it's a good business, and he drives a Ferrari. He's doing great with his black business. So does the black prostitute. So does Halle Berry. There's a lot of black businesses doing very successful. What does that have to do with conscious, spiritual, mental freedom? No matter how many millions of dollars you make as a brown-skinned person, what does that have to do with freedom? It has absolutely nothing to do with it. It actually just embellishes and augments your ability to become more evil. It doesn't purify you at all. So therefore, I went into seclusion. And I said, I'm not going to teach people about money and finance anymore. It's about teaching them how to purify their heart. But before I do that, I have to go into seclusion and focus on myself and rebirth myself and find master teachers and come back out of the cocoon and teach again. And I did that. I went into seclusion for years. I found master teachers. I found teachers of magician teachers. I took all the money that I had made, that I had saved, and as I made more money, I just started putting it into them before I went broke, because I knew the day would happen where something would happen and I would lose it all. So I took investments and put it into magic and mysticism and all type of anything that had to do with the supernatural world. And I mean everything that had to do with supernatural world. And I put tens of thousands of dollars into that. And I said, one day this is going to pay off. And it did. I moved to California. I took those magic abilities and I hit the streets with them. And by performing magic, people were throwing money at me. And I said, I don't have a job again. But people are throwing money at me just because I have a fork in my hand and I'm making it bend. This is wonderful. And that's attracting people to ask me, how do you bend that fork? I seen it in The Matrix. What's that movie? The Matrix? Let's talk about The Matrix. And that would set me up with classes. As I'm walking, doing magic, I'm teaching masses of people and they're following me, and I'm performing magic and teaching classes at the same time. And I said, this is what I invested in. So at any rate, after I went into seclusion, I decided I'm not going to teach anybody publicly anymore. I met a brother named Mahati on the beaches. He was homeless. He was a Hebrew Israelite. I started teaching him one-on-one. He came to my residence. He met my goddess, my neturts, not goddesses. He met my neturts, my ladies, my neturts, and I started teaching him in the house. Eventually what happened was this, ladies and gentlemen, this leads to the Tehuti Podclass. My neturts, another beautiful young lady, and Ahati was saying, on YouTube, on the internet, there's a whole bunch of teachers and people teaching, and they don't compare to what you're doing. And I said, really? I'm unconcerned. And they said, yeah, but people need to hear what it is that you do. You have a gift. There's something supreme about what you're doing. And I said, let me take a peek. And I went onto YouTube and I took a peek and I recognized the people. And I said, oh, that's the top teacher on YouTube? Oh, that was a preacher that I converted in 1994. Oh, that's the other top teacher on YouTube getting all the views? Oh, that's the son of my student. And I started realizing that, oh, all of these people, a lot of these people were my students from 1994, 1995. And I went to seclusion and they just continued on. And I was like, oh, okay, let me come back and start teaching. So I said, I want to go into a room where people talk, where there's squares or, like family, it was Brady Bunch where people can talk. StreamYard, I didn't know what StreamYard was. And he brought me to this debate league. And I said, oh, we can talk there. He said, yeah, they want to interview you. They interviewed me. It turned into them challenging me to a debate. 5 judges for the Bible, 1 judge for Kemet. And it was called the Bible versus the Ma'at. And the champion of the league challenged me. 4 to 3 out of the Hebrew judges voted for me. And it went on. They kept bringing me more people to debate. And I kept going through people. And I said, I've never debated before. I'm not a debater. I don't debate. I'm not a debater. I'm a teacher. But it was very easy to debate people that just study for the debate, debating me about the topics that I actually live. I'm living these topics. You're debating and you're going to go home and eat popcorn and watch the football game and watch the Cosby Show and smoke your weed. And when my computer shuts down, I'm living what I'm debating about. So I'm practicing the debate just by living while you have to study for the debate. I was going through people the legitimate way, meaning that the announcement way, the judge way, at any rate, I went on to Kill a Priest, and that starts the Tehuti Podclass. Here we are, everybody, and the Tehuti Podclass starts like this. When I went on Kill a Priest, a lot of my students from 1994, 2001, 1996, 1998, 1999, 2014 saw me and recognized me, even though I wasn't going by the name that I was teaching them under. They said, oh, you're back? You're teaching? You're back again? I know that's you. That's a different name you have, Tehuti. You weren't Tehuti, but you were Amenhotep Ra. That's you, isn't it? And I said, yep, you caught me. This is me. I'm back. And they started setting up one-on-ones with me. It took too much of my time. So I announced on the Killer Priest show, because there was so many people coming to the Killer Priest show that were just there to ask me questions. AD, the engineer, took his wallet and dumped it into my hand, said, take this money. Killer Priest needs to pay you. We need to pay you. We never seen anything like this before on the Killer Priest show. And I said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open a section of my YouTube channel and everybody can come there for free. But we're going to work off of a reciprocity system. And the reciprocity system is you're going to combine that which is helpful to your life through the knowledge and the information and through the guidance and through the wisdom with biological imperative. That means if you care about a pair of Nikes, you're going to pay $200 for a pair of Nikes. If you care about the Avengers, and everybody in here does, can anybody in here not tell me who Wolverine is? Can anybody here not tell me who Jean Grey is? Who Thanos is? Can anybody here not tell me who Harry Potter is? Can anybody in the room not tell me who Spider-Man is? You're like, I've never heard of such a being. What did that about the Spider-Man? Can anybody in the room not tell me who Batman is? You all have them memorized. Why? Because you've paid your hard-earned money to go support and learn everything that you can about the Infinity, this glove, and the Wolverine, and the Ching Ching, and the Xavier, and the Doctor Strange, and you've learned it all. If I ask you about PTAH Sakar, it's crickets. If I ask you about Wolverine and Jean Grey and Cyclops, you can write me a book on it. Why? Because you paid your hard-earned money, $60, $70 to go to the movies, to stare at the movie screen like this for 2 hours with your 6 and 7-year-old and 14-year-old child, and stare for 2 hours at the movie screen. You have no say-so, you have no talk back, there's no argument. It's just you absorbing whatever Wolverine talks about on the screen for 2 hours. Whatever Dr. Xavier says, you're like this. Whatever Batman says, you're like this. You sit in front of the football game, you sit in front of all of that for hours while you've just bought $30 worth of weed, and took your children to the park and bought the cotton candies and took them on the $200 rides. And we've done this. I said, this is not freedom. We're going to take the information and the knowledge and take it as seriously and more seriously than the European does. The one that invented this term, knowledge is free. Has anybody ever heard of that before? Knowledge is free. Knowledge is free. Knowledge is free. The people that invented that term were the people that went over to Africa, quote unquote Africa, people that went over to the Americas and stole the knowledge and took it for free while they went back to Europe and got their bachelor's degree that they paid for, knowledge that they paid for. That means that all the archaeologists, the slave masters, yes, the slave masters, the ones who were driving the boat. Do you know you have to learn to ride a boat, to drive a boat? You have to learn these things. You have to learn navigation. You know, these people went to school. When they come over and the archaeologists, you have to have papers, permits. And how do you get those? By paying money to the colleges and university to get a piece of paper that they give you with writing on it that says, you now have your PhD in this. And you've spent over $50,000 to $100,000 for it. While they go to Africa and dig up the graves and steal the information for free, and take the papyrus for free, and go over to the Aztecs and dig up the Mayan graves and take Quetzalcoatl's chains and papyruses and works for free, etch out stones out of the Aztec monuments for free. So they invented this term that knowledge is free. They meant to say, your knowledge, brown-skinned person, it's yours that's free. We, Budge, Peachtree, Simpson, Kelly, Miriam Lithium, all the Egyptologists, we have to go to school and pay thousands of dollars to learn Egyptology and to get our paperwork so that we can come here and get the information to write our book. So when we go to Europe, knowledge isn't free. When we go to France, bonjour, knowledge isn't free. Knowledge is only free when it comes to stealing it from black and brown-skinned people. And they put that onto you. So now you believe that your culture knowledge is free, while you have right now a student loan, while you're paying them for the student loan. Well, we are here to reverse that of the Tehuti Podclass, and I have a reciprocity system that I've set up, and the reciprocity system is just like you go to Robert Kiyosaki, Tony Robinson, and all those people. I think those tickets are $150 a ticket. I just met somebody who unfortunately went to the hospital. The brother got bit by a viper. But I just met a brother who, he said the tickets for the game he just came from cost $400 a ticket. What do you get after that? After you paid your $400 and saw the game, what do you leave with? What type of immortality, knowledge, health, or anything do you leave with? That's what we've been taught to spend our money on. We have a reciprocity system here, and the reciprocity system is, instead of a super chat, you can send in Cash App and PayPal to actually support and ask questions. I'm going to put the Cash App at the bottom, and I set up the hardest environment system ever. And that environment system is, I come to class and I'm silent like this. And only when I see the question pop up on the screen is when I start to teach, which means that I don't control what the class is about. For example, boom, a Cash App sent in for pole splitting. You can come and ask any random question on consciousness, superstition, out-of-body experiences, ghosts, aliens, health, quadrupling your income, spiritual business, magical business, anything, ancient Hebrew, Medu Netter, and you can come and ask these questions, and you're going to get a documentary-styled answer. This brother sent $11.55 for pole splitting, asking about pole splitting. A brother named Netter Ankotep said, could you break the matrix on the cross? He sent in $25. A brother named Rigo started off by sending $5, tested me out, and when he saw the type of answers that I gave, you have never seen this on YouTube before. $111 for me to break down 6 minutes of the Matrix movie. That was the fourth part I broke down. Here's another complete different one, $111 to break down the Matrix movie the first time. Every time he saw it, he was like, I need more. Here is Sharika sending $54.45 for a Nahesi breakdown that she didn't even get a chance to ask me. She was so honorable that she was going to send in money to ask me a question on the Nahesi. Before that she could ask it, I started answering it, and so she still sent in the money. Here is a brother named Stranger, who should be in the room, who saw me ever since the Killer pre-show, and he said, if anybody can break down information like this with the Kemetic origins or archaeological origins, especially on the Star of David, that class I did on the Star of David and the triangle and triangulation, he will give the person, he has a $200 bounty, and he will give that person $200 if they see any other teacher breaking down information like this. Look at the variety and diversity of questions. Here is Sharika again saying, please explain on an internal level why each of us experience time on different rates. Many claim time is speeding up and everything is happening fast. However, for me, I feel the contrary. Each moment, I feel the contrary. Each moment is growing in the present and slowing down time. The diversity of questions are amazing because of the Tehuti Podclass. Your questions are never looked at as foolish. It doesn't matter what you ask, you will get the answer. Anunnaki versus reptilian thoughts. That's a question right there. Completely different topic. Hege Kepara says, how do we access genetic memories? It goes on and on and on and on and on. Brother gave $50 for just thanks for the knowledge. Then we get into the other levels of information, such as a brother named Beget Leisure sending in a question. First, he wanted to know about out-of-body experiences, and then his mother passed while I knew him. While I was either on the phone or texting him, his mother passes, and he says his mother was the most important being in his life, and he wants to keep a relationship with his deceased mother, just like the ancestors did that I've taught multiple times. I said, you want to learn that? How to keep a relationship with your deceased mother because she's close to you? You want to make contact with her? You want to make contact with you? That's a question. Send it in. We had a class on it. After about 3 classes, he now has, he's going to come to the, hopefully he's going to come to the panel. This is going to be testimonial time after this. And then I'm going to answer questions. But he set up a relationship where his mother and him continued a relationship after she passed. And now others in his family that have passed are starting to visit him. We don't care what people call this. We care not. We don't care what they think of the ancestors' ways, contacting the ancestors in magic and out-of-body experiences. This is what we've been doing for thousands and thousands of years before the Matrix European came in with his atheist ways, teaching you that anything spiritual and anything immortal is spooky, it is pseudo, spooky, you don't hear one ancient Kemetic person. What's the Meta word for spooky? What's the meta word for pseudo? What are these words? What are these Greek terminologies? This had nothing to do with us. We've been doing this. We've had witch doctors. We're going to be talking about witch doctors today because somebody sent in a question about skin crawlers. We've had witch doctors. We've had, oh, what are you doing? You're going in my water? He's thirsty. He's thirsty. I'm trying to get in the water. Didn't make it though. So you are able to send in all type of questions on any form of enlightenment, and you will get the mathematical breakdown, and you just have to support. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. We're about to get started, everybody. We see 70 people in the chat. It is broad daylight. Unlike the regular Tehuti Podclass, it would be about 12 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night, going until 1:30 in the morning. It is beautiful. I want to give a shout out to the people in the room that actually are helping. And the people in the room that are actually helping and assisting, they are called the moderators, named by a brother named Stranger. Again, Stranger is a beautiful brother addition to the family. Let me go ahead and fix this. It's plugged out. Okay. That's going to get fixed in just a moment. When it gets fixed, then I can put on the moderators. They're the moderators. I have to put them on later because the hard drive just unplugged, but they're the moderators. Stranger created that word from the word ma'at because the word moderator comes from ma'at. It means to be in the middle of something, to be mediating. The word ma'a means to be in the middle of something, and it also means to be the observer. It means to examine. So it means to be fair, and also it means to examine. And that's exactly what the moderators in our room do. They are the fairest. They examine the situation. And the beautiful thing about the Podclass is that most of the people in the Podclass are agreeable and positive. That's the beautiful thing about this Podclass, is that people that are attracted to come here are not into the screaming and yelling and name calling. This is about information. We are the only representatives of the Netiru left. There is nobody else online that's representing the Netter. Everybody's teaching the Netter principles, or they're arguing and screaming at each other about Hebrews. None of that vibration will ever be here. These are the moderators named by Stranger, and they're about to pop up in the room right now. And their names are Nani Aset Mur, the wonderful, the beautiful. Oh, the screen froze a little bit. Nani Aset Mur, the great secretary, Unki M. Ma'at, Hati Ma'at, who was for a while, and the brother at the bottom, who is the great technician, scribe. He is the Lord Finesse of the House of Aten. He is the great technician, the funky technician. He is so many things, and I'm setting him up for extremely powerful positions, and he is doing wonderful. He creates the visuals that you see. People are like, what visuals, Tehuti? What are the visuals that the brother creates? These kind of
The people in Egypt, they believed
there that you see. See those visuals, right? Those visuals right there. That's what you see. That's what the brother here, the scribe, creates. He is our technician. Peace and love to the good brother scribe. All right, everybody. We're going to take that off so that we can move smoothly. And we're about to start the Tehuti Podclass. And right now I want to know, is the team in the room? Is the team in the room? Let me check the chat room and see if the team is in the room. I'm going to put the question that was asked, and the team includes all the great supporters, females and male. That's Menti Hotep. I have an announcement for Menti Hotep today. Menti Hotep is about to send in to add some beings to her family that is very special to me, but they're going to be passed on and purchased by her and added to her family because she has the child of one of the beings, of two of the beings that I have, and they're about to unite their family under Menti Hotep. So let me go ahead, and what I'm going to do right now is one moment, everybody, one moment before we get started. Okay, everybody. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the, let me check the room shout outs. Okay, good. Menkur Ra. I'm going to put the question on the screen that you're about to get an answer to. And then I'm going to put the link in the room before I answer. I'm going to let the team come on and the brothers and sisters come on and give 2-minute testimonials each as to what the Tehuti Podclass done for them. I'm going to throw some water on me. I'm going to revive myself. I'm going to come back and I'm going to answer a question that I have never been heard before in my life. Let me go ahead and let me give you a sneak peek at this question that was sent in. Here's one of the questions sent in by a brother who should be in the room right now. Let me see if he's in the room. A brother named Anu. Is Anu on deck? Is Anu present on deck? Anu, are you here, good brother? 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 The brother Danny Salinas says, Tehuti, would you welcome Billy Carson on the Podclass so I can make a call to Donnie Arcade? Give me a contact. I don't have guests on the Podclass, but if he wants to come on the Podclass and I have a section where I build with him. A couple years ago, people thought that me and Billy Carson were the same person because every time he would come on the Killer Priest show, I would disappear, and every time he would leave, I would pop up, and they're like, "Yo, what's going on here?" But that was funny. I was like, Billy Carson. I wasn't even really much familiar with the brother. I checked him out, and he's definitely a brother that I could build with. So yes, make a contact or call, and I'll definitely build with the brother. There's a lot of topics that I teach on that he popularizes. I will say popularizes. I don't know what other word, but I just know that when I see him talking about it, his views are like 200,000 views, and that would be an awesome. That would be good. I don't think the Matrix would want that, but that would be good. Okay. Let me go ahead and put the question on the room. Yeah, that would be kind of explosive if I went and checked out the brother Billy Carson, and he has the crowd that wants to hear the topics that are in the Podclass. He has the crowd. It just a teacher is needed. The actual specific just needs. You know what they need. You know what they need. So here we go. Let me go ahead and put the question in the room here, and here we are. The question. And that's funny. This question here is like something that would be spoken about by the by those people that are with Billy Carson. Let me put it in the room here. Screen share. Oh, where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay, sent in by the good brother Anu. Anu, are you here, brother? Here's his question right here. Let me put this in the room right here. Boom, boom, boom. Where is it? Anu sent in a question. Oh, and he sent in a very, very generous, beautiful donation, actually. Let me go ahead and put that donation in the room, give him his props, and then I'm going to answer this question as soon as I return in a few minutes. So let me go ahead and put this in the room and tell me, everybody, if you all have ever even heard of this before. I have never heard this question asked in my entire life, but that's what I have to the Tehuti Podclass. Is you can ask whatever is out there, whatever people are saying is strange. And this question here is, what is a Navajo skinwalker? Oh my, what is a Navajo skinwalker? Has anybody heard that question being asked in the so-called conscious community or to a Kemetic teacher? If so, could you put the link in the room, the book and page number where you've seen a Kemetic, so-called Kemetic teacher, Black conscious community, whatever they try to bracket me as? Have you ever seen the so-called priests and wherever they're called ask what is a Navajo skinwalker? So first, let me give this person some big noise, and I'm going to give him noise again because I have never seen this question before. Let me give this brother some big noise. Shout out to this question right here, Navajo skinwalker. What are we going to do? What's Tehuti going to do with this? This isn't in the Purim Haru. This isn't in the pyramid text. What kind of diversity is this? What's Tehuti going to do with this? A Navajo skinwalker, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to put the link in the room, and when I come back, I'm going to tackle the topic of a Navajo skinwalker. Hey, Nets are the greatest. Oh my goodness. Nets are the greatest, man. You hear the Kemetic teachers breaking down Navajo skinwalkers? Is that what's on the other channel? Shout out to you, bro. Let me give you some horns for that, horns for that. Team, jump in the room so I can step out for just a moment. Here's a brother that asked the question. Hey, Anu, do you see this question being asked to, you know, the I don't even know the other name. Muta Ashby and Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark.
No.
I don't even the Navajo Skinwalkers. You see this on those other channels breaking down?
No.
What would make you think you could send a man with a Kemetic name a question about Navajos, my good brother?
Because you're the best. I don't know. You know all the answers to everything. You have abilities beyond everyone.
You said what? What was the last thing you said?
Because you have abilities beyond everyone.
A Navajo Skinwalker. What's up, Primordial? Oh, the Minty Hotep. How you doing, Minty? Oh, she's not. You're muted or something. Let me see if I can fix that. Okay, I'll let you fix that. Primordial Thought, say something. Let me hear if it's me muting or if you will. Say something, Primordial.
Peace, Saba. Peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, peace, brother. Peace, brother. You heard that breakdown by Ashar Kwesi about the Navajo Skinwalkers yet?
Never heard of that.
I gotta go look this up. The Navajo Skinwalkers. Menkora, how's your Navajo Skinwalker study coming along?
It's not. I don't even know what that is, Saba.
This is an example, ladies and gentlemen, of the type of diversity you can send in. Minty, say something. Let me see if we can hear you now. Oh, you're still muted. Let me Minty Hotep is muted. Say something now, Minty. Go out and come back in. Go out and come back in. See if that helps. Somebody type that to her in the private chat to go out and come back in if she can't hear me. Oh, good, she hearing me. All right, beautiful people. Now I want to get people. Where's Black Alucard? I want Black Alucard in the room. What's up, good brother Eric G? I saw your message, but I didn't have time to read it. I'm still in the emergency situation. The busyness is real. The busyness is very, very real. Let me get Atef in the room. Annie Patah. Annie Patah, how you doing, brother? How's your Navajo Skinwalker studies coming?
Well, they're going to be going excellent here in about 15-20 minutes.
Okay,
yeah, I've never heard of that, and I'm very interested about it. It's a very interesting name. So looking forward to the class. Great Saba Tehuti.
Shout out to Atef. How you doing, Atef? You're out there in Florida with the Navajo Skinwalkers?
Hotep, Great Saba. Never heard of it. Never heard of them. I heard of a Navajo, indigenous person. Never heard of a skinwalker. I heard of a skinwalker maybe in a horror movie or something. I don't know.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre. What's up, brother Nahum? Brother Nahum, at the last minute, I'm going to see if I can find his donation, but he gave a very beautiful, large donation after the last podcast. Shout out to you, brother Nahum. How you doing, good brother? Oh, he's having some technicals too.
Okay, can I be heard now?
Oh, there she is, Minty. Minty, you can be heard. Yes, ma'am.
Great. Hotep Ma'at family.
Hotep Ma'at. You're not out there dating Navajo Skinwalkers, are you?
I don't even know what a Navajo Skinwalker is. This is going to be so good. I've never even heard of that.
Yeet TT seems to live off of this. Look at this. He says, I love, what did he say? Yeet TT says, I love Skinwalker topics. Okay, wonderful, everybody. I'm going to step away for just a moment. You all build for a moment. Tell the listeners out there, because when I come down, I'm going to do my best to do something different, which is if you were to look up on YouTube or on the internet, Navajo Skinwalker, you would find a plethora of a bunch of crazy information. And usually the people talking about it look like Brad Pitt and Dolly Parton and Owen Wilson. and Jack Tribber from Three's Company. You're not going to find a Navajo man. So a lot of the information out there is Navajo Skinwalker information brought to you by some European person. So when I come back, I'm going to give you the gift. I'm going to give you what I do. So I'm going to give you Navajo Skinwalker information coming directly from Navajo masters. So we'll see what we can do. I'll see if I take this break, if I can look it up real fast for you and get the answer. But I shall be back, everybody. You all build. I want everybody to talk about what is the Tehuti Podclass disinformation done for you personally. When I come back, we're going to get into the Navajo Skinwalkers. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love.
Hotep, peace and love. That's a great question, Anu. You want to share with the people what SABA just asked and let us know where you got that question from? Because I'm excited.
I got that question from watching various different videos and reading different stories about just creepy stuff that's not normal to people, stuff that people find out in the woods and stuff like that. I asked SABA Tehuti because he is the best teacher in the whole entire universe. He has all the answers. I know he'll bring a beautiful, beautiful answer.
Does it have anything to do with shadow walkers or shadow beings?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Hotep, that's great. Well, answering the great Saba's question, I'm glad that the class is on Saturdays now in the daytime. Saba's cameras, visuals look fantastic. Scribe, I thought you upgraded them or something, but that Ubin Ra, that good sunshine is working wonders. So I hope everyone's doing well. And Saba's class, this Tehuti Podclass has absolutely changed my life, revolutionized it to speak how they speak. My life has made radical changes because I had came to a point where I just was tired of all the lies, and I didn't even know I was looking for a Tehuti or a Ma'at. I just wanted the truth, and at the time I didn't even know that the truth was Ma'at. I had no idea. I just was fed up with the lies. I just knew what the lies were. And the Tehuti Podclass has completely changed my life. I don't even ask the question because every question is important to me. I want to know every question. I had got to that point, and I stay up. I used to stay up all night because I'm on the East Coast. So the podcast would come on around 9 p.m. My time. Eastern time, and I would stay up. It would usually end around 5 a.m. in the morning, and I would stay up the whole time because that's how important this Tehuti Podclass is to me. And it's just people do what's important to them. So I stayed up running the streets and participating in the chaos, and I was on that frequency very heavy. So why can't I take the same amount of time and give the same amount of effort to changing my life and getting the truth? And what our teacher does is he gives us the truth, facts. He's not a good rapper. Actually, he's a fantastic rapper, but he doesn't rap. Just get up on the stage and lecture. He shows facts, archaeological evidence over religious opinion. And this class is just absolutely phenomenal. All of the questions, he's consistent. You can go back to 2 years ago, as a matter of fact. Hinu to you, Great Saba. This is the 2-year anniversary of the Podclass. So this is the 2-year anniversary of just consistent truth. Just you can go back to any class, and he's actually revolutionized the way people ask questions. I don't watch those other channels, but I could see by the likes that there's a lot of people that are watching but not supporting. And the way he answers questions, he's definitely changed my life. And I can attest to all the brothers and the sisters that's on this panel. They echo that same sentiment. So I'm not going to hog the mic. I'm going to let everybody speak. But we have the best teacher on the planet, as Anu said. I used to have a thing where I would say the best teacher on the internet, but that has he's long since surpassed that with the type of answers that he gives. They are absolutely revolutionary. When he answers a question, he gives you facts, and you can go look up the information that he provides, because what he provides for us is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but Ma'at. So like, support, and comment. Support what's important to you, period. So I'm going to let somebody else speak, because I'm definitely looking forward to hearing all of your beautiful tones. So Hotep, Ma'at, and Hindu to everyone on the panel. Hindu to all the new people that's in the chat. We look forward to you learning with us and stepping out of this matrix.
All right, Hotep, great brother, Tua, for your words. I'll go ahead and go next, so we can just go down the line and make it easy for everyone. First, I want to say Hindu and Hotep to our great Saba Tehuti, for being who he is, for being consistent. He has definitely helped to enhance my life in so many different ways. And one of the initial things that helped to unlock me was the question that he would ask is, what did the people say themselves? And that completely changed my life, asking that question, because I never asked that question before. In any realm, dealing with any type of knowledge. So to ask that causes you to have to dig into places that isn't just so what they call Googleable. And because of that, it has helped me to attain a much supreme respect for the ancestors and what they were able to bring forth. And with him leading by example, and I always give him adoration for this, leading by example, because a lot of times you'll come across different teachers or people who speak about a topic and do not live out what it is that they are teaching, or someone will give you advice to do something that they're not doing. And I knew from early on that Saba Tehuti was a walking embodiment of his words and of his speech. And that's something that's always reigned important to me. And being able to act out what it is that you say. And so with Saba Tehuti, and when he came forth on the KP Podcraft, he automatically had set himself away because he actually lives what he's saying. So with someone with a keen eye is able to see the separation between him and everyone else who just comes up and teaches. So those are a couple of things just to keep it brief. And lastly, I'll speak about his ability to answer questions so quickly and to put together. I had never seen that where someone would ask a question and he has a presentation already prepared because he's been studying and preparing this for years prior to coming to the internet, and seeing that completely enhanced me as well. And being able to think like that too, and being able to answer questions that will be asked in the future. And his ability to actually put together presentations, he separated himself in that way too, because of, most people just go to the different slides where it's a little square box and little information there and go to the next. And he transformed, putting together information, which in return allows you to do more subconscious things in the actual presentation, as our ancestors always did. Everything has a purpose. So those are just a few great things. Hindu to our great Saba Tehuti for leading by example, doing what he does, living in Ma'at, teaching us how to live in Ma'at, teaching us the language of the ancestors, so we can follow in his footsteps. So I'll pass to the good brother Anu. Hotep, peace and love.
To Tef, to Anu for the beautiful words. Hindu to both of you. Hindu to the whole panel. And most importantly, Hindu to Saba Tudi and Hotep Ra. Tudi he is the change in my life. Without Tudi, I would not be the person I am today. I look at Tudi as my father. I always think about what he would do in every single situation. I always observe him and analyze every single thing he does, so I know what to do in every single situation. I'm forever grateful for his existence. Personally, I am in debt to Tehuti for eternity, in this realm and in the next. Without him, I wouldn't have a family. Without him, my children would have nothing. My grandchildren would have nothing, and so on and so forth. I do truly believe that he is the only being right now, the only nectar right now that is capable of changing the whole world and making everything back to its original ways, the ways we used to live. I don't have enough words to describe how thankful I am for SABA Studio with the Bro. He is just so unique. He's so spectacular. There's no one else like him. There's no one else that can do what he can do. He hasn't even showed us all that he knows, and we'll never know all that he knows. And just from what we see right now, it's incomprehensible. It's so vast, it's so beautiful. Every single day, I advance towards Mod because of him. And every single day, I advance towards being an echo of him because of his consistency, because of his discipline, because of his love for Ma'at himself and our people. He is, pardon me, he is forever growing. He is literally Tuti, the Netter. He is his Ren incarnated. He is a one of a kind being throughout all of existence. And it is an absolute blessing, an absolute honor to be able to know him in this life, to be able to speak to him over the internet, to be able to text him, to be able to come up onto the panel. It is the most beautiful thing for me ever. There's nothing more beautiful. Without Tuti, I wouldn't be here. And I think a lot of other people wouldn't be here. There would not be none of the stuff I see right now without Tehuti. I wouldn't have this behind me. I wouldn't see any of you. There's so much. I wouldn't have what I have in my mind and in my heart if it wasn't for SABA Tuti Amuhotep Ra. It is absolutely beautiful. It is very nefer. Henu to you, SABA Tuti Amuhotep Ra. And Tua for all that you do and that you continue to do. Tua very much. I'll pass it on now to Menku.
Hotep, everybody, peace and love. Wanted to say Kes to our great master teacher, SABA Tehuti, how my life has changed. Master teacher SABA Tehuti gave me something to look forward to every time he would teach on various platforms. SABA introduced me to Ma'at. SABA allowed me to be a student of a wide variety of subjects. He taught me how to be a lifelong learner. He gave me strength during the pandemic. SABA affirmed my ability to be a prophet, a seer, and a visionary. SABA introduced me to the Pert M. Haru, and he also taught me how to Pekka M. Ku. SABA freed me from slavery, broke me out of the matrix, and consistently teaches me truth. SABA is developing me as a leader. SABA retaught me the true definition of a teacher. SABA has changed my values to ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. SABA continually guides me to my true identity. SABA gave me my Ren and resurrected me like Asar. SABA has allowed me to organize the pathways of awakening. It is the first ceremony I ever did for a Netter and the Netter roots. SABA improved my health. SABA is assisting me into being perfect in the knowledge of spells. SABA is teaching us the meta netter and rituals. I can recognize signs, symbols, and codes because of SABA. SABA created a home, community, and culture, and a safe place for us that I did not have previously to coming into his energy. And SABA has helped me in my relationships with the setas, the sata, the vipers, and the snakes, and all other animals. So Hinu and extreme gratitude to our master teacher, SABA Tehuti, Hotep, and I will pass to Primordial Thought. 999.
Peace and love. Appreciate you, Minku. Appreciate everybody that's on the panel. Thank you for being here for SABA, you know, representing. You know, peace and love to the great SABA. Definitely the one that pulled me out of the fight of just ignorance, of just trying to convince people that, you know, that the Natiru were melanated beings, all the Cometians were melanated beings, you know, just in that fight that pretty much when you come out of whatever religion that you come out of, you just pretty much stuck in that fight. So I appreciate SABA for showing me his consistency. And that consistency is what drawed me to him. He's taught me how to pretty much how to deal with people when you're having conversations with people, even if they get out of character. How to remain focused, how to stay on topic, and not try to convince people, but just to understand where they're coming from, and then based off of their words, try to, you know what I mean, maneuver through that portion. So SABA has been a great example on how to conduct oneself in this matrix. And also, like what Ani said, I've never seen anyone break down an answer that was definitely that would have probably took me years to try to get the answer on. And here he is explaining it within a week's time, and break it down to something that I've never been aware of. So I appreciate the great SABA for just that consistency in my art, because that's someone who's definitely living the life and is a phenomenal example. So to you, great SABA, for help changing my life. I don't sleep the same no more, SABA.
Hey, okay.
I don't go to sleep just to rest anymore. Usually that was, you know, that's the key, right? Just to get the rest, and I do get rest, but I get excited sometimes when it's time to go to bed because of the practices, the rituals, and trying to practice on being conscious even in the Upesh. So I appreciate you, SABA. Appreciate everything that you do for me, and peace and love.
Peace and love. Thank you. Thank you, good brother. I'm back. I don't know how many people have spoken, but I appreciate all of your testimonials so far. And Nahum, are you able to say anything yet? You've been muted or something for the whole time. Nahum. Can Nahum hear me? I'm not sure. Okay. I think he's maybe there's some lag or something. Okay.
I have a bit of a lag, so.
Okay. Nahum, did you get a chance to speak or say anything yet? I'm gonna give everybody like 2 minutes to kind of speak and what the podcast has done, and then I'm going to try to see what I can do with a skin crawler. Maybe I'm gonna make something. They're also shapeshifters, so maybe I'll teach on how shapeshifting works. But okay, go ahead, Nahum.
Peace, everybody. Hanu and Dwa and Neb. Peace and blessings to everybody. What Tehuti has done for me is basically just open my eyes up to like the truth, obviously, but he also made me realize like how many people out here are just kind of regurgitating the same talking points as everybody, as these old Egyptologists, but nobody ever pulls up a papyrus to actually show you what the ancestors said. And just, for example, like the 42 laws of Ma'at thing, I always wondered where that ever came from, and I could never get the actual source. But once Tehuti actually introduced me to Budge's Purim Haru, then I see on it where it says on plate 30, I'm like, oh, the misconception of 42 comes from it saying, I know the 42 faces of the netter. And I'm like, why is that not? That's not ever talked about in the slightest way. And yeah, that just had me hooked, and just finding out a lot of the Satut experiences and Upesh experiences I've had were already explained so long ago by the ancestors, and that I've been to some of the places that they've explained about really was what hooked me on it, because I went from being a Jehovah's Witness to jumping out of that to just kind of believing in Jesus and Christianity, to jumping out of that to going into just Hindu, Buddhism, chakras, all that other, just a whole bunch of, I see what they mean when they say new age, because even when you go back to Hindu and Sanskrit stuff, half the stuff people say nowadays are not what they were saying back then. It's just, I went through a whole bunch of doors. I finally walked through the right door, and I'm just happy to be here now.
Wonderful. I like how you put that. Wonderful. Thank you, Nahum. And it's good to see you on the panel. We rarely get you on the panel, so it's good your computer, everything's working fine, you're clear, and you're on the panel. And wonderful. I'll be announcing a great donation that you sent after the last podcast. So shout out to you, much respect. And Minty, do you have 2 minutes worth of anything that has happened?
No.
Or have you already spoken? I'm not sure, I was gone.
No, I have 2 minutes worth. Just to echo off of what Nahum said, to the ancestors for leading me to the right door. And I'm just very grateful to be in this space. Hail SABA Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra, changed my life. I never thought that the first time that I met you on the beach, when you were speaking with my dad, when you guys went away and had your little conversation, I never thought that I would have another encounter with you again, especially in doing this and restoring the consciousness of Ma'at. And it's just very beautiful. I'm very fortunate. So I'm very grateful. Those will be my 2 minutes, but I have so much more.
Thank you. Appreciate, yeah, and yes, definitely, you definitely have a lot more, and I appreciate that. Now you got about 2 days worth of talking to do. That's good. I need light. It's better than that light in my eyes. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Menti. Thank you. I'll be making an announcement about you after this answer. Shout out to you, peace and love. And on to who's that man there in the corner in front of the ANTUS? Are you in Kemet? Who's that guy right there? Hold on. Let me blow this man up. We hardly see this man on the panel. Let me get a close look, and maybe somebody else. Let me see who this is here. Who's that? Hey, who's that right there? How you doing, good brother?
What's up, SABA? You came at the right time in my life. I was searching for I was, experiencing things with the ancestors on my Earth Day, and they came to me, but without the knowledge that you bestowed upon me. So I say hello you, Sarah. trying to hold the tears, but from sincerity you showed me, and I have practiced for your guidance. I know being an eyewitness to what you have shown me is true. That all the beings and the ancestors that that I have seen and stuff. I thank you, SABA. It's been a long time dealing with the respect, dealing with the respect, and now allowing the ancestors, the natural, to use me. I'm very grateful for the followers of my art and the house of Aten.
Thank you, good brother. Thank you. We're very grateful to you. Your energy is a living testimony to that which the ancestors teach. If anyone is on the fence of believing in what the ancestors teach about immortality, contacting the deceased out of body, you are actually a living example of those things that people can go to, that you can give a one-on-one eyewitness example of these things and a testimony of those specific things. And that is the rarest. That's the rarest of witnesses. So there's a lot of people that other things may happen in their life and people can say, I can relate to that. Yeah, my teacher helped me with that. But when it comes to contacting the deceased and ancestors and things like that, you're a living testimony of that. So you're a very, very key, important person for the Natiru to help others. If they want a living example, you're that being. So Tua to you. And now, everybody, we're going to get into this. Here we go. We're 2 hours in. I'm finally going to get to the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to put it on the screen one more time. And Annie, if you have the noise, or if Tef, you have the noise, you can make some noise for Brother Anu. And then I'm going to get into the answer. Everybody, I want you, those who are watching this right now, the numbers are going to start going up because once I start answering, they're going to go up. Those who are watching this right now, if you've ever tipped your waiter, if you've ever tipped a break dancer, if what I'm about to break down to you, because I'm going to actually show you something, my netter just said, you know what, Tehuti, after meeting you, you explained these things to me, some of them that I was already doing, but because I have the explanation, it compounds. So when you understand the workings of something, it creates a better belief and a better security within you. So you're not just doing this ritual saying, hey, I moved the water 3 spaces to the left and I moved this crystal 8 spaces up. Why is it 8 spaces up? Why is it this? What's the scientific? What's the breakdown? You don't even know what you're doing. You're like, I moved the feather over here and lit the candle over and did the good, but you're doing all these things and some of it's working. But when you actually have the history from the ancestors, the scientific documentation of it, when you have all the multifarious sources, the next time you sit in front of your ritual table or the next time you do something quote unquote spiritual, you're like, oh, I know why that happens. Oh, I know the history of that. Oh, I'm confident. I understand. I'm not just doing this off of a belief system. I understand why that does this. And that's what actually compounds the power. What I'm going to do is I'm going to explain the Navajo Skinwalker while simultaneously explaining to everybody for the very first time. You see, people put up a video of me. There's a video of me going around, and it's called Tehuti or Amenhotep believes in shape-shifting. And it's supposed to be a mockery video, and it's a beautiful video. It's not mocking me at all. It's wonderful. And it's me explaining how I saw a man shape-shift in front of me. I've seen the shape-shifting happen. I've had students that have shape-shifted. I've seen it. It's not a problem. It's something that our ancestors did. It's something that we're gonna talk about the Navajos doing. And when I explain this for the first time, you are gonna understand how it works in front of you. You're gonna understand spiritually and scientifically. How is it possible for shape-shifting? How are the Navajo Skinwalkers shape-shifting? What are people talking about? Why is it when so-called UFO abductions or people see beings from other planets or whatever they may see, how come they have the ability to change their form? Everybody talks about reptilian shapeshifters. I am going to explain it when I explain it and when you have the understandings of it, you're going to be able to take this class of the Navajo Skinwalker and the understanding of that and ask me a question in Metanetter class, and I'm going to apply a ritual to the same principle, and you're going to be able to do that. I don't teach that here at this class, but once you understand how it works, you're going to actually be able to apply that to a ritual. And I promise you, well, I can't promise that you can do it, but I will say that I have done things that have been considered shape-shifting, and they've scared people, and it's a real thing. And I'm going to show you an example of something in front of you on the screen, and you all going to tell me what you see changing shape in front of you. So we're going to have a very interesting answer here with the Navajo Skinwalker, because this will be an example for people to support the House of Aten, the Tehuti Podclass, for you to know that, yes, I cannot send my teacher a question about Navajo Skinwalkers. They will laugh me off of YouTube. They will throw me off of the panel. Go to those other channels right now, I promise. Send in a super chat and ask your favorite Kemetic teacher, favorite debater, what is a Navajo Skinwalker and how does it work? You will get thrown off of the panel. Here, you'll get an explanation where you can actually use it in a practical ritual. So here we go, everybody. I'm going to put it on the screen one more time. Give this man some noise, sending $60 in. Tua for the support, for asking this question. Give him some big noise. $60. What is a Navajo Skinwalker? Give him some noise. There it is. Let's get into it, everybody. Everybody in the chat, press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me, because you know once I go and once I start, I'm not going to be looking at the chat. I'm not going to be looking at any distractions unless I tell the chat to do something. So once I go, it's going to be on and go. So press a 9 if you can hear me. And let's go ahead and get into this question. Anu, you asked a very interesting question here, good brother. Navajo Skinwalker, what in the world is going on? I flipped through the Param Haru. I couldn't find it. Looked through the coffin text. Asked Ashar Kwesi. I had no idea. Asked Jabari. Asked all them guys. Nobody seems to know. Who do I go to get this answer? Primordial. I try to go Shaka Akmos. I don't know where to go, man. Who's my teacher? Where can I go? I know where I can go. How about directly to the Navajos themselves? Here we go, everybody. We're going to get into the answer to this question. Navajo Skinwalker. Let's go. Beautiful people. I'm going to see you all in the chat. And here we go. Let's get to it, everybody. Here we go. Navajo Skinwalker. Here we go. Peace and love, everybody. Here we go. First question of the Tehuti Podclass in. And I'm going to do what I was woken up at 4 in the morning to do. Well, they woke me up. They said, no, you're not getting out of this one. I'm going to fix the lighting in just a moment. I look like there's a strange lighting on me, but that's okay. It's the, let me go ahead and see if I can fix something really quickly. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, that's the best I can do for now. It's still strange light on me in weird ways, but that's okay, everybody. Here we go. I'm gonna, the light is beaming. The light is beaming. Oh, it's kind of blinding. Let me fix one more thing. This is blinding. Hold on. I got this like right on my face. Hold on. One more thing. Oh, I have to bring the light.
How's the light?
It's weird. The window, you know what it is? The window has to be just open without blinds.
Then it'll be really bright.
Yeah, that's fine. The brighter the better. The brighter the better. The brighter is the clearer. But it's the lines on my face that are strange. Okay, here we go. We're just gonna get into it, everybody. I'll fix it once it gets dark. I'll actually just put a little studio lighting in. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We're going to get into the very first question asked, and that is, what is the Navajo skinwalker? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I'm just trying to. What is a Navajo skinwalker? Here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and see if it's there's the question there, and here we go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Everybody already pressed the 9, so we're going to go ahead and get into it here. Now, I wish that would pull up. That would be awesome. I don't know why it doesn't. That's strange. Okay, we'll deal with this for now. But here we go, everybody. Navajo skin walker. I'll pull this right up to me. And here we are. Once I put the other lights on, it'll be better. Once this actually gets dark. Okay, here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Screen share. And here it is. First question of the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Boom. Are you ready? Here it is. Boom. All right. Welcome to another question section on the Tehuti Podclass. Yet another example of the diversity of questions. So welcome. I want to welcome everybody. First of all, for all the new people that just got here, welcome. You may not know what's going on. It's a question that was sent in, and this channel is based on live questions that are sent in, so people can either get knowledge, challenge me, or whatever it is they want to know to uplift themselves. And I will do my best to get the information in the way that it comes to me and answer it in a documentary style answer while breaking the matrix. Here we go, everybody. So welcome to another question section on the Tehuti Podclass. Yet another example of the diversity of questions that can be sent in and addressed here at the Tehuti Podclass. This question is on the subject matter unheard by most, and that is sent in by ANTU. What is a Navajo skinwalker? What in the world is a Navajo skinwalker? They're actually not called Navajo in the Navajo language. They're actually not called that in the Navajo language. They're actually called Yi Nal Deloshi. Okay, so actually what they're called is Yi Nal Deloshi. Yi Nal Deloshi, which we will get into the meaning of that shortly. Unfortunately, when you go to look this topic up, you will see a plethora of propaganda, Hollywood matrix combined with the fact that it is mostly Europeans speaking about this phenomenon with antics and drama, when it is a Navajo cultural teaching. So when you go look this up, here's what you'll see, everybody. This is what you'll see on the skinwalkers. If you go look them up, skinwalker disguised as the dog, going across the apartment. It's all European guys. Here's the blonde-haired guys, blonde-haired girls. Here they all are. Terrifying skinwalkers caught on camera. I don't see one Navajo. This is what happens when you look this up. The majority of is this young lady right here. This looks like a Navajo right here. This is a Navajo. This is the Dinet. This is the person of the Dinet. We'll get into the Dinet in a minute. So here we go. All right, this looks like one of Hugh Hefner's wives, but I guess she can break down the skinwalker culture. And here goes this guy right here. He looks like every archaeologist. And this is what happens when you look up Navajo skinwalkers. That's what you get right there. Okay, so here we go. So I'm going to begin and continue by going straight to the Navajo sources, indigenous teachings on the subject matter, the magical, illusionary, and scientific reality of this phenomenon, and then eventually into the matrix and how this same phenomenon of what they're calling Navajo skinwalker is actually being used in the matrix on you right now. It didn't just stop with the so-called skinwalkers. It's actually a phenomenon going on with you right now. Thank you, Nate. I will go directly to who is known today as the Navajo historian record keeper, Elder Wali, and go over his records on what is being called the skinwalkers, who is featured in the Arizona highways under Hata'ali'i, the medicine man. There is Wali right here. So when we look at Wali right here, I am going to give information from him, and I would say to you all that getting information from him is a little better than getting it from her. Okay? just a little better. This girl right here. Or this is the Navajo historian, Wally. He's much more than just a historian also. So here's the Arizona highways. Hata Ali, the medicine man. Once there was mainly spiritual leaders on the Navajo Nation, but those numbers have dwindled. One of the survivors is an elder named Wally Brown. And remember, then they have names that they have for the public, and then they have their cultural name. Asian people do the same thing. You may meet an Asian man, he says, "My name is John Smith." And then when you go to his house, "My name is Wong Tung Funk Lek Bo," and you're like, "What? What happened to John Smith?" "Oh, that's what I give to the people." So to the public and the popularity, you're going to hear a name that may sound Americanized, and then within their culture, they have their own name. So research purposes, you can look him up as Wally Brown. He's determined to preserve the heritage of his people. So here he is right here. He's in front of a loom. He's actually in a Hogan, the Heritage Center. And there he is right there. Okay, let's go. Who was also featured in the University of British Columbia under the Faculty of Education, February 7th, 2022. And here's the University of British Columbia, Vancouver campus right there. And it is February 7th, 2022. Navajo Traditional Teachings. Elder Wally Brown shares indigenous ways of knowing through digital stories to preserve Navajo culture, which is really called the Diné. Okay, so Navajo traditional teachings strive to teach culture untouched by anthropologists and archaeologists. Let me shrink this down a little bit so everybody can see. Their teachings are based on pure understanding of the Diné language and oral history passed down from generation to generation inside this indigenous educational website. We won't find popular theories about Navajo traditional teachings and retelling a stereotype portrayals of indigenous people. Navajo traditional teachings motto is, without identity, there is no power. Everybody understand that? Without identity, there is no power. Preserving Navajo Diné culture is their mission, and they do that by sharing indigenous digital stories told by Elder Wally Brown. So if you want to look up that article, University of British Columbia, Vancouver campus, February 7th, 2022, Navajo Traditional Teachings, Elder Wally Brown. Okay, let us continue. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Are you ready? So an interview was also done recently. Here he is again, by the way. And this is the same elder right there. So an interview was actually done recently, actually this year, September 11th. Wally states that the Diné, the true name for the ways of the Navajo, it entails that you must learn good and evil in order to teach good and fight evil. But the evil becomes appealing to most, resulting in getting lost in the ways of what is called the Skinwalker. The evil energy controls non-physical entities who have an effect of distraction on the physical world. So the first one can start off good. The first one can start off good, and they're broken up into 4 parts. So what he goes on to explain is just like all of the ancient cultures, you learn what's called good and evil. To know how to repel, teach about it, and fight it, you must also learn the evil, as opposed to what happened in European Christianity. You only learn about the so-called good ways of Jesus. You never learn about any of the magic of the devil. So of course, if you don't learn about that, you'll never know how to fight it. You can try to you can say, I'm going to go onto the streets and try to fight Jackie Chan. If you don't learn Wing Chun, you're never going to fight Jackie Chan. You're never going to beat Jet Li. So in order to know how to fight evil in all the cultures, you also learn the evil. But when you learn the evil, you have to learn how to self-control yourself, because you can get caught up in the powers of the evil and end up getting lost. And that's why when it's broken down into these 4 names, the first one starts off good, and then some go to evil, which is the witchery way. The witchery way, which is actually the way of the Diné, but can be turned into evil. That's the witchery way. It's up to your discipline on which direction you want to go once you learn both paths. The Atasia and the Atasia is number 2, and the Eteti is the frenzy way, or as we know in Ma'at, Isfet, chaos. You see, in ancient culture, there wasn't what is called the evil that people have in religion today. There was chaos. So in the Nile Valley, it's called Isfet, which doesn't mean evil, it means chaos. We considered chaos equivalent to evil because it was unorganized. But it doesn't necessarily mean evil, it means you're unstructured. It's an unstructured way. So to the Dene, the Navajo, it's Aziti, which is the frenzy way. It means no structure. Then you have the fourth one, and this is the one that he does not like to give a name to, thus possibly giving it power or invoking it. The positive way of one who can travel as an animal is the Anthony, right? And then once you can also turn that into evil. This is more of a physical energy. They can attack the physical body when you're in a weak spiritual way or emotional way or mental way. When all those are combined, they can attack you and deteriorate your body. If anyone wants to know about the fourth one and its physical manifestations inside your body, feel free to send that question in to Cash App TT Moon or PayPal at RockySV, and I will show you how the fourth one, the energy, actually enters the body and actually starts to deteriorate the body because it starts to actually develop itself as an entity inside of you. If you want to know more about that, send in the question to TT Moon, Cash App TT Moon or PayPal at RockySV. Let us continue. Okay. The number one, the witchery way, is the ability to do what's called flatlining. Okay. So it's flatlining. And your flatlining, you can be between two worlds. Okay. Thus, what is called by the Dene, the five-fingered being, which is the physical man, the five-fingered being, contacting powers of the other three. So you do what's called flatlining in the witchery way, and then you can combine, the five-fingered being can actually combine with the other three energies, that's 2, 3, and 4, which are non-physical and can attack the physical, and then you go all the way to the opposite negative side. Combination is the combination of all of these is what's called Nadloshi, what people call today on YouTube the skinwalkers. The Nadloshi, which are the skinwalkers who said were able to actually change their shape and form in front of people. As Wally stated, it starts off for the good, as seen by the Navajo, the Dene Yabichia, in the medicine ceremony, as seen in 1904. So we're going to go to the image of the Dene Yabichia medicine ceremony, and I want everybody to know that this is the fake, this is the image that is circulating, popularized as one of the skinwalkers, and it's not a skinwalker that they're saying that they're not, it's not the negative Nadaloshi. It's somebody doing the Yeb, it's a group of people doing the Yabichia, the medicine ceremony. But it starts off with skin on you. It starts off, it's good. So this is the Yabichia sweat Navajo medicine ceremony. 3 Navajos in ceremonial dress with faces masked, photographed by Edward S. Curtis in 1904. And this is how it starts off. If you were just to run by in the woods and see this in the first glimpse, you wouldn't know what you're looking at. You would think you're looking at some other creature other than a Homo sapien. These are the images that are circulating on YouTube being called Navajo skinwalkers. Look up Navajo skinwalker image. You will see the first one right here. Where is it? This first one right here is the most popular one. These are skinwalkers in the literal sense that they are walking in skins. They do have skins on them, but they're the Yabichia, and they're doing a medicine ceremony, which is the opposite of the Naadaloshi, which are there about anti-biological imperative. So these are technically skinwalkers in the sense that they are walking with animal skin on them. And this is how it starts off. The imbuement of the masked animal and the power of nature that was used to heal the family. The biological imperative. Tribe, family, united cultural survival, just as an animal. So when you look at the animal kingdom, the kingdom that I was raised up around, you will see that the number one focus of the creatures in the animal world is biological imperative. It's the urge to survive and reproduce and protect the territory. That is biological imperative. So when you see monkeys and chimpanzees together, when they're part of the same family, the same tribe, you'll see them healing each other. You'll see them picking off insects off of each other. Nobody can get to a silverback gorilla's wife. Nobody. This is biological imperative. So to imitate the animal, to take on the shape or the imbuement of an animal, is to be the ultimate oldest example of biological imperative, tribe and family united, and cultural survival. Just as the animal world was here, and just as the chimpanzee world was here 40 million years before us, or 40 million years ago when there was no us. But was it possible to change your physical form subtly, shape-shifting? Notice I put the word subtly there. The look of animals, there was about your actual physical appearance. Is it possible to actually change your shape subtly? So the look of animals, to change your physical form and your appearance, is that possible? Yes. Our ancestors knew that by going into the deep trance state, you could actually suddenly alter your DNA with your mind. No way, Tehuti. That's spookism. That is the pseudo. That's pseudo. Well, for those non-believers, let me take you to just one of many articles, but I'm going to take you an article by the Hearts Math Institute. So we're going to go to this article right here. And what is it called? Hearts Math Institute right here. Hearts Math Institute. Changing DNA through thought intention. The power of intentional thoughts and emotions goes beyond theory at the Hearts Math Institute. In study, researchers have tested this idea and proven its veracity. Heart math researchers have gone so far as to show the physical aspects of DNA strands could be influenced by human intention. The article Modulation of DNA Confirmation by Heart Focus Intention, McCarthy, Atkinson, Tomasino, 2003, describes experiments that achieve such results. For example, the individual holding 3 DNA samples was directed to generate heart coherence, a beneficial state of mental, emotional, and physical balance, the harmony with the aid of heart math technique that utilizes heart breathing and intentional positive emotions. The individual succeeded, as instructed, to intentionally and simultaneously unwind 2 of the DNA samples to different extents and leave the 3rd unchanged. The results provide experimental evidence to support the hypothesis that aspects of DNA, the DNA molecule, can be altered through intentionally, and article states. The data indicates that when individuals are in a heart-focused state, in a more coherent mode, in a loving state, in a heart-focused, loving state, in a more coherent mode, heart-focused, loving state, in a more coherent mode, a physiological functioning, they have a greater ability to alter the conformation of DNA. Individuals capable of generating high ratios of heart coherence were able to alter their DNA conformation according to their intention. Control group participants showed low ratios of heart coherence were unable to intentionally alter the conformation of DNA. Let me come to the room and tell you all something that you already do. Let me come to the room right now and tell everybody something you already do. So, because we evolved from creatures that once made themselves larger in illusionary appearance by getting their hair to stand up, such as a cat. You may see a cat do this. Certain animals, when they're in a scared state, they arch their back and their hair is actually stand up, and it makes them appear larger to the other animals, which intentionally frightens the other animals off. Cats do it, certain birds do it. It's this illusion of making themselves larger. They stand up taller, they arch their back, and their hairs actually stand up because they're actually in a frightened state, so they want to intimidate. They're doing that with their mind. They're changing the follicles of their hair base to actually cause their hair to stand up, arch their back, and they're doing it through fear. Well, you don't have fur anymore. You don't have that anymore. You know what you still have, though? The vestigial traits of the follicle that was once there for the fur. So what do you get when you get scared? Your follicles stand up, but there's no hair to sprout out. So you get these things called goosebumps, which can be physically seen rising out of the DNA, rising out of the physical body. You can look at your hand and it's completely smooth. You walk into a scary forest or hear a scary movie, and your DNA will form physical bumps that you can touch on your hand because of what your mind thought. You are shape-shifting. You are changing the shape of something that was once smooth skin to causing the skin to change form because it once had hair follicles that made you look bigger, but you don't have them anymore. So thus, you just change your physical structure by a thought. The person beside you is hearing the same scary story and their skin is still smooth. Why? Because in their thought, that story is not scary. In your thought, that story is scary. So because of thought, your skin changes and the other person is just like, you got another story, man? That one didn't quite get to me. That is a subtle form of your DNA changing. Hart's Math Institute took it to a higher level, and they actually had 3 DNA strands, and the person was actually able to focus on 2 of the DNA strands that you can't even see with your physical eye and unwind them the opposite way and intentionally leave the same strand in its original form with their mind and with their intention of emotion. That is changing the DNA molecule with the mind. As soon as a DNA molecule changes, that is a shape shift. Go argue with the Hart's Math Institute and tell that person beside you that he's not really getting goosebumps, he's really just pseudo. That's not really happening, you're pseudo. That's not really that. But it is happening. Whether it's a bump, if you can hold a hand, you could do a magic show. If you could hold your hand up and say, look at my hand, it's smooth. Watch this. And a bump forms, you have just shape shifted. You have shifted the shape of your smooth hand to something else. Is that shape shifting? Absolutely. Could you perform that as a magic show as Chris Angel or David Blaine? Absolutely. Did I do that to people in the Podclass? Is that on Killer Priest? Absolutely. Did I do that to Mighty Hebrew or to Killer Priest or the people that were on that show? Yes. When I asked them to think of something in their mind, choose something, think of it, and then I did something with my finger, and the finger shape formed into the shape of what they were thinking. It was the letter and a number of what they were thinking on my finger, and it's on the Killer Priest show, and I put my finger up to the screen, and it was the shape of their thought. Go argue with the video camera. It doesn't matter to us whatsoever. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into this and understand what these Naladoshi do and how the actual shape-shifting actually works, partly in your mind, partly through DNA alteration, and partly through what they're wearing as skin. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. All right, so that is the unwinding of DNA with your mind. So boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Now, I stated earlier the original reason and focus of what's the original reason and focus was to purify and heal the families, as Yebi, excuse me, to heal the families, as the Yabichia medicine ceremony was about healing the family. That was the original focus of wearing the animal cloth and doing the ritual. There were medicine men wearing a cloth and wearing fur to look like something else to your mind, to represent and imbue something else that was in nature, which are the animals, which can actually heal much faster than you. Go look up the speed in which a dolphin heals when a shark bites it. When a shark bites a dolphin, go look up and see how fast that healing is compared to when a shark bites you. And the dolphin doesn't go to the hospital either. So it's families and biological imperative. So that's when they go over to the other side. When they go over to the other side, it becomes the opposite way, the frenzy way, the Atiti way, the chaos, the Isfet way. What would be the agenda of the Na'adaloshi, shape-shifting skinwalkers? Of course, as Elder Wali stated, the destruction of the family, because they started off in the positive witchery way with the Yabichia, the way of the Diné, which was to heal the family. So of course, if you go to the other side of the distraction, the opposite of healing would be to destroy the family. That would be the way that they would go to. And here's the Diné cave drawing of the Navajo family, which Wali says is the most important thing to the ways of the Diné, is the family. Here's Elder Wali. And what does he say? And I quote, their goal, the Nadaloshi goal, the Skinwalkers' goal, is to make our families unstable, ununited. The Ki'i is the most important thing to the Diné Navajo. The Ki'i. What is the Ki'i, Tehuti? Here is the Ki'i right here. Here's what they're calling the Navajo, which is really the Diné kinship. And we have the grandmother, the grandfather, going down to the father, the brother, the father, the mother. It is the family line of unification of family, which I broke down the family in about 3 classes ago. Not just family because somebody's your blood. That doesn't mean much. The unification, the Ki'i unification of that bloodline is what's important. So there's nobody in the Navajo, there's nobody in the ways of the Diné that's a Jehovah's Witness. There's nobody in the ways of the Diné that's a Catholic, that's a Buddhist. They have the same way of life, keeping the tradition for hundreds and hundreds of years with the same family principle called the Ki'i, going all the way down from great-great-grandmother all the way down to the young child on a bicycle or the young child playing with toys. This is what the most important thing is. So the Skinwalker's job is to destroy this, which is the Matrix's job today, to destroy the unification of your family, which I already did a family class. Death, of course, would be certain skeptics or completely unintuitive to the Navajo Diné culture will naturally say, so the opposite of family is death, of course. So the skeptics or the completely in tune with the Navajo, the Diné culture will naturally say, Tehuti, can we get some reputable sources, some professionals? We need a professional. Forget about the travelmen. Tribesmen don't count. We need a professional. You know, those who go to the school system. We need a professional. Are there any professionals that can attest to this? Well, yes, Mr. Skeptic. Yes, Mr. Atheist. What do you want? You want a police officer, a doctor? Do you want a ranger? What do you want? Who with paperwork do you want? Let me introduce you to the law enforcement officer, Jonathan Dover, who is also one of the indigenous people. Here he is right here. So now we've combined an indigenous source. Nana, that's you? Okay. An indigenous source with so-called professional source. This is Jonathan Dover. What are his credentials? What are his attributes? What does he have? He's a veteran law enforcement officer. He has worked with the city of Winslow, Arizona Police Department, National Park Service, Navajo Historian Preservation Department, the Navajo National Rangers. He is retired from active duty as a lieutenant in 2011. After 31 years as a law enforcement officer, Jonathan Dover was trained by Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, which is FLETC, on criminal investigations, and was a specialist in archaeological resource crime investigations. Has anybody even heard of that before? Archaeological resource crime investigations. He was also trained as a licensed EMT/B in SWAT operations, hazardous materials, response, search and rescue, and was an instructor in police firearm training and high-angle technical rescue. Doing his work on Navajo Nation lands, he, along with Stanley Milford Jr., were assigned over a period of 11 years to officially investigate and document significant cases involving Bigfoot, haunting, Navajo witchcraft, and UFOs. Jonathan Dover has over 4,000 hours of law enforcement and weapon training. He was the honors graduate of the Navajo Police Academy class of 81-1, and the co-commander of the Ranger tactical team. On his off time, he dances with Native American powwows and the Apache tribe of Oklahoma, Blackfoot Society, Warrior Society. He has played guitar for 45 years. He is a fly fisherman. Jonathan Dover is a Navajo, Southern, Cheyenne, Apache tribe of Oklahoma, Kiowa, Apache, and Filipino. Okay. I want everybody to know this. When the atheist people and the skeptics are out here arguing on the YouTube platforms, they never argue with these people. Why? Because those people are not going to argue with them. This is a Navajo. This is a native who has 4,000 years. I can't 4,000 hours of training. I can't even go through all those attributes again. Go set up a debate with him. Don't worry about Tehuti. Don't worry about YouTube. Set up the debate with him. Okay. I am bringing you from the sources of the cultural people themselves, who are also your professionals. And how many attributes in college? Where did he go? How many things did I just name off there? What does he have to say about the Na'adaloshi and the Skinwalkers? What does this professional man have to say? Let's find out, everybody. Welcome to Tutti Podclass, and let's go and see what this Navajo indigenous professional Dene man has to say. Here he is right here. This was one of the discoveries submitted to him by the Powerline crew in the area for investigation. Remember, he was head investigator criminal investigations and archaeological research crimes, and he was in the city of Winslow, Arizona, National Park, Navajo Historical Preservation Department. This is one of the things submitted to him. This was the skin and skull that was found by a Powerline crew that was submitted to him for investigation. That's one of the physical aspects that he found that he had to investigate. Jonathan attests to the bags. They found bags. So he attests to the bags of the Na'adaloshi. What did he find in the bag? It was a reed made of human bone, and within it, what is called corpse powder. It's composed of round up corpses people mix with poison, and if you get too close to these Yi Na'adaloshi, they will blow this in your face, and it will result in fatality either overnight or within a couple of days. So they found the skins of these beings that they would wear, the bags with the reed made of human bone and corpse powder, ground up corpse particles, and poison that these beings would use to kill people, and you would die either overnight or a couple of days. The Na'adaloshi, or what's called the Skinwalkers. Okay, now here's the man that I mentioned who was with him. Here's another native indigenous witness who was also a ranger, Stan Milford, who was stationed at the Monument Valley in the Navajo Nation. Here he is. He kind of looks like Oxafek. He looks like Stephen E. But there he is right there. He encountered a Yi Na'adaloshi running beside his vehicle. So he's driving his vehicle, and one of these Yi Na'adaloshi are running beside his vehicle. Guess how fast he was driving? Boom, 65 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, 65 miles an hour, and this Skinwalker, this Na'adaloshi, is running beside his car side by side. Let me ask everybody, if you know, who is the fastest Homo sapien on the planet, and how fast can he run? Let me come to the room a second. I'm asking the crowd right now, who is the fastest Homo sapien on the planet, and how fast can that Homo sapien run? How fast can who's the fastest man on the planet? And how fast can that man run? Just type it in the room. Type the name of the fastest man on the planet and type how fast can that fastest man on the planet run. Go ahead. Type it in the room. Who's the fastest man on the planet? And how fast can he run? Does anybody know? The fastest man on the planet and how fast can he run? Okay, we have Mikael with a quick response of Usain. And I'm assuming that's, and Angela put the last name. So I don't know if they're working together, but Mikael put the first name, Usain, and Angela put the Bolt. And then Jason Curzon put Usain Bolt. What is the fastest he can run? There we go, 28 miles an hour. Anu says this answer is absolutely mind-blowing. 28 miles an hour. Well, Milford is driving his car, and one of the Na'adaloshi is running right with him. His speedometer was 65 miles an hour. These are the investigators, the police investigators and rangers of these Na'adaloshi, and they're running right beside the car at 65 miles an hour. The only being I've ever seen been able to do that, to go the speed of a car, is one of my students who I trained to do that. But the only way she was able to do that is if she bilocated. She had to bilocate her body. She had to project. A bioenergetic projectable double had to come out of her body because the physical body couldn't go fast enough. So the biological projectable double of my student, as I laid her down on the couch, that aspect of her was able to go as fast as a car. And she's moving the speed of my Naturt, who's driving her car. That's the one that came to the pathways of the awakening. The tall sister, that's her. And the sister beside her, the Naturt, was driving her car. And she's driving her car, and she's going as fast as the car, but she wasn't in physical form. She had to come back because the speed she was going, she felt it was too cold. So she still had some type of feeling that scared her to make her come back, because at the speed she was going, it was nighttime. She said it was too cold. Even though she wasn't in so-called physical form, she was in physical form, because everything is physical. There's no such thing as non-physical. Everything is physical. We'll do a class on that if you want to ask about it. I broke that down in Men class. So that's the only being that I know was able to go the speed of a car, and that was not in a Homo sapien body. I had to train her to come out to have that supernatural ability. Usain Bolt is the fastest flesh and blood touchable being that is Homo sapien, and he can run 28 miles an hour. That means this thing that was running changed its structure, shape shifted, whether you could see the shape internally or not, but shape shifted its structure so it had the ability to move faster than the internal shape and capabilities of a Homo sapien. Whether you could see that shape or not, whether the shape shifting happened internally, changing the genetic structure from within, something is giving that being the ability to run faster than the chemical makeup and shape of a Homo sapien. Thus, if it can do that, the physical structure has shape-shifted outside of Homo sapien possibilities, and that is shape-shifting. He was going 65 miles an hour. That is 2.5 times, 2 times plus the fastest man on the planet. Am I screen sharing? I should be. Yes, I am. 65 miles an hour. This is the fastest man. You all were right. Essentially sports, fastest man on the planet. How many miles an hour can Olympics legend Usain Bolt run? Here he is right here, the brother from, he has the Jamaica on. And the article came out 07/12/2021, a couple years ago. So how fast can the fastest Homo sapien run? Well, it took Belgian scientists had to come in and calculate it. The Belgian scientists came in, and the scientists had to come in and calculate his actual speed all the way from Belgium. In 2011, Belgian scientists decided to measure this number and judge Bolt on his speeds through various parts of the track in the 100-meter race. When he hit the top speed, scientists found that he hit 43.99 kilometers per hour, which Mikhail was right, very close. Mikhail was actually right, because he actually did faster than this at another time too, which is 27.33 miles an hour. I think Mikhail put 28 miles an hour. Close enough, and he actually got to that speed too. So boom. So no, these Yina Adaloshi are not limited to the restrictions of Homo sapiens. Even though they are physical beings, they have the ability to change and alter their DNA, even if it's internally, all simultaneously obstructing the regular frequency to shapeshift through pace and lead, links and associations. Uh-oh. Let me say that again. So no, these Yina Adaloshi are not limited to the restrictions of Homo sapiens. Even though they are physical beings, they have the ability to change and alter their DNA while and all simultaneously. This is two different things happening. They're changing their DNA while simultaneously obstructing the regular frequency to shapeshift through pace and lead techniques, what's called links and associations. Obstructing regular frequency through pace and lead, links and associations. Yes, it's Tehuti overdrive time. Let's go. Yes, the Yina Adaloshi shapeshifting into an inseparable imagery of themselves and the animal that they are cloaked in. How is this possible? It's possible because of how your brain works within this holographic construct that you call reality. And like I've broken down before, the brain is a holographic computer. The eyes serve as laser beams. Electromagnetic energy serves as holographic laser light. UV rays serve as sensory beams. Optic nerves serve as sensory receptors. The visual light spectrum serves as the available colors to create the hologram on your canvas. And you actually see through the back of your head. You do not see through your eyes. You see through red, yellow, blue, green, orange, purple, and violet. The canvas is in the visual spectrum, the visual canvas, and the back of your head, the visual cortex, and that's how you actually see. So you're seeing in your mind's creation. All of these have to take place before it even gets to the back of your head. And then a picture is formed, and then you say, oh, I saw that. I saw that. But you don't see it. I have a whole song based on this called What is Spookism? I have a whole track based on this exact breakdown called What is Spookism verse. So this is how you actually see. You form from laser beams. Laser beams are holographic laser lights. And sensory beams combine to create images that you think you see. And that's why what you see is not what a cat sees. What a cat sees is not what a fly sees. What a fly sees is not what a dragonfly sees. What a dragonfly sees is not what a shrimp sees. And what a shrimp sees is not what a giraffe sees. Although all of those things are looking at the exact same thing, they're seeing different things, which are all realities to them. And you couldn't tell a fly that it's not seeing what it sees. And you couldn't tell a whale it's not seeing what it sees, because it does. Is that actual objective reality? Absolutely not. It's a holographic universe and a holographic world that you are in that can actually be changed through thought waves. Your thought waves and consciousness is the transference of energy which forms all things. And this is how the so-called spiritual world affects the physical world, because the spiritual world, or the realm of the Ka, the bioenergetic template, is what creates the physical realm. So if you can change the frequency of the biological template, then of course you can change what you appear to see in the physical world. How exactly does this work scientifically? In modern time explanation and example. And how is the government using this frequency to change actual shift and actually shift consciousness from one person's mind to another so that they see what they want them to see? If you see what something wants you to see, then that is change, shape, and form. That is the other aspect of shape shifting. Changing the frequency of something. Let me take you to someone who worked for the CIA, Ingo Swann, and the electromagnetic frequency change experiment done by Michael Persinger. Here's Michael Persinger right here. Who is Michael Persinger? He was an American-Canadian professor of physiology at the Laurentian University, a position held from 1971 until his death in 2018. His most well-known hypotheses include the temporal lobes of human brains as the central correlate for mystical experiences, subtle changes in geomagnetic activity as mediators to parapsychological phenomenon, the tectonic strain within the Earth's crust as the source of the luminous phenomenon attributed to the unidentified aerial objects, the UIO, not UFOs anymore, and the importance of specific quantifications for energy, photonic flux density, I'm gonna skip that part, and small shifts in magnetic field intensities, the picotesla to nanotesla range, for integrating cellular activity as well as human thought with universal phenomenon. Let me read that again. For integrating cellular activity as well as human thought with universal phenomenon. Persinger's experimental work on the paranormal experiences has received widespread media coverage, but has also been widely criticized. His meta research themselves have included electromagnetic field upon biological organisms, epilepsy, temporal lobe functions, properties, and biophotons, geophysical human interactions with physical cosmology, and the quantifiable examination of what Persinger terms as low probability phenomenon such as time travel, parallel universes, and universe as a simulation. He has published over 500 technical articles in scientific journals, many in predatory journals. So there he is. What did he discover? What was the test experiment? So ever since the 1971, he researched electromagnetic field effects on biological organisms. Found that the electromagnetic field can create states conducive to telepathy. Two people were put in two separate rooms. Each were surrounded by a computer-generated electromagnetic field. This field generated a visual image that was only directed to one person. It was an actual light, but the frequency resonance of the electromagnetic field expanded to the other room, and guess what happened? The light was flashed on the subject's eye. The person in the other room showed brain responses as if they saw the light flashing. What is that, everybody? What's happening right here? Let me come to the room really quickly. What is that happening right there? What's happening? One person actually sees something in the back of their visual cortex, picks it up through the eyesight and the laser beam, and they see it. The person in the next room is in closed doors. No transparent or translucent windows. They're in a closed lock room. What are they seeing? They're seeing the dark room. or whatever is around them. Now, the electromagnetic field gets turned up, computer artificially generated, sent out past one room to the next, and now that person sees the flashlight shining light. Is that shape-shifting? Did they see a shape? Did they see something that was not in the room with them because of the consciousness that affected a person in another room, and a field-generated resonance passed the physical wall and caused them to not see the darkness that was in front of them, but now the darkness in front of them in their visual cortex in their head shape-shifted to light that's not in that room. It's in another room with another person. Is that shape-shifting? Did they see any form of a shape that was not there, conducted through electromagnetic energy, artificially superimposing one room to a next? Now they see the light in the flashlight that's not in the room with them by a frequency change, a combination of the electromagnetic field, but it needs an observer. It needs an observer. That's why the other person had to be in the other room. They couldn't just shine the flashlight in a dark room and expand the field, and the person in another room sees the light. They need an observer, a conscious conductor. That conscious conductor was the other person in the room with the light. Notice they needed two people, not just a light with no consciousness, not just a light. They needed the light to be seen and taken in to the consciousness of one living entity, and then cast that thought through electromagnetic fields to the other room with another living conscious entity, and that conscious entity's vision shape shifted to see the light that reflected from the consciousness of another entity in rooms away. Is that shape shifting? Or did they not? Or is this experiment fake? It never happened. It's not real. It's not real. They shape shifted their thought from something that wasn't there to now something that is there. A physical flashlight with physical light is beamed on someone else at a distance. Their mind now sees that. But that physical flashlight and physical light shape is not there with them. But the reality shape shifts their consciousness to see that. That is shape shifting. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. And this is how the Loshi actually work. Here we go, everybody. And we're going to continue on. And here's boom. What else happened? Boom. Just like your radio or television, when the frequency is expanded, the people that are exposed to it, they hear it. But if you change the channel of the radio, they don't hear it anymore. Is the song still playing? Is the TV show still on? They just change a frequency to something else, and now what appears to be on your screen shape shifts from the Cosby Show to the football game, or the hockey game, or to a porno movie, or to Jack Nicholson, or to Freddy Krueger. It is the same TV screen that you can touch in front of you, but the images are changing shape simply because they change the frequency to another channel. So now you can hear it. Now you can see it. But this is more than just telepathy. This is imagery exchange, which means the change of frequencies causes you to see a shape. That means there's no TV in the room and they saw the light of the flashlight. No TV needed. The shape dimension of one projecting the frequency with the intention. Boom, shape shifting. Persinger said in his experiments, we think that's tremendous because it may be the first macro demonstration of quantum connection or so-called quantum entanglement. Do you see that word macro? What is macro? Macro is the larger side of micro. So there's a microcosm and a macrocosm, a large world and a small world. The small physical world is called the quantum realm. The large physical world, we call the physical world, but they're both the physical world. Now here, they used to only see photonic entanglement and what's called photonic tickling in the microcosm world of quantum physics. Now he's saying this may be the first macro demonstration of a quantum connection, or so-called quantum entanglement. Why? Because our identity is not found inside of the cells. It's from environmental signals that are picked up by membrane of the brain cells. Our identities picked up from identity frequencies in the electromagnetic field. So even if one cell dies, even if the cells die, the signal in the field still exists. And it's there until future brain cells or receptors show up to pick them back up. Then the broadcast plays through a new body. If one can interfere with the frequencies and the thought pattern, they can control the matrix and thus the masses through herd consciousness and through overshadowing. You may have to freeze and read that many times, but understand that what you call your identity is a frequency that others can pick up in the electromagnetic field, which means the identity can be shared. Thus, you have experiences of people having deja vus, people having one-pointed consciousness, remote viewing, which is what Ingo Swann was exactly doing under Michael Persinger. Reincarnation, people saying that I lived this body, I lived as this person, because the frequency doesn't die. It's just picked up by another similar frequency brain that can pick it up. Just like you have you have special radios that can pick up certain channels. I forgot what they're called, but the special radios that can pick up certain channels and some that cannot. If that radio is made that way, it can pick up those channels. When the receptors show back up, then the broadcast plays through a new body. That's why you can broadcast a frequency of physical matter and it can be played through another body, as done in that experiment. Woo! Here it is. Matrix herd consciousness through frequency overshadowing. That is how telepathy overshadowing works. And telepathy overshadowing is simply mind control. That's called overshadowing. It overshadows you easily because you don't practice to defend against it. That's another class though. You'll learn about that in the Mentor class. We've been going for months on how to defend against it, resulting in involuntary illusionary spirit cloning. That's why this section in the Matrix, you may not have noticed it, but all the people in here are clones of each other. They're circled. Look at the people in blue that are circled. They look just like the other person in blue. This is done purposely. You see the people in red? The two people look alike. See the people in green? They look alike. This was a section in the Matrix about herd consciousness and illusionary spirit cloning. That everybody is acting and behaving the same because of an overshadowing frequency that actually controls you through the Matrix. So even though you think you're some individual person, an individual being, you're actually acting like about 200,000 other beings that think that they're individual, and it's being controlled by a large overshadowing frequency, shape-shifting your thoughts into shape-shifting your reality and your actions, which actually changes your physical form. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. All right, now, thus, with the control of frequency alteration mixed with physical illusion, the so-called magic takes place. What do you mean by physical illusion, Tehuti? Remember earlier in the class, I said I will get to the real indigenous name and meaning of the Night Walker, which is the Yina Adaloshi. Do you notice the animal forms that the Yina Adaloshi skinwalkers are in? They're usually seen in? What are the animal forms they're usually seen in? A bear? A wolf? A bull? You don't see them in a bird or a rat. What do you notice about the size of these animals that they shapeshift in? Let me show you. Here we are. What do you notice, everybody, about the size of a bear? A small bear? The size of a large wolf? What do you notice about the sizes? And why don't you hear about the Yina Adaloshi shapeshifting into a rat? How come they don't shapeshift into gerbils How come they don't shapeshift into squirrels? You don't hear about the Yina Adaloshi squirrel. When you describe them, they're in the form of a large coyote wolf or a bear or a small bull. Why do you think that is, everybody? Why do you think they shapeshift into those beings? Does anybody know? Anybody have a thought? Why those particular beings? How come they're not shapeshifting into guinea pigs? How come they're not shapeshifting into hawks and eagles? How come? Why not? Why a bear? Why a bull? Why a large wolf? Why a cougar? A cougar, puma. You want to know why? Because the way that magic works, and you're talking to a magician. I'm not on the platforms with your debaters. I'm not on the platforms with your debaters and your studiers or whoever they are. You're talking to a magician that uses this. I didn't learn under Chris Angel, David Blaine, and David Copperfield. I was under their teachers. All of us were students of the same teachers. Why? Because of pace and lead, links and associations. What you'll notice about these things is exactly what Big Vape said, and that is they're close to human size. The way that magic works is not the magic of the God in the Bible. It's not poof, there it is. Poof, there is not that. It's pace and lead. You have to be a part of the magic that the being is doing. Like the Dracula story. You have to let Dracula in the house. Have you ever seen Dracula break in a house in any movie? You ever seen Dracula take a sledgehammer? I'm coming in your house. You have to let Dracula in. The way that this magic works and the shape-shifting works is a part of your mind and critical thinking has to be removed first with the pace and lead illusionary links and associations. That has to exist first. And then the rest is done by an unseen force mixed with an illusion, because the world that you're in is an illusion. People ask me, Tehuti, you're a magician. Are you a real magician or do you do illusions? Are you the real one or the illusion? And I'm like, what's the name of the real one? What's his name? I need to talk to him. What's the real one? Every magician is an illusionist, because one of the first things that you're taught and is that you don't see with this. Everything you see is an illusion. When you put your two fingers together and you see one finger in the middle, is there one finger in the middle? No. Everything is an illusion that your mind is creating. And the more you accept it, is the better the illusion works. So thus, you'll never accept seeing a little mouse outfit on a 6-foot man. Hey, I'm shape-shifting. See me as a gerbil? It's just sitting on my shoulder, little gerbil skin sitting on my... No, they're fully cloaked in the thing. Like I said in the beginning of the class, when you first look at the Yabichia medicine men, and if you just ran by or saw them in the dark, you wouldn't think you're looking at a person. You would actually be scared, because all your mind has to do is to see the shape of what they're dressed in, and your mind does the rest. Mixed with frequency change, DNA slight change, boom, a shapeshifter. Boom, the mhika and the magic starts to work. Why? Because your mind already partly created it. If you were in a forest and saw one of those Yabichi medicine men, you would run. Why? Not because you have ever seen anything like that, ever heard a person before. You've never heard of it before, but you would run. Why? Because your mind shape-shifted a story within it. It created the story already. Now all that man in the suit has to do is chase you. As he chases you, adrenocorticotropic kicks in and you're getting more scared. There's a creature chasing me. You created the creature first. then the thing chased you. If the thing took off the outfit and you saw the 70-year-old man, hey man, you'd be like, what the heck? What's this? You see the Wizard of Oz behind the behind the cloak. You see the Wizard of move the cloak. What the hell? What's this? The Wizard? That's the Oz? That's the Wizard of Oz? But your mind creates majority of the magic for the magician to step in and fill in the blanks. That's why it's so hard to break your friends out of Christianity. There's a 12-step program to breaking some out of the Christianity. Most of it is created in their mind, and the Bible fills in the blanks. That's why it's called the God of the blanks. It fills in the blank spaces, and then you create the rest of the story. The Na'adaloshi shapeshifters are using all of these techniques. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. What was the brother that gave the answer? Let me look at who gave that answer. Somebody gave the right answer. Was it Matthew? Was it big vapes? Because they're close to human size. So of course they can wear the skin to cover up most of their human aspects. So when you see them, you see the skin that's overshadowing them, and your mind creates the rest, plus subtle DNA changes, plus frequency change, and boom, there's your shapeshifter. Huh? There's your shapeshifter, because they have to wear the skin of the animal. They have to wear the skin of the animal that is moderately or closely adjustable size of the person who is the conductor, adding to the illusion. They quote unquote wear it, thus revealing the true name of the ritual manifestation, and that is Yi Na'adaloshi, which means by means of it goes on all fours. That is what Yi Na'adaloshi means, and now you understand it. By means of it. By what's the it? The outfit that they're by means of the magic, which is heavily composed of the outfit that they're wearing, which is the skin of the animal. So if you've seen this man in the dark, you would see the bear face before you saw his face. You would see the teeth of the bear. You'd see the coyote over the body, and by means of it, the outfit, the frequency change, the slight DNA change. Now it, which is the magical illusion that you're seeing, it goes on all fours, because it is the person who is the five-fingered being who is on 2 feet. But now by means of it goes on all fours. In your mind, by ritualistic application, the manifestor takes on the appearance of the animal, and boom, there is your shapeshifter right there. That's what we are calling shape-shifting. The way the matrix construct is formed all around you on a larger scale of Isfitian frequency alteration social construct, these so-called skinwalkers are just a minute individual example of the larger picture that forms the reality of distraction. The first glimpse of the animal that is worn sets the mind into links and associations, pace and lead. And this means if you're swimming in water and you look beside you and you see a shark, the neurological shock automatically creates a scene in your mind that the shark is going to attack you. The rest of your body, adrenocorticotropic, controls, and the kick starts you into reacting. That increases the picture. Before the shark even gets to attack you, you're going into shock. Nothing has happened yet. This is pace and lead. Your mind automatically begins the illusionary process for the magic to work. For those who doubt Tehuti and the teachings of how this magic works and shape-shifting in your own mind, first, would you like to see this in front of you right now? Would you like to see an example of something that I'm going to put on the screen in front of you, and you just tell me what's happening? I'm going to put something on the screen in front of you, and you all just type in the room what's happening. Don't worry. You're not going to be wrong. You may not be right. You may be right. But you just tell me when I put this on the screen, just describe to me what you're seeing, what's happening. That's all. I'm not going to tell you what is happening, what's not happening. You just tell me what is happening. Everybody ready? Robert Ray's like this. He's putting up fire already. Jason's like, Tua SABA Tehuti. Tua SABA Tehuti. You all want to see this? Want me to put something on the screen? Just something you can look at. Nah, show's over. Let's go to the other channel. Let's go to the other channels and watch the screaming at Hebrews and screaming at each other. Let's watch people just screaming, no building. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Here we go. Welcome to Tuesday Podclass. Here we go. I'm gonna do a live example of something, and we're going to interact, and everybody's gonna interact with this, and you just tell me, just describe what it is, what you're seeing. That's all. So here we go. Ready? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-boom. Here we go. I will let you look at something right now, and everybody in the room, tell me what you see happening. If you see anything shifting, performing, then in any form of fashion, just stare directly into the center of this thing I'm going to put on the screen. I will expand it so you only see it on the screen. And all you got to do, I'm going to put on for a minute or so. Just stare into the center and just type in the room what you see. Here it is, right here. All right, move everything else off. And here we go. All right, there we go. Just stare in the center of that. Stare in the direct center of that. And just tell me what you see. I'll leave it on for a few moments. And you can actually do this too. Stare in the center and move your head closer towards it slowly. Move your head closer towards the screen slowly and tell me what you see happening. Just type in the room. Don't worry, you can't be wrong. It's just, what do you see happening? Look directly at it and then move your head slowly towards the screen and tell me what is happening as you do that. Everybody sees that? I'll blow it up even bigger for you. You can put it on large screen and just slowly move your head towards it. And what is happening as you move your head slowly towards it? I'm going to come back in the room right now. Take it off the screen. Just type in the room. Don't worry, you can't be wrong. It's whatever you see. As you looked in the center and move your head slowly towards it, was anything at all happening? Let's see. Let's look and see. Angela says, "Let's go," in the Menku voice. Okay, and Robert Ray says it's as if it's getting bigger. Okay, so Robert Ray sees as if it's getting bigger, and let's see what else anybody sees. ANTU says the black dot in the middle is getting bigger and moving around. Anu says, "I see black expanding." Bonty Lee Farnsworth says, "It's getting bigger the closer I got to it." Minty says, "Happy face." Yeet TT says, "It's like it's expanding." And then Angela says, "It moves from a circle to an oval shape." Jason says, "It looks like the shadows of the circle shadow was growing." Basically, everybody's in an agreement. And some even seen the shape change from a circle to an oval. One said that. The black hole is getting bigger. Boot says it looks like it has a heartbeat. And here it is. Yeet TT. Ding, 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 ding. There it is. It's like I'm falling into a black portal. This I've never shown anyone. And we'll be explained in a Mednetter class if anybody asks about it. This is what's used as a ritual. I only gave everybody the first part. I told everybody, draw a black dot on the wall. I want to see what everybody does with that. Those who are in the Mednetter class knows what that ritual is. Draw a black dot on the wall and see if it can move. And I gave the practice for that. This is the other part of it. Just a teaser. If you want to send in a question about that, send it in. Come to Mednetter class, and I'll give you the ritual for that. But it looks like I'm falling into a black portal. So of course it looks like it's getting bigger, because as you fall into a hole, the mass of the blackness gets bigger, doesn't it? It may even change in shape. Is it shape-shifting? I'm so glad that you all are being taught by a magician. They can't do this on the other channels. It's not done. Anybody so far that appreciates what's happening, you don't even know what I'm doing for you. You don't even know what I'm doing to your mind right now. What type of expansion is going on in your brain right now as you're learning about this, because everything I'm teaching about this is getting you ready for a ritual practice that you can actually go out there. Believe me, you can walk into a store and nobody sees you or they see you as something else. You change your frequency. Ask Brother Ahati. Ask my students. You can walk in there and you're not what people see you as. It's another class. You see it on a magic show and you're like, oh man, woo, what a good illusion. Yo, Copperfield is crazy, man. Yo, Chris Angel, woo, you pay your tickets and it's entertainment. But it's also ancient ritual before it was entertainment. Imagine you could walk into somewhere and you say, I want to go into this place. I don't want people to notice me. What if I show you a black dot on the screen and I say, I want you to see it expanding. I want you to see it changing into an oval shape. I want you to feel you're falling into a black hole. And people are typing in the room, it's changing into an oval shape. It looks like it's expanding. It feels like I'm falling into a black hole. Everything you all have just described is an adjective, a verb. Do you know that? Everything everybody in the room typed is a verb. Thus a movement. If it looks like one thing and it's moving in front of you, and I'm showing you this, and now you're getting a feeling. Somebody says, it feels. See what just happened there? It changed from a shape to a movement to an inner feeling. I feel. Wait a minute. I didn't ask you to look at anything and tell me, what do you feel, Mac, man? How you feeling today? On your own, Yeet Titi said, I feel. How does a shape make you feel something? Well, if you feel you're falling into a black hole, doesn't adrenaline start to pump a little bit? Don't you start to automatically wonder, how can I get away from falling into a black hole? But there's no black hole there. So how could you feel that way? Because it's moving? Because it's shape-shifting on the screen in front of you? Did you see something shape-shift? Are you now pseudo? You little pseudo guy? You little pseudo person? Join the pseudo crew. Dun, 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 dun. You are now officially a pseudo. Every single one of you are now pseudo, because if you go on those other channels and you say, I saw a shape, Tehuti put a shape on the screen and it started to shape shift and went from a circle to an oval. It started to expand. Not only that, I had a feeling within me that my body is falling into something. You little pseudo. You little mythology man. No, you just witnessed shape-shifting in front of you. Simply from the changing of angles of something and your inner feeling of something, it changed shape in front of you. That is shape-shifting. Don't tell me that shape-shifting doesn't exist and everybody in the room just witnessed shape-shifting to the point of the Adaloshi where the shape-shifting changed your physical feeling. It's a bear chasing me. I feel like I'm falling into a black hole. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I'm here to break matrices. I know a lot of people are watching this for entertainment, not supporting. if you all are benefiting, if you're, what is this? 1 hour and 17 minutes. If you've been watching this for 1 hour and 17 minutes and anything has affected you whatsoever, can you support? Is this better than the waiter that you did? Has anybody in the room ever tipped a waiter? Any of the 74 people ever watching, have you tipped a waiter? Has he brought anything like this to you? He brought you a greasy steak that killed your cholesterol and the HDL levels. Thank you. He brought you some sugar. Thank you. He brought you your coffee, which kills your vision and memory. Thank you. And you tipped the waiter $20 because you wanted to impress the girl. You tipped the waiter $50 because he brought you some greasy shrimp. Here you go. Yo, man, take this 20. Or a bottle of Moet, take 100 for the Moet. My Moet bottle costs $100. What's your car? $200. If this is worth more than a bottle of Moet, some greasy shrimp, and the cotton candy that you spent $8 to feed your children, if this has a more powerful, profound effect on you, can you just type in your Cash App and PayPal shapeshifting class or Skinwalker, tip for the Skinwalker breakdown? If not, then this did not mean what the waiter did for you. And I'm going to quit this and go work at Red Lobster where they'll tip. Because I don't have to spend an hour and 20 minutes breaking on the Nahadaloshi. I just got to walk over, bring you your steak, compliment you and your girl, and y'all throw me a 50. Ask Dashe. They'll throw you a 20 because you say, yo, I like your bow tie, man. You're looking fresh tonight. Treat that lady right. You got a good man there. Here's your steak. Yo, tip that man. Tip that way. Just give him $50. He took a drink and he lit it on fire and gave you some alcohol that's killing your testosterone. Huh? Some alcohol that's killing your testosterone, man. Giving you the weak penis. Here's your Moet. Take this for your weak penis. Oh, yo, tip that man. He lit it on fire and complimented my lady. Here's a tip. Yo, take that. If this is on any level even equal to that, support. If it's equal. I hope it's not below it. I'm not even saying it's you don't even have to think this is better than that. If it's equal to the greasy shrimp and the alcohol that the man gave you to make you have a limp penis, if it's equal to that, then tip. PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Moon. If Tehuti's equal to that. If it's not equal, then just send a message to me saying you're not equal. And I'll say, I'll do better next time. And I'll put on my apron and waiter and start juggling Moet bottles. Here we go, everybody. Let's continue. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Let's end this off. And here we are, everybody. There it is, everybody. You just saw shape-shifting in front of you. There it is. Boom. Your mind's eye sees the deep hole, and it starts the story of falling within it, like Yeet TT said. I already pre-wrote it before he said it. Yeet TT said, falling within it. Thus, you start to see the shape form in real-time motion. The magician, or Yida Adaloshi, or the matrix you are in, does the rest. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. House of Aten. That's how we answer questions here. I'm going to put the link in the room. Boom. That is it. Support the Tehuti Podclass. Support the House of Aten. If you're getting this on other channels, just type in the room, I'm getting this on other channels, and put the timestamp of the channel and send in the question about Skinwalkers and tell me if you get this. If not, please support at Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm going to put it tickering down at the bottom right there. And I'm going to put the link in the room so I can ask the brothers and sisters how they feel about the answer. I'm going to go in the room to see the chat, to see what the people thought. And I'm going to take another break and come back and answer another question. If you're getting answers like this anywhere else, just type in the room. I'm getting answers like this on all the other channels. And I'll be like, wonderful. Let's combine together. This is what's happening on all the other channels and nothing special about this. Praise and hail to them. I just need timestamp though. I don't want to hear you talking. I need timestamp. All right, here we go, everybody. Oh, there's the man who asked the question. How you doing, good brother? 1 hour and 21 minutes.
Doing good. You are so much. You are so much. Wow. That breakdown opened up my mind to a whole new range of possibilities that myself and other people are capable of.
It did what? Say it one more time.
It opened up my mind to a whole new range of capabilities that myself and other people are capable of.
Wonderful. I'm glad you appreciated it, and even though you have to spend 1/3 of what a Nike costs, I hope it was worth it, man.
I don't care about that stuff.
You can't buy your kicks tonight. How you doing, Primordial Thought? Did you see the answer, my brother? How you doing?
Oh, it was fantastic, Saba. You definitely sparked some Metal Matter Monday class questions. I'll just leave that. I'll just leave that for that. But thank you for that breakdown. Thank you, Anu, for asking that, because I definitely didn't know what Navajo Skinwalker was. But yeah, Saba, you definitely opened up some Metal Matter class questions.
Wonderful. Wait till you see the next question. That's crazy. And then Annie's gonna ask me something about two people going to the hospital. So we're gonna get into that magic when I come back a little bit. Two people have been to the hospital, and both had to do with the name of the house of Aten and the serpents that I have. So we'll get into that magic and all kinds of interesting things. I'm glad you appreciate it. I'm waiting for Annie to jump in so I can step out for a moment. Let me go in the room and see what people thought. Angela put up fire, and Nefer Kemperette put up fire. Let me move this computer away from myself a second. My eyes are getting killed. Okay. Annie Patah, how you doing, good brother? Annie Patah is here with a smile.
Hotep, great Saba. Yeah, that was mind blowing. The mind bending. It's beautiful how you teach. It's beautiful how you teach and are able to express your thoughts in a way that makes sense to us. That's very beautiful, and the way you execute that is phenomenal. So I appreciate that part as well. And you know that the observation and the what's known as what I like to call the teachings of net, the quantum entanglement teachings, and it's one of my favorite topics. So and I love how this always happens synchronistically between the classes and something that I'm gonna be showing, because I sent you the image of observe reality, and it's just beautiful. And yeah, and Tua for teaching the way that you do, because with knowing and understanding that that this is an illusion, and even with knowing that it's something you have to be consistent with in programming yourself, because the matrix is so real and engulfing that it makes you have to stay consistent. But by doing so, it allows you to have these experiences.
I'm listening. I'm going to step away. I'm listening. I just got to turn the camera off. I'm listening though.
Okay. Yes, it allows you to have these experiences that that other people shy away from because of fear of what other people will think. So when you give the example of one of the ladies that you assisted with, and having her to project and be able to travel the same speed as a car beside her, to someone who doesn't understand that this is an illusion, reality that we exist in, and so it becomes a beautiful thing to hear those type of experiences, and to have the science broken down the way that you do it, and to show it within the meta netter and how we always thought and how we always moved. And it's just beautiful, and it completely enhances your perception and expands it, which is just a beautiful thing, because that's what ma'at is. I mean, it's ma'at means to see, is the eye, but what does that really mean? So it's just a beautiful thing. So to our great Saba, absolutely fantastic. I love also how you show some of the thumbnails of some of the YouTubers when they go to show some of these things, and it's all clickbait stuff. It's no one's really trying to show any real information. So Tua for leading by example with that and being an absolute source that we can all trust to know that we're going to get get not only the facts but mind expanding teachings to help you understand and overstand more of the answer that you're giving us, because it has to be a layered way to be able to understand what it is that you're teaching. It's not just a direct cut, and it's a pathway to be able to open the consciousness up. So you do that so beautifully, and to our great SABA for doing that and teaching in ways. By teaching, you teach me. So to our great SABA.
You're a good brother, and I appreciate your appreciation. And it's about to get more intense from this answer. It's about to get more intense because I need Menti Hotep to jump in the room. I need a Tef to jump in. Oh, she's here. What? Did she just come in when I said that? What?
Peace. That Baba, that was amazing.
Let me come sit back down. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Oh, ooh. Okay, let me put the screen back. Okay. Yes, thank you, Menti Hotep. You said Skinwalkers, huh? Navajo.
Yeah, you're giving us so much information to go off of, like things that we participate in unconsciously, like we don't know what we're doing, but for letting us know that this is an actual thing.
Nini, okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate your appreciation, and I appreciate these questions, because believe me, there are thousands of people that have these questions that don't know about the Podclass, and they are ashamed to ask. They're not going to ask their teachers. They're not even going to let it be known that they're thinking about these things, because they don't want to be laughed at or mocked. And I'm not as popular as the Billy Carsons and all those other people that have 200,000 views. So a lot of people never get to ask, and they actually die. They die with these questions. They can die tomorrow. They can die next week, and they're dying. Imagine getting hit by a car or having a disease, and you're on your deathbed. At that point, you don't care what anybody thinks about you. And then at that point, you're saying, oh my goodness, I wish I would have asked these questions. I'm about to go into the next realm, and I was too embarrassed to ask. And now I'm going to be dead in a couple of minutes. So thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. And these questions are putting answers in my files, because they're making them physical to me. So basically, I have the ability to answer questions, but you'll notice that when I answer questions, which the next I'm about to answer, somebody sent in a question about a mirror. But the answer are different each time. I don't memorize how I answer questions. That's why it's different, because I have so many bags of information in my subconscious. But when I answer questions in the Podclass, it's locked into PDF form. So I can always go back to it and show images of that. It's on YouTube forever. That's the beautiful thing about what you all are doing. You all are taking my consciousness of all these things are going on in my head, and you're putting it on YouTube forever. And therefore, I can kind of not think about it. And it also helps me, because imagine how sane I have to be to know all of this and not go crazy. All of the questions that you all have ever asked me is all in my head, and I still have to live my regular family, my regular life. I'm not thinking about night walkers and what. I'm not thinking about skinwalkers and all these things and Navajos, but I have to for you all. And now that that's stamped in history, now I can get on to what I'm doing without having to say, okay, let me remember that forever, just in case somebody else asks me about that question. So It's a beautiful thing what's happening. You are actually all taking answers and immortalizing them for your children's children, and some 8-year-old child in Mexico, in Ghana, in Scandinavia, to turn on YouTube and watch, who he can't ask his parents because he'll get beat to death. So Tua, for you guys asking the questions. And I'm gonna go over some Menko Ra's here. Hey Menko Ra.
Hotep, Saba.
Hotep, you know about Skinwalkers now.
I know about Skinwalkers now. What I love about the way that you teach is you touch on various aspects of our being, right? I feel like you're teaching various parts of my brain, but you're also like you bringing in Michael Persinger was super effective, and then you also bringing in like talking about aspects to goosebumps on our skin and how that relates. It's surgical. It's flawless victories every time you teach, and it's like really learning something worthwhile when you teach. So Inu and Kes to you, Saba.
Nini, appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. And all of this is taking place because of my supportive students. So we're going to get into some donations, because the donations and the support of the Tehuti Podclass in the House of Aten is actually what keeps me in a relaxed state, because I used to be doing this, and I've done this in front of you with the chance of losing my residence. You all would never know, because I know how to compartmentalize realities, and even if I'm in a situation where something is very off, I still teach you the same, or I just don't teach. Either I'm going to teach you 100% every time, or I'm going to say this magnetic class is canceled, or I have to cancel the pod class. But I've taught you all since you've known me under conditions where the reason why there wouldn't be a pod class is because I would be living under a bridge, and still taught the exact same intensity as if I was sitting in a Lamborghini, and you all didn't know it. So the donations and the support is actually creating a relaxed environment where I don't have to break off so much with that situation, and I can just focus on giving you the superbness while being relaxed. You can ask, and I'm going to put this on the screen right now. You can ask this young lady right here. You all probably have seen this. Wait a minute. You may have seen this. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to donations. But for those of you who don't know, who are watching this, most of you who are watching the podcast know what's taking place. But for those of you who don't know what's taking place, there's a sister here, Minty Hotep, who actually came and visited and kind of partly witnessed. I kind of made sure she was more on the outside, but she came dressed to be on the inside, but she was more on the outside, taking care of certain things. But in the midst of me teaching, now this has changed now, but I told everybody before, this was in the background of me teaching you all. This was downstairs. Minty Hotep came here, and you want to know how she looked? This is her. This is Minty Hotep right there. That's her visiting me. Some people are asking me, hey, Tehuti, can I come visit you? Can I come? Hey, can I come? Yeah, throw this suit on and come on through. Come on through, because this is what I'm teaching. This is what downstairs while I'm teaching you the Tehuti Podclass, and that's Minty Hotep right there, looking just like blending in with this. Her and this look the same, blending right in. So you all can come visit Tehuti and come wash out snake tubs and scrub asbestos. Come join us. So this is what's happening in my background. It's shifted now. It's gotten a little better, and I want to thank everybody for the wonderful, awesome support. The support was great. It's still going on right now. There's another 40 days. Oh, somebody come on mute. I'm echoing off somebody. There's still another 40 days of this emergency situation. They've cleared out the asbestos. They've cleared out. The inspector has come, so now it's safe for us to go over there and actually get my belongings. We'll be doing that this weekend. We have till Monday to get those belongings out. They're just thrown in a room. A lot of chaos is going on. So for those who want to support this situation, last week you all supported greatly. Please support this situation because it's not over yet. I have another 40 days. It's still affecting my household, but it's much better. Minty came over, cleaned out snake tubs, dressed in an asbestos suit. I appreciate you for that, Minty, and the great support, helping the Naturs, driving them around to driving one around to go get items. You had what?
Yeah, a big smile underneath my mask. It was an honor and a pleasure. I would do it again.
Thank you so much. So we're gonna get into the donations now. And Minty Hotep, I want to tell everybody that and you, Minty Hotep, oh, so much is going on. And Scribe received his 2 snakes. Scribe, your snakes are healthy and well.
Hotep, yes, they are excellent. They're doing perfect.
Okay, wonderful. No escapes?
No, and they're not escaping this time. I learned my lesson. No way to escape this time.
Excellent. For those who are watching the Tehuti Podclass, we deal with each other on all type of levels here. We're a big family. I've actually extended my consciousness, my life to others that are in the room, which means that there's a certain magic around being around animals and reptiles, which I've extended to people. And a lot of people in this room on the panel have snakes. The House of Aten is the only place where you can actually obtain exotic to semi-exotic to all type of reptiles and snakes and have them in your house with you, because having animals in your house with you is the closest thing to living in the ancient tribal life, because all of the ancient tribal people, look at those medicine men, they wore the animal. That's how close they were. Imagine skinning an animal and wearing it over your head. What type of dedication is that? Most of us are afraid of animals. I can't have a pet, I'm afraid. They're wearing the animal. They're out there with the coyote, dressed as a coyote, smelling like the coyote. And when you're dressed in those animal garbs and you're out there in the wilderness, you smell like the food of the other animals. Understand that. So while you're out there doing those rituals and you have on the skin of an animal, it's the skin scent of another animal that can jack you, that can jump on you and kill you, because it actually thinks that you're the coyote, and the bear wants to eat the coyote, and the other animal wants, and you're dressed like that doing aya dances, and someone can jump out of the dark and kill you. That's how close they were to the animal world. So I share my animals with people. People purchase animals from me that you can't even get. A lot of them you can't get in pet shops, and you become a part of the snake family. Oh, Minty, did you get kicked out? Or there she is, Minty.
I don't know. My computer is going. Yeah, my computer is.
Oh, I hear you.
Hear
okay,
me.
good. I can hear some of you. Okay, so I want to tell everybody peace and love. We're gonna go over some donations. And I think you're kind of scrambled, Minty. You're some scrambling your words. I don't even know if she can hear me.
Yeah, my computer has an extreme lag. It's turning everything into a robot. It sounds like it got better though.
Somebody says bears eat coyotes. Somebody poses for their bears eat coyotes. Bears don't have a diet. Let me say that. Bears don't have a diet. They don't have a diet plan. So any animal is fair game to any small animal is fair game to a bear. Whether your bears eat berries to salmons to baby pumas to whatever they can catch and bring home. A bear is not on any kind of diet plan. It doesn't say, I will not eat you. A bear is omnivorous, and they will eat coyotes and you. If a bear is hungry and comes across you, it will tear your hand off, run away with it, and share it with his children. So yes, a bear eats whatever it can eat, especially in wintertime when food is hard to get. So good. Yes, they're not on the Atkins program. All right, so yes, I share my animals with everybody, and I'm gonna let so Minty Hotep has a snake called Sheena, who is the actual daughter of two very extremely special snakes to me. They are the first snakes that I ever had in my snake world that were actually from the Congo or the motherland area, and they were very special to me from that because it's actually extremely hard. It's extremely hard to get a snake that's actually from Africa. When you go to the pet store, if you go to your pet store and say, I want a snake that's actually from Africa, imported or brought here from Africa, they don't even have an African snake. Most of the African snakes are poisonous and killers. And I got these two for the purpose of having them around me, and I want them to have a family. So I made sure that I got male and female. One actually ended up being another sex. I actually let that one go. And I have the male and the female, and they got together, and every 8 months or so, they produce a bunch of babies, and it's something that I always wanted. And I let my Podclass students and other people get the babies. My Netter's son just came and picked up 2 babies, and it's something special that I do to educate people. And what I'm actually doing for Minty is because she's so family oriented, and so there's something about her that something sentimental. She's about sentimental things, and I'm actually going to let her purchase or get the 2 parents of the snakes that she already has, and they're communal, so they can actually live together. And then that will actually end. That will be the end of Tehuti selling baby black snakes. No one from that point will get another baby African snake from me anymore. I have to actually cut that off to spend time with snakes that can kill me. So I don't have the time anymore to really give everyone my love, but Minty does. When I got 5 snakes rattling vipers, I got snakes that could end my life at any day. I'm gonna let my students get the ones that are more friendly. Somebody got one recently and ended up in the ER because they try to go the dangerous route, and it didn't work too well with them. And the little snake helped me. And another story though. Scribe's gonna ask about it, but anyways, so there is Sharika. Peace, Sharika. Peace, ETT. If you want a black mamba, no, I can't say that on air. But yeah, ETT. Yeah, anything's available. I can't say it on air, but everything's available. Okay, through me, I have access to everything. But I'm focusing on the dangerous stuff. So I'm actually to Minty Hotep, you're actually gonna get the. Hey, is that Sheena? Is that the little one?
Yes,
she's
this
not
is
too
the little
little,
Sheena.
man. She's a little adult.
Not that little, yeah.
So
She looks like she's
what I'm
about
gonna
to
do-
shed. She's 20 gray.
Okay, that's. Oh yes, they turn gray. So regularly these snakes have a certain price to them, but maybe I'm going to give them both to you at a special price. That's going to deal with duality. That's going to be cheaper than what they actually go for, because I actually just want you to. I want you to have them, and I want you to raise them up as a family, and I want them to have a couple more babies for you. The female may have the ability to do one more batch, 1 or 2 more batches, because they can't do it for their whole life. So they may do one more little batch, and you'll have a little family if you keep them together. So they're gonna be yours, and I'll tell you what
Absolutely.
Cash App to send, and then you can come pick them up probably Monday or so. UTT says, no, I'm just asking. UTT, so you're not ready for the Black Mama? Okay, so here we go, everybody. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna read the donations. Donations are important. I'm gonna read the donations, and then I'll get into this this little story of Atef. Is Atef here? Atef read a story about the Tefin, the little poisonous scorpions that went out for Aset. You remember you read that story over the weekend?
Yes, Saba, I remember.
Okay, good. Well, on the weekend, I kind of did the same thing. So I'm going to tell you about the magic, and then I'm going to introduce for you the snake that is one of the reasons why we have the name the House of Aten, and he's specially designed with the Aten symbol on him. And I never showed anybody him ever, never showed anybody, because I had to establish the House of Aten and get him back before I could introduce to everybody the name. And then I would show the snake that was born with the Aten symbol on him, which was another part of the synchronicity of why this is the House of Aten, because I have a snake that has Aten embedded in his eyes. So okay, here we go, everybody. We're gonna go over some donations, because that's what's important to keep this moving. So here we go, everybody. Let me scroll. Whoa. We gotta go. Oh, some of these are from what's his name? Bijan Pharaoh. I saw way down at the bottom of my emails an email you sent. I didn't get a chance to read it. I'm seeing it now. It's from November 18th. I'll check it out. I don't know what it is about, but I missed that one. I'm so busy in everything that's happening. Very, 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 very busy. So here we go. Let's go to the donations that are sent here and the great support from the Tehuti Podclass. And we have Roy Rodriguez. This was actually sent a couple days ago. I didn't get to announce it. So go ahead and let's give this man some noise. We're going to do a few of them, and then we're going to get to the next question. So where is it? Oh, Sharika. Are you here, Sharika? Sharika sent a question about a mirror. Oh, my. Oh, that's, haha. Yep. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to call this the Emerge. The Emerge. So shout out to Roy Rodriguez. Atef, tell me when you see this on the screen, or Annie, tell me if you see this on the screen. It's going to be Roy Rodriguez's donation for the emergency situation. Shout out to Sharika. You're just tapping in. Keep tapping in, because I think your question is next. Keep tapping. So let me see here. Roy Rodriguez. Shout out to all the new people that I'm not even familiar with your names, and you're supporting out of nowhere. Shout out to Roy Rodriguez. Give him some noise. I hope it's on the screen. $30. Give him some big noise. Roy Rodriguez. Shout out to Roy Rodriguez. Appreciate you. Peace and love to you. Shout out to who's this right here? See, I've never heard of this name before, and I'm already seeing $20 support for the emergency situation. This is Samuel. I do not know this name, but peace and love to you. I'm not familiar with this name, but I love it. I love it that new people are sending in support. Is that on the screen yet?
It showed, but it went away, Saba. There it goes.
He says emergency funds. Thank you, Samuel. Thank you, Samuel. Appreciate you. Peace and love. If you're in the chat, I hope you can hear me. Thank you to all the people that are sending money, sending support for this emergency situation. It has knocked 3 days off of work from my Naturt. I do survive strictly off of magic. I do not have. I want everybody to know who's listening. I'm off the grid. I do not have any support. I have no government WIC. What is it called? I don't know what these things are called. The food stamping it up and whatever you all can get, I can't. Whatever those things are called, the PCP. What are the COVID funded government tax season on April the 15th? People get taxes in. The pension plan, 401, whatever, all those things that everybody talks about. When I step outside this place and I'm in, I go into the public and my 401k is kicking in at the taxes. I know nothing about that. I sacrificed that when I was a young, much younger, and I've come off the grid and I get none of that. I see nothing of that. So I strictly survive off of HICA and magic. I don't know what a tax is, what the percentage or what any of that. When I go to the hospital, I have to shape shift. So when I go to the hospital, they tend to me as if I'm one of you all, and I'm not one of you all, but I have to change things around and they don't know who to charge. I can't go to the hospital. I can't go to the dentist. There's no dentist for me. There's no hospital plan for me. There's no going to get a daily checkup. All those things that are normal for everybody in the Podclass, I don't know anything about it, and I can't get it. None of that. So strictly from the support of my students, and the magic that I'm going to be talking about today is what is taking care of the situation. It's a magical frequency, and as soon as that break, I will plummet. So I have to keep a certain frequency, and that's why the snakes that I have around, a lot of them can kill me, because I have to keep that frequency. It's a test to keep the frequency there, because if I break that test, if I break that frequency, I will get hit by the snake. And if I get hit by the snake, then I deserve it, because that means I couldn't hold the frequency. So that's what I get. So to test it, I got to keep that, and that's how I survive. So I appreciate all the supporters, because I have nothing else other than that. Trust and understand that. I don't know what you are. I don't know what any of those things are. So appreciate that. My dentist is a toothpick. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's go to the next one here.
Two of them.
What's that? This one.
Can I be heard?
She froze.
Menti? Go ahead, Menti. You're behind.
Yeah, my computer's not cooperating. So Tua for the supreme excellent just the influence and the example that you're setting. I'm experimenting with taking my biological imperative into my creative aspect and my creative realm, to where I need to create to provide for a living. So for that example.
You're very, very welcome, and that's one of the reasons why I'm taking parts of my taking things that belong to me and letting you and others get them, because that's a portion of me in your house. It's I'm actually doing magic on people that I'm not even saying that I'm doing, but I'm putting portions of me, I'm sharing portions of my consciousness with others, because it's actually not even my consciousness. So, but thank you, sister, appreciate that. Okay, I'm gonna do 3 more. Okay, shout out to a big lag. So Menti, I think you need to mute your mic until you talk, because it's picking my voice up on a lag too. It's saying things that I said like 30 seconds ago. Okay, so here we go, everybody. We're gonna go to the next screen. The next supporter. The next supporter is hey, Nefer Keperet. Hold on. Neferkeperet, shout out to you. And what did she give here? She gave the number that I was just about to tell Minty Hotep. Well, with another the digit somewhere else, but 2222. 2222. Duality. Shout out to you, Neferkeperet. Emergency situation. We love you, SABA. If you're in the room, Neferkeperet, peace and love to you. And I hope you're enjoying your black snake. Shout out to you, Neferkeperet. Give her some noise, please. Wonderful. Wunderbar. Wonderful. Appreciate you, Neferkeperet. If you're in the room, TT wants to stay. Come up to the panel, TT. I'll pull out. You want to see I don't know what you want to see. Something dangerous, I'm sure. All right, shout out to you, Neferkeperet and TT. Next donation is Nicholas for the Men-Eder class, but I think you already received. You received it already. Okay, that's a late one. You already got that. Where's Nicholas? Is he in the room? Shout out to Anthony Peden, who says, "I'm still a broke ninja." What? Let me see. Oh, this is Cash Peden. Hey, Cash Peden, peace to you, good brother. Let me show your support for the emergency situation. Tua for you for the emergency situation. I appreciate you. 42 for Emerge. I'm making note of everybody who sends support for the emergency situation. Is that on the screen yet, anybody?
Yes, it's showing, Saba.
Okay, give him some big noise. It's a palindrome. 4224 palindrome. Boom. Thank you. Appreciate you. And his message is, I'm still a broke ninja. What is that? I'm still a broke ninja. Okay. All right. I'm still a broke ninja. All right. Shout out to you, Cash Peden. Appreciate you. Oh, Nicholas Savannah, we already did that one. Are you in the room today? Is Nicholas in the room today? Cash Peden. Who else? What else is here? Octavia Sly, shout out to you. Good brother. And it says, 1551. You all are donating in palindromes. This is excellent. Echoes the digit cent numbers and echo reverse of the dollar number. Shout out to you, 1551. Appreciate you, Octavia Sly, who asked the question about pole splitting. Appreciate you. Nana? Turn the heat up one notch, please. Thanks. Octavia Sly, appreciate you. You are very consistent. And who's this? Minty Hotep for the replay. I already got that. Celeb for class 57. Already did that. Skinwalker Shapeshift. Wait. Okay, what is this? Column Bastion. What is this? What is this? Somebody send me messages to send me some type of advice. What is it? Is that on the screen, everybody?
Yes, we could see it.
Could you read that, Atef? What's this? It's a whole
It says Colin Bascom sent you $5.97 USD. Asbestos, and nobody hates you, bro. Advice: ask the watchers to like your videos. Don't call a fellow practitioner a liar. Yes, he's in error, made a mistake, but liar is unbecoming of a teacher. Please reconsider. P.S. I don't know either one of you, but what's right is right, and I hope I'm not the only one telling you. Bless up, Master Teacher Tehuti, or MT Tehuti.
I'm gonna let you all comment on that. What is that? I'm gonna let you all comment on that. I don't know if I've gotten, if this is the message. This asbestos. So this is what's being sent in. Is this a emergency support? $5.90 asbestos. Let me Is that still on the screen, everybody?
Yeah, it's still up there, Saba.
Okay, good. So I guess this is an advisor of me or something advising me to and I want to tell everybody, I want to tell everybody right off the bat. Everybody come to the screen. Who's on the screen? I wanna does everybody come to the bat? Oh, this is Netter First. Oh, right. Okay, this is Netter the First, or this is Netter First. Okay. I gotta get the Cash App names because yes, Colin Bastion, Netter First, he sent me the one about 666. So I guess the brother is trying to advise me. I don't listen to, I want to tell everybody right now, I don't listen to advice. I take examples that are first based off the laws of Ma'at. If you're trying to advise Tehuti, the first thing you have to do is quote the laws of Ma'at first. So if your name is Netter First, or if you're in any, especially if you represent Kemet and you say, I want to give you advice on what's becoming as a teacher, you have to find the laws of Ma'at that pertains to being a teacher. You quote that first and then say, this is how we do it in our culture. Because I don't trust any of your advice because everybody's matrixed. So your advice has to first start off with the ancestors' words first when it comes to advising on how to be a teacher, because how to be a SABA has to come from the ancestors, and then you build upon that. So when you say, I want to give you advice, don't call another fellow practitioner a liar. What laws of Ma'at is that? I need PTAH Hotep, because in the laws of Ma'at, people are called liars. People are called untruth tellers. You've not told the truth. So where does it say in the laws of Ma'at that you cannot call another being a liar? I'm not sure where that is. So maybe that can be found and brought to the forefront. And then saying that nobody hates me. I guess this person is trying to I think people are trying to message me as a form of a way to I don't know what that is. Pep talk me or something. I'm clearly told, word for word, I hate you, Tehuti. I want everybody to know that when I say that people hate me, I am told that word for word. Not only that there's people that hate me and say it, but they say they're going to put me in a body bag. I want people to know this. I am told clearly that I am hated. So when this person is trying to advise me saying nobody hates you, that must be a person he knows called Nobody. There must be a friend of his called Nobody, because he can't speak for everyone on the planet that I've interacted with. So as a teacher, if I'm telling you that people hate me, it's because I'm telling you my experience of what I know what's going on behind the scenes. When there's people that don't donate to me and support, there are literally people that say they hate me. I want to put you in a body bag. If that's not hatred, I'm going to punch you in the face when I see you. If you come this way, you're going to get punched in the face. If this is not hatred, so if somebody's trying to message me to advise me saying, nobody hates you, bro, here's what you should do as a teacher. Do a podcast, be a teacher, and then advise me. I only listen to what I see as an example. If you've never been in 35 years of getting shot at, if you've never had people tell you, I hate you, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to put you in a body bag, I'm going to punch you in the face, don't support that person. We hate you. And I come to the class and say, there's people out there that are not supporting and they hate me. I'm telling you what my experience is. I'm not telling you, I'm not laying in my bed depressed. People hate me. I think that they hate. I'm telling you that my life is in danger in certain areas I can't go into because they say that they will kill me. Understand that. This is a game to those who are watching the podcast because you're in no position to ever have your life threatened by your teaching. If you can show me anyhow anybody wants to kill you because you're a teacher, then you can talk to me. If you've never been told I hate you and I want to put you in a body bag, I'm going to punch you in the face, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to threaten you because of your teaching, you're in no position to say what I should do as a teacher. And calling somebody a liar because I caught them in a lie, I will call you a liar because I've caught this person in a lie on videotape, literally lying, saying I walked to the store at this time, and at that time I have the person in a car talking to a girl, knowing that they never walked to a store. That is a liar, and I will call you out. So whoever that brother is, peace and love to you, but no, you show me the laws of my art. I'm going to take a break right now. I'll let you all comment on what you thought of that last donation, trying to advise Tehuti on who not to call a liar and nobody hates me when I know I can get killed, literally killed at gunpoint for being Tehuti if I leave my apartment and go to certain places and I'm told that specifically, we will kill you. So if that's not hatred, then I need another dictionary version of the form hatred. I'm gonna take a break right now. Everybody, please support the Tehuti podcast. I'm gonna let you all build on that last whatever that was. Peace and love, everybody. I'll be right back.
Hotep, everyone. Yes, continue to support the great SABA Tehuti. Continue to keep doing what everyone here is doing and showing love. Of course, there's going to be people from time to time who come in with their ISFET matrix mindset, attempting to verbalize their thoughts and in whatever way that they feel is necessary for them. But you know, this is the matrix we live in, right? And this is why I'm so thankful for the great SABA, because he is who he is. And it really goes to show that, you know, there are people who do not have the ma'at to see excellence before you and treat everyone as if everyone is equal or the same. And that's completely false, right? Everyone shouldn't be treated with the same amount of respect or attention or intention into the words that you're going to say. But you know, this is the matrix we exist in. So you know, hotep to that good brother. Tuah for supporting the SABA to get your message read, because that's the only way that it will get read is to send support in while you send it in, because other than that, it will go completely under the radar because of ISFET does not make its way to us. So Tuah for your thoughts, you know, if that's how you feel, right? Because that was a feeling statement. You're entitled to that. So hotep to you, good brother, and yeah, continue to support the great SABA. I'm excited for this next question that SHARIKA brought forth with the mirror, which is going to be another one of those, because you know, these our ancestors were so far advanced, and being able to put together what they did, incorporate the lifestyle into the language and the teachings. And when SABA speaks about the laws of Ma'at, the Sabai, and what does this say? Because that is the standard for what excellence is. and literally is created to remove and eradicate the isfet from within you and from around you, which is this is going to be a beautiful teaching, and I look forward to it. So, that's all I'll say. I'll pass to whoever would like to speak next. Peace and love. I love to see everyone here. They're looking excellent, looking great. This Saturday energy of the Podclass is beautiful, full of energy. When you start hitting those 2, 3, 4 in the mornings, trying to understand 1, 3, 7 mathematical sequence, and it gets difficult. So it's great. I love this Saturday Podclass, being able to come in here fresh, rested, and take in more of what the great SABA Tehuti is bringing forth to us live here. So Hotep Hinu Ma'akaru, and I'll pass the mic.
Hotep, it's a lot of foolishness and isfet going on. But you know what, though? No one is as consistent. So do what you like, as the great SABA says, because just show and prove the consistency. And if you're a liar, you're a liar. If you tell the truth, you tell the truth. I'm grateful for my great teacher for showing us the lies, because there's so many liars out there, so much lies. We tell our children, at least once upon a time, we was teaching our children about Easter bunnies laying eggs, and tooth fairies, and all of these different lies, Santa Claus, and all these different lies. And are we not allowed to call a liar, or to tell someone when they're telling the truth, they're telling the truth? It's just the way it is, man. The reality is that no one is as consistent in the last 2 years as our great teacher, period, hands down. And that's not up for debate. He's leaps and bounds ahead of what's going on or what you've been accustomed to. And in a good way, I understand that that a lot of people don't understand the truth. Because when I was exposed to the truth, it hit me hard, man. It really did. It shattered a lot of matrices. I did a lot of processing because I was so used to the lie, and like so many of us, we'll rather the ugly lie as opposed to the beautiful truth. Because the truth is beautiful, even though it may not appear that way. But we have it reversed. So right now we're so accustomed to the beautiful lie and the truth being ugly, and that's a trick that they've done to us. And I'm grateful for someone telling me the truth, because that's how I got here. I just was tired of the lies. I really didn't know what the truth was. I really didn't, because I had been exposed to religions and so much. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I feel like people get comfortable in their own lies, and they just start to believe them after a while, and that's how the isfet starts.
Yeah, and it's so many lies. It is so many lies.
I missed the out on. Yeah.
No one is as consistent as our teacher, and he shows facts. He's not just talking. He's not up here just talking. He's not showing slides that he put together with just his writing on there. He's showing you scientists, what the scientists are saying, what the ancestors are saying, what the people themselves are saying. He's not just sitting up here talking, well, this is that because I said so. No, he's showing us ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. We're so used to the lie that, I understand a little bit, because this truth is so beautiful, and it's just not what we're accustomed to. It's just not. And it's like I had someone tell me once upon a time, she said to me, she said, I know that white man that's in grandma's kitchen, she said, I know that is not Jesus. I know that's not God. This is what she told me. She said, but that's all I know. So I'm going to pray to him. I'm going to continue to pray to him. So she knew that it wasn't the truth. And that was what she was accustomed to. So she continued to do that because it was harder for her to step out of that matrix. And that's how what SABA said is 21 steps or 12 steps to breaking that matrix. It's sad, but you know, it's no one out there like our teacher. And I'm grateful for the truth. I'm grateful for our teacher. I'm grateful for our ancestors, and I'm grateful to be on this frequency. And you know, and I really, really, really understand that a lot of people are not, and that's okay too. You know, I don't get mad at people for being who they are. You know, I just need to recognize who you are. So I want to know the real from the fake. I want to know who's telling the truth and who's telling the lie. But if people are more accustomed to the lie, then so be it. I'm grateful for our teacher stepping us out of this matrix and teaching us and being consistent week after week, you know, year after year now. Congratulations, Great SABA, for 2 years of leading by example and being that example for us. I'm eternally grateful, as the great brother Anu stated earlier. I'm eternally grateful because Ma'at is beautiful. The truth is beautiful. And, you know, I challenge people a lot of times to define their whatever they deem as success, but just exclude the colonizer. Just exclude the colonizer from your thought process when you tell me what your definition of success is, or when you tell me what your culture is, or what your way of life is. I just challenge people to just tell me that before the colonizer came into whatever land you come from or whatever you think you are. Just tell me what you were doing. What was your way of life before colonization? Because colonization is a fact. It happened. So, you know, the reality is that our teacher is going to continue to lead by example, and the truth is going to be victorious. Ma'at is going to be victorious. So, you know, shout out to all the sneak learners and sneak listeners. And, you know, hopefully one day, if that's your choice, you know, you're able to step out of the matrix and remove the veil. And like my good brother Ani says, see the veil underneath the other veil, you know, because right now I'm eternally grateful to my teacher and to anyone that tells the truth. So Hinu to all of you great brothers that's on this panel and sisters, because I had no idea that the truth would look like this. I was okay getting a new suit on Easter. I really was, because I didn't know that I was so lost. But shout out to our great teacher, and shout out to the great General Ahati Ma'at. Hinu to you, great brother. I'm gonna pass the mic to whoever wants to speak. But you know, let's start appreciating the truth and you know, calling a spade, as they say.
You speaking big facts, brother Tough. I think a lot of people, when they like to sit in their lie, I think it's because they spoke on it so much. They probably defended it so much throughout their life that, you know, a lot of people don't know how to go back on go back or just admit and say, you know what I was once in, I really didn't know the origin of it. And a lot of people can't just unbiasedly examine what they believe in. I don't see no harm in that. I don't know why it's so scary to question what you've been given and to really research and say, all right, let me see, and have those questions. And everyone's so fearful of that. But I mean, I understand it. But there has to come a period of time in your life that you have to say, okay, well, why do I believe in this? And where did this come from? And that's the unfortunate part. I believe that, you know, like you said, people do what's important to them. And I think people also believe what's important to them. a businessman, if you go to him and say, hey, I want you to invest in my company, a great businessman is gonna say, well, let me see your plan. Let me see your financial history. He's gonna want that proof. But to just blindly say I believe in this quote unquote religion without searching that tells me that person shows more care to their wealth than they do their actual immortality. And that's just a small example to me. So we can blindly believe in a quote unquote false religion, but we won't blindly take on a business transaction with someone without seeing the actual proof that they have a legitimate business and is actually profiting and it's something to invest in. If I go to Menku, say, hey, Menku, I don't need you to represent me as a singer. I'm a fantastic singer. He's gonna ask me, well, let me hear them vocals, Primordial. He ain't gonna just invest in me right away without hearing me, sing my tune. So I think people should do that if your immortality is, if it's worth it and if it is important to you, then question what you believe in, and whatever you find, just trust that that's the journey that you're supposed to be on. Like, that's it. Just examine. So I'm just happy that guy donated. He still donated $5. There's still some people who ain't donated nothing. Or they still jump. So shout out to him for donating. Shout out to him for donating his comment, man.
That's a fact, man.
He said he was a fellow practitioner. Fellow practitioner of what? Ain't no way you a fellow practitioner of what SABA's practice. So I don't even know. That's a serious fact. How you gonna tell SABA that people don't hate him? He know what he's experiencing. How you gonna tell him about his life? That don't make no sense.
Everybody want to stand next to the greatest. People want to, even if they hate it, they still want to stand next to the greatest and claim it. It's funny, man, because I'd rather have questions with no answers than answers that can't be questioned. So I agree with you, Primordial Thought. We gotta question everything, brother. We gotta examine it. That literally is Ma'at. It's questioning everything. But first you gotta know what you're questioning. You just can't, and we just accept anything. Anything these folks tell us and told us, we just accepted it. Our parents accepted it. They taught us that. Then we just accepted it. There was no examination at all. I used to have a lot of questions when I was younger, and it wasn't, the answers that were given just didn't make sense, and even though I was young, I knew it didn't make sense, a lot of the things that was being said. So, shout out to that brother for donating too, and I would like to know what he's a fellow practitioner of as well, but over here we're followers of Ma'at, so, we call it like we see it. We call it like it is. So, Ma'at will be victorious. Welcome back, Ani. Minty, you got some words? Oh, that go to great sister Sharika.
Hotep.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Swimming in Kesbet right now.
Sister.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt. Whoever's going, keep going.
Nah, go ahead, sister. It's your turn. Did you catch that comment?
Yeah, I had to laugh a little bit, but one, how can you speak for the shoes another person's walking when you don't live their life? I get maybe the person's trying to be forewarning and everything, but none of us know, as much as SABA tells us, none of us know the sacrifices and the things that he's doing for him just to be him, just to exist, and just to be able to consistently provide us class. So we don't know what's going on between, each and every one of us when our doors are closed. So the focus should more be on us being balanced and right and Ma'at like in ourselves. That energy could be better used. But just like all of you guys are saying, every single thing in this world has a roots and has an origin. So when you look at this matrix world and you actually have the heart and the eye to look at those roots, there's no roots on those trees because everything was stolen. If you actually look, it's just decaying and it's rotting. So we're not even breathing. We're not even alive because that's not a tree of life that this world is on. It's a tree of death and destruction. But most people like the death and destruction. So it's a choice and it's not convenient, but that's just how it is.
Yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly. That's absolutely true. And you know, peace Nahum. You look like you are in the complete darkness, good brother. I don't know if your camera's off or what, but there we go. There he is. Come to the light. Peace, good brother. Hotep.
Peace, everybody.
All right. Did you have anything you would like to share, or things that you would like to say?
Yeah, just off, I guess, what everybody was talking about with that
There
comment.
we go. Did I get
know-
my mic?
Say again, Minty Hotep.
Minty, I think you're frozen or lagging.
A little bit.
I'm breaking up over here. I don't know. Did I get my mic on?
Yeah, your mic is on. You're just laggy and you're skipping and you're behind. So it's choppy. Go ahead, good brother Nahum. With
Laggy and sound like a robot.
Yes, you're way laggy. You're 30 seconds behind everyone else. So
Am I on the screen?
hey, there, yeah.
Right.
Oh, there we go. I'm on the screen. Okay.
Well,
Okay.
way laggy. Okay. I'll just let it go. But you know, it's great that we are here to support each other. So a lot of people are scared of themselves and the power within themselves. So they sometimes lash out and say things. So, you know, healing for that brother in whatever situation that he's in right now.
Peace, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I actually got removed from line. The internet, all that time, the internet had me off of line. I just booted up from another server, so that's why I'm back. So my break actually was not that long. I was forced to take that long of a break, but I am back now. We're gonna get back into it. Yeah, you know, I don't pay much mind to certain people. There's a person in the room called Starfeather. I guess he said he sent me $50 for a question I couldn't answer or something. He sent me a question. He asked me, where is Neptune? And he eventually just said keep the money, but for a donation, because I said Neptune's a moving planet.
Well, that's the answer.
So as soon as I tell you where it is, it's moved from that spot. It's traveling faster than you can imagine. Can I get a little better question, please? But anyways, shout out to everybody on their mental level. I don't know what to do, but okay. So we're gonna go ahead. Oh, Sharika, I didn't even know that was Sharika there. It looked like it's all blue, so I was like, who's that? All right. Okay, wonderful. Sharika is here. Sharika, you have the next question, and I am going to do a special treat. So, Annie Patah, you've heard me break down the mirror before, right, Annie Patah?
Yes, I have.
Sharika sent me a question about a mirror, and I know that it could have gone it could have gone to MetaNetter class, because it could have gone to how to practice it, but the actual practice is the way of, you'll see. So I'm going to answer that question here while giving a bonus treat. For the first time, I'm actually going to explain the magic behind the name the House of Aten. The continuous magic, because I already explained a little bit of it, but there's more magic. And the answer to the question has to do with mirrors. The answer to the symbol of what we're about, I call the mirror life. I've been calling it that for a long time. And there's something I've been waiting to present, and I'm going to present it tonight. And I'm going to truly break down. I'm going to answer the mirror question again, Annie. And guess what? Nothing in the answer that I gave is going to be in this one. I asked Sharika, I said, have you heard me break down the mirror before? She said, no. And I said, this is going to be all new food. And I said, you know what? I'm not even going to give her anything that I said before. This is going to be completely new, completely different, and it's going to go right back to segment. So here we go. Just for her. I'm not even going to do the Tehuti one. It is the mirror one too. And Scribe, I'm setting you up for certain things and with vibrations, because I don't know if you notice what's happening, but I don't know if you notice anything about your name and the name of the movement. I don't know if you see what's happening, but I'm actually creating something that's empowering you. So your name and the name of the movement is are all interacting with each other. So two of your names is in the movement. So we're gonna get to all that. We're gonna get to it all. So what we're gonna do right now? Ahati's in here. Hey, shout out to Ahati's in the room. Shout out to Ahati. Peace, good brother. Hati pops up. I heard he popped up. I'm just seeing him now, but my netter said Hati popped up and threw somebody out the room. I said, yep, that's Hati. He pops up. He's the elbow grease. He's security man. I said he popped up and threw somebody out the room. I said, okay. Who did he throw out the room? Starfeather. Okay, the guy that wants to know where Neptune is. That is the only question I promise I can't answer. Where is Neptune? I don't know. because we're moving and Neptune's moving. But anyways, so we're gonna get into it, everybody. I'm gonna do 2 more donations, and I'm gonna get into the answer. Sharika, and then I'm gonna get into 2 more donations, Sharika's donation, and then the answer to this beautiful question that she asked. It's gonna be deep. So here we go, everybody. Let me do a couple more. Oh, Netzer Unkotep L. Beautiful to see you in the class because it's Saturday. You could never make it really to the Friday classes, but it's good to see you in this one. You're a great supporter. And speaking of great supporters, you sent in this support right here. So shout out to you. And then we're going to get into this beautiful question here. Tell me if that's on the screen yet. Tell me when Netzer Unkotep L's donation pops up on the screen, please.
Okay.
Okay. And Mincy Hotep, can you hear me?
She dropped off the panel.
Oh, she was having some internet problems, right?
Yes.
Okay. My computer is doing it's doing a little freeze, but I think we're back. And here we go. So here we go. Present. Shout out to the good brother, the consistent supporter. Netzer the greatest. Give him some big noise, some Red Hawk. Give him some Transformers. $50 from Netzer Unkotep L. Give him some noise, please. I don't know why I like that noise, but go ahead. What is that? Oh my goodness. Shout out to Netter Unkotep L, who says, what did he say? He says, support, and he sends green hearts. I've never seen green hearts before. Shout out to the green hearts. Shout out to you. Support green hearts. Tua to you. Let's go. Awesome. Netter Unkotep L. Shout out to you, good brother. Who is the next supporter? Is Angela Straight Out the Gates. Straight out the SABA Gates. And she sends she sends $20 for snake food. Is that on the screen? Put that too.
Yes.
Yes, it's showing.
I'm gonna put Angela. Shout out to Higa Kepra. I hope he's okay. I don't think I've seen him tonight. I know he was going through some issues. Peace and love to you, Higa Kepra, who is Angela Gates' brother. And get noise. Shout out to Angela Gates, straight out the gate. Appreciate you. And I'll do one more, which is Owen Hythe. Then I'm going to get into the next answer of the Tehuti Podclass on a Saturday. Here we go. And actually, Annie, you have a question. You have a question you were going to ask that we spoke about. I'll answer that too. Is this on the screen yet?
Yes, it's showing, Saba. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, it says for my brothers. Oh, emergency. So I gotta type emergency from Owen Hythe. Emerge. Shout out to you, Owen Hythe. Great, good brother. Emerge. I appreciate that, everybody. The emergency situation hopefully should be over in 40 days. The most dangerous part of it is actually over, but it's still continuing. The other parts are still continuing. Shout out to Owen Hythe. Give him some big noise. That's 50 back to back. Give him some big noise. For my brother's emergency, shout out to you, Owen Hythe. He is also a Scary in the room. I think it's a Scary 21 in the room. I know it's a Scary. Shout out to you, Owen Hythe. Appreciate you. Okay, everybody. We're gonna get into something, and then I'm gonna get into the question. So go ahead, Scribe. You had a question for me, good brother, and I'm gonna break that down, which will lead us right into Sharika.
Okay, Hotep. So yes, you had stated that you have some baby snakes that has sent someone to a hospital somewhere, and this allowed you to obtain some another snake that you wanted. So I'm asking you about this because, for one, when I read this, I was like, I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what was going on. But yes, if you could enlighten us as to the snake sending someone to the hospital and what snake you was able to obtain because of this situation here.
Okay, so let me give you some history background on the House of Aten. A little bit of some magical information. Let me see if I can pull up something here. And I put the link in the room. Minty, did you see it? Minty asked for the link again.
Yes, I'm here, Saba.
Okay. Oh, good, because I'm not looking at the screen. Nice to see you here. Oh, Minty, I'm gonna text you the price of the snakes just so I don't make that public information. Okay.
Okay, Tua, Saba. I know you always take care of me, so I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, good. Let me see if it's here. So if you all remember a while ago, let me see if I have it here. I hope I do. A while ago, there was a threat that was placed on me. And let me see if it's thumbnail. Do you all remember? I'm sure everybody remembers there was a threat that was placed on me by Sarah's sons, or son, or one of them, two of them. And oh, I don't have it here. Let me see if I can find it. So do you all remember? Everybody remembers that, right? And I actually made a thumbnail. I made a thumbnail, and I'm gonna see if I can. I thought I had the thumbnail already here, but I'm gonna just look for it again right here. I'm gonna put it right here. It should be only a few pod classes down. So I'm gonna go like this, and I'm gonna make I'm gonna copy it right here. Where is it? It should be me on the screen saying that's not a good idea to threaten me. And oh my goodness, I've taught a lot of stuff. What is this? Oh my goodness. Scribe?
Yes.
If you can, while I'm looking this up, find that class. It's the class. I'm in the front of the class on the thumbnail, and I say that's not a good idea. And it says it's called "Somebody Has Threatened Tehuti." I'm scrolling down and looking at it so I can thumbnail copy it. And wow, I've taught so many classes I can't even find that. I can't find it. That is interesting. So wait a minute. Oh my.
It's from 3 months ago.
Yes. Screenshot that and email it to me right now, please, if you can.
Okay.
I can't seem to get it. Wow. 3 months ago. Oh, I found it. You can still do that for me though. Yours may come out better. I'm gonna put what I have on the screen. So here it is right here. If you all remember this class, I put myself on the front. I put I forgot the name of the voodoo man. I put the voodoo man on the front, and it had magical symbols on it. I'm going to go ahead and screen share that right now. You email it to me too. I'm gonna look at the email, see if yours looks better. I'm gonna scroll all the way up, and what is oh, here it is. Okay, let's see.
That was the spider class too.
Yours looks way better. yours looks great. Hold on. Yours looks clear. I'm about to save it right now. And let me call that 10 thumbnail. So here we go, everybody. I'm gonna break this down right here. So I'm gonna put this on the screen. I want you all to notice something on the screen right here. Let's see if it's here. And is that on the screen, everybody?
It's loading up. Yep, there it is.
Okay. If you notice on the screen, I have and I can't seem to remember the brother's name, but the most popular voodoo man that everybody compares me to because we have the same hat. And I put that on the screen. And if you notice, I'm holding something. I'm holding a golden snake that you've never seen in the pod class. Did anybody ever notice that? That snake has never been in the pod class before. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'm actually not in my house. I'm actually at a reptile exhibit show, a reptile gathering, and someone that I know had this specific snake. This is the snake that is genetically, this type of snake is genetically designed where it has a symbol on it. And the symbol is one of the symbols that had me create the House of Aten. It was one of the last symbols that I needed to see before all the magic that happened at Pathways of the Awakening. And it is a snake that is a complete. It's almost a replica of what they call a king cobra, and it's a golden snake in my hand. Let me take it off screen share now. Okay, so that snake, I claimed it. Am I moving in real-time speed or am I moving slowly?
Yeah, you're not moving in sync with your voice.
Okay, let me take it off full screen. It's so odd. Okay, I'm taking it off full screen, and let's see. How am I moving now?
Yes, much better.
Okay, the oddness. Okay, so I claim that snake as mine at the show. It was way out of my price range. It's way out of. It is extremely expensive. I mean, snake or new car. I'm not in that category. So it's a rare type of snake, but it is the Aten snake. And so I claimed it as mine. And what happened was, when I got to the person that actually owns the company that I know would completely chop off the price or maybe even do a trade with me, I said, I need to get it now. I'm willing to do this, this, and this. He said, the snake is gone. The snake is sold. It's gone to someone else. And I sat back in my chair and I said, that's my snake. And I'm not feeling too good about this. So when I get upset, either it comes out physically, and that's the best way for it to come out, because if it doesn't come out physically, I don't know what's going to happen to people. So it's better for me to raise my voice, and it's better for you to see my upsetness than for you not to see it. Because when I'm calm upset, then other things get involved. So I was calm upset, and I said, that's the snake that I need for the House of Aten. It is the House of Aten logo, special snake. It's called the Lord of the Forest snake. You never heard of it before. It's special snake. I said, that is my snake. I said, I must get it. But he said, no, it's sold. I said, okay. 4 days later, he called me back. He called me back with a message. He said, I have your snake. I said, what? What happened? He said, oh, the person that got him right before you, he had to go to the ER. And he can't take care of the snake while he's in emergency. So I said, okay, bring it to me. And it was brought to me. He went to the ER for that. Okay, next situation. The first viper that I ever wanted is called a caramel viper. Extremely angry, extremely unpredictable, extremely dangerous. As a matter of fact, the person who had it for me, the only pictures he could take was it with its mouth open and fangs out. I said, that's not too appealing of a commercial. That doesn't make me want to. But I said, that is mine. That is mine. And I need that, and no one else has this, called the Caramel Viper. And that was the one I was going to get to test my low frequency out, because that's the one that is 95% going to bite me. 99% going to send me to the hospital. So I need the toughest. I need the one that is uncontrollable. I contacted the person, and the person said, I've decided to keep it. And I said, I've never heard of this before. So he decided to keep it. I said, it's not available anywhere. I'm contacting all my sources. I'm willing to trade. I have different babies are being born. I have 5 babies that are worth $1,000. I can't find the snake anywhere. Nobody has it. So he contacts me back again. He says, you have baby sidewinders. I would like to get one. I would like to get one from you. I told my Naturts that the people that I'm purchasing or trading from are now coming to me to get things from me. This is the second day in a row this happened. Someone else I got an aquarium from, and they came back to me and got a sidewinder. So he said, you have a baby vipers. I want to get it, but I live so far away. So I was like, I don't think that's going to work. He calls me back. He says, oh, I have a football game coming up. He's the one that I told you about last week when I said, oh, I finally found out how much football tickets cost. It's because he had a football ticket that's worth $400 and it was only 12 minutes from my house. He said, I'm only going to be 12 minutes from you. He said, I want to get a little baby viper. I said, okay. How about what you have? You still want to keep it? Because I was willing to give him vipers and everything. He says, no, I'm going to keep that. So he comes and gets it. When he comes to me, he's kind of shaking. He's a little nervous. He drops the sidewinder on the ground. He's a little nervous. I said, why are you so nervous? I knew why he was nervous, because he's only used to his killer snake. The snake tries to bite him through the glass. It doesn't care if there's glass there. It doesn't wait for you to pick it up. It tries to get you and hits its head on the glass trying to bite you. That's what I had to, what I want to tame. That's what I want to test myself out at. So he says, no, I'm going to keep that one. So he comes and gets it. He's nervous. And then he contacts me a few days later. He says, the little baby snake bit me. I said, that doesn't happen. That doesn't. And he showed me a picture of his finger, and his finger was a little thicker than the regular finger. It looked like George Floyd's fake finger. So he says, I got bit. What should I do? And I said, well, the venom in them is not too strong. It's not really. You can check yourself out, but it's not too developed. Not much may happen really. He contacts me again, and he says, I'm going to get out of venomous snakes. I'm going to get totally away from them. If you want my caramel, you can come get it. I said, why? He said, he said he got bit. He showed me his hand again that day. His hand was, what's that? Mr. Potato Head? I'm not sure the Cree thing we used to play with, but there's a thing we used to play with, had a fat hand. And his hand was that hand. Now it looked like a prosthetic hand. And I was like, I've never seen this before. And I said, you know what? You've made a wise choice to get away from these venomous snakes, because if this little one is doing this to you, that crazy caramel one will kill you. He said, yes, I got it. He said, come take it, and I'll give you this, and I'll give you this, and I'll give you this, and I'll give you this. He started saying he's going to give me things. Then I didn't hear from him that day. He contacted me back. I said, are you ready for me to come get it? I said, send me a couple pictures of what it looks like new, because he only had baby pictures. He said, I can't send them right now. I'm in the hospital. I said, you went to the hospital? Now he's all hooked up to the IVs. His hand, he has the thick prosthetic fake hand. It looks like a rubber hand. There's no detail to it. It's just like a balloon hand. And then he contacts me, says, I got 4 vials of anti-venom pumped into me, and I'm still not out of here yet. I said, listen, this thing that you're going through has saved your life, because if you continue to get other dangerous things, this is a baby. Now, what happens with the babies, they haven't developed the amount of venom that the adults have, but some people die when they get stung by a bee, because their system is actually allergic to that venom that the bee has. And even though people can survive with that, some people die, get stung. So he just happened to have the type of makeup where he was allergic to that. He said, you know what? Come take the baby back. Take my snake. And so I went over to go see the snake. He's on the other side of the room. I have a snake outfit. I put on my snake outfit, put on my new beginner snake gloves for the new snakes I don't know. I said, let me see him. Let me see her. I'm in there with it. I have it like this. I'm moving around. It's moving crazy, but it's moving around me. I said, okay, it's mine. Thank you very much. So that is 2 people that went to the hospital in order for me to obtain the only 2 dream snakes. So all the other snakes that I have are not my dream snakes. The only dream snakes was the king cobra looking snake and the caramel viper, which was extremely dangerous. And I went over there. His hand was black, so the venom was starting to move up his body. It started with his finger, his hand got swollen, his arm got swollen, and then right where his bicep is, this is all black, like somebody punched him in the arm, and it was starting to move this way. And the doctors said that you just have those symptoms now, everything could be fine, and then it'll eventually could stop your heart and your kidney. That's how his system was. So he could have died. So because of that, the snake actually saved his life by being a little one. But it was my little guy that went over, that my little snake went over to him and bit him. My little baby snakes don't bite anybody. I could hold a snake in my eyeball. It's a frequency. I mean, they don't bite me and my family. It's a frequency. And this man has dealt with venomous snakes before I even had a snake, before I even had them. So that is the magic. That is the hiccup right there, that two people had to go to a hospital because I wanted something. It was my dream. It didn't happen. So I got a little bit of anger. I didn't release the anger, and that was the result. So sometimes I go through this thing like there's a lady on the show. She has red hair, and she can't control her anger, but she stays calm. And when she gets angry, furniture starts to lift. I'm not sure what that is, but it's I think it's the X-Men. But that's what happens. And so the anger actually manifested in saying that I have to get what I want. So that's the story, Scribe. That's what actually happened. There's two people that went to the ER. They're both fine, both perfectly healthy now and fine. But both of their lives were saved, because if this one continued to go on with bigger venomous snakes, he definitely would have died. So that's what happened. So I have the little guy back. I'm going to actually show you. So peace and love to that brother. He kind of looks exactly like David Blaine. Shout out to the shout out to that brother there. He survived. He's in good health. Everything is fine. And because of that, I have my baby snake back, and I have my dream snake. So that's the story. And I'm about to bring out a 10 for everybody. There it is, Scribe. That's the answer.
That's very magical. Your baby snake got sent out and came right back with another one. So that's phenomenal. With
my dream.
Right.
Exactly. So here he is. I have him separated from all the other snakes because he's gonna grow up. What's that?
I think there's a delay, so I'll just wait until I'll wait for you because there's a delay.
Okay. So here he is, and he's separated, and there's the beautiful little guy right there. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
That little guy did all that damage.
They're so cute.
Minty came over and said, "You're so cute but so deadly," something like that. That's him. That is a baby viper. That's the baby of the viper that of the female. I don't think I showed the female, but that's the baby of the horn viper. And they're not supposed to be too dangerous unless you're allergic. They just have little heads. They can hardly even bite you because their head it's really a fluke because their little mouth is so small. He said one tooth got in him. It didn't even fully bite him, just one tooth got in him. That was it. So there it is, everybody. Now I'm going to show the House of Aten snake, the special one that someone else went to the hospital for me to get. And so don't worry, Primordial, when we start you off, it's not going to be with one of those little babies. We're going to start you off.
I'm letting you choose it. I'm letting you choose it. So I don't know which one to choose, so I'll just go off of what you said.
Okay, I'm gonna give you his father.
We need some we need some one-on-one gamma practices first.
Okay, so everybody, before we go into Sharika's question, let me go ahead and introduce the Menkor Rock. Can you hear me, good brother?
Yes, Saba.
That's the little one I said I would trade. I would let you get that instead of the Cobras if you want. Does it pique your interest a little bit? You like snake hand? You like the Cobra handlers?
I ain't ready for the Vipers.
You're not ready for the Vipers? I wouldn't even have it. I wouldn't even let anybody. I wouldn't let anybody even get a Viper. Anyways, that's not something I would let anybody start off with. Anyway. Okay, everybody. So here is Aten. Oh, Rochelle. Here's a new name. Shout out to Rochelle. I've never seen this name before. She says, "Don't stand in the way of heart's desire." 5 years ago, my 13-year-old son wanted a snake. I got him one. Dad was weary at first, but now our family loves the snake named Taboo. That's nice. That's nice. Okay. So let me go ahead and show this, and then we're gonna get into this this question here. So here is, how you doing, man? You good? Oh, it's nice and warm in here. Ooh wee. Okay, let me go ahead and oh man, it's a big man. Oh no, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me go big screen and bring him up, and then I gotta put him back because he pooped. So here we go. So here he is, everybody. This is Aten. Oh my gosh. This is one of the fastest, and he in his tank he will bite anything moving, including me. So let me go ahead and see if I can move him out into the view. Woo, he's stronger than me. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Come here, Aten. So here is this is the House of Aten snake. His name is Aten, and oh gosh. Okay, man. Yeah, hold on, I gotta have you partly in there so I can. There. Oh my! Here he is, everybody. This is the golden snake, and he's called a Drimorcon. He is Lord of the Forest. Oh my goodness, man! He is strong, and this is what made him special to me because he was designed with the shape. Ooh, he's talking. You're talking. Hold on. Oh my goodness, man! You are. Okay, here we go. If you look at him closely, there it is. Do you see that, everybody? Did you get a good glimpse of that?
Yeah.
So his eye is genetically designed to be the circle with the arms coming down, which is the word Aten. There it is right there. I'll have a picture of it and put it on my, there it is right there. Does everybody see that? So his eye is the Aten symbol. His eye is the Aten symbol. And he's golden, and he's very, isn't he? He's very, very special, and that's why I had to have him the genetic makeup. There we go.
Nobody say that's eyeliner.
Yeah, look at Tehuti put that on his eyes. Here he is. He's very big, and he's gold, and he has a pure black tail. And his name is Aten, pure black tail. And it looks like a whole nother snake starts over here. And so he is Aten. He's the House of Aten logo snake. And there he is one more time.
He's excited.
Yeah.
That's so magical.
Had a bit of stage fright before, but now the world knows.
And there he is. Okay, Aten, you're going to go back in here.
Shout out to Unc West.
That is the new
one time for Unc.
That's the new anthem. Shout out to Unc West. Is the new anthem. Okay, everybody. So there he is. That is Aten, and he is called the Lord of the Forest Snake. He's called Drimorcon. Okay, let me come off the big screen. So here, that is the story. Now you know, and I have I can't pull the caramel out, so she's not going to behave. She's not quite like that. I have to have other things to I have to do other things to myself before I take her out. But she is a viper that is the color of butterscotch. She's a butterscotch colored viper, and she's called a caramel. And I already have she already has a husband. All right, everybody. So it's the Tehuti Snake Dating Channel. Family matters. Family's biological imperative. Here we go. All right, everybody. With that understood, we're gonna go ahead and get into the next question. That's who said that's Pokemon? Hold on a second. What is it? I don't even know. One moment, everybody. I'm gonna do something. I'll be right back. And I'll be right back. Oh God. Hey Nana.
Brother Manku, did you get one of Sheena's siblings?
I had two.
You have two?
I have two. When I came out, when brother Ani Patah and Tef got their RIN, I flew to LA, but I drove back so that I could have the snakes that SABA was willing to let me have. And so those were still in the eggs when I was driving across the country.
Right.
And they didn't hatch till I got home, and I was worried. I was like, so I was gonna be upset. I killed the snakes he gave me, but it just took them a while to hatch, and so it was really magical because I was really worried, and so because I stopped on my journey back home. I think I stayed in a couple of hotels and different temperature changes and stuff like that. I was just worried that they wouldn't make it, but as soon as I got home, they hatched, and then they wouldn't eat for like weeks. They wouldn't eat, and I was like, if these snakes die, I'm gonna be so sad. And so,
did they come from the same clutch as Sheena? I think they came after her.
my internet. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, my internet too.
Yeah, my internet was bugging. But
no, I didn't hear you.
After I made it home and they hatched, like I think it was like a week or two, they wouldn't eat. And so I was really worried because SABA said feed them frozen pinky mice. And I was trying to feed them and they would not eat. And then I went to the pet store that I get my snake food from, and they said put live pinkies in there because snakes like to hunt. And so I put the live little pinkies in there, and they were running around, and I was watching them, and then the snakes they ate them because they were live. And so I told SABA, yeah, they finally ate. And yeah, I think the two that I have is from probably like a batch or two after Sheena.
Yeah. How exciting.
Okay, we are back. And okay. All right, we are back, and I'm not on the screen. Okay, everybody, we're about to get into the next question. I sent you a text, Menti, in case you hear something. We're about to get into the next question, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yay.
wonderful. So here we go. We're gonna shout out to the new person in the room. Becky Dar, who says, shout out to the new person. I always give shout out to the new people in the room. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, House of Amun. It says Amun Ra and Set Ra, Set God in the flesh. Shout out to you. Shout out to Neto the Great. He says, I don't know about spiders and snakes. I'll take a bird. Neto the Great, let me get you a parrot. Okay, here we go, everybody. We're going to get into the next question from this wonderful questionnaire. Let me hide this here. Oh, no, it's lagging. Wait a minute. Let me see. Is it still on the screen? Yes. Okay, things are moving at a slow matrix. Okay. Shout out sent by this young lady here who looks like somebody. She looks like this sister named SHARIKA, who says she's gonna hold back on questions, but she has the bug. She can't stop. Who said she can stop? She said, I'm not gonna ask any more questions. I think I'm feeling like a week later. So shout out to SHARIKA, who sent in this wonderful question. And it's beautiful, SHARIKA, because you I don't know if you ever got it, but there was a little while back, maybe a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, you had wanted the oh no, you said not to send anymore. Remember, you wanted the MetaNetter class, or a class where I broke down the Aten. I broke down Aten. Okay, so and then you said you're gonna skip that and do something else. Well, here's your Aten class. I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you the mirror, and I'm gonna break down the magic behind the name of this movement, and I'm gonna break down more about Sekhmet for you. So here we go, everybody. You're getting it anyways. Okay. So we're gonna put the question up on the screen. Here it is, everybody. Get ready to give this young lady some big noise. She sent this in. When I first looked at it, I didn't know if it was for MetaNetter class or for the pod class, but I said, you know what? I'm gonna do it's gonna be for both, because I'm gonna end up giving the practice in the MetaNetter class. So here we go, everybody. Let me see where she is. Navajo Skinwalker. Where's SHARIKA? SHARIKA is mirror. Here it is. SHARIKA. So it doesn't show the amount on the screen, but she sent in I $33 off of my memory. I couldn't, it was too big to clip on the screen, so we're gonna give her some big noise. Let me do a screen share, and here we go, everybody. Press 9 if you can hear me, because we're gonna give her some noise. I'm gonna get right into it, everybody. This is like a 7-hour class, but here it is. SHARIKA, the sister in the blue. She sent $33. I don't know if it was 33 and 33 cents. SHARIKA, do you remember the amount you sent with the 33.33 or just 33?
No idea. Too many. I can't remember what I sent.
You said there's too many you couldn't keep track. I think this lag. Okay, so let's just say it's $33.33. I believe it was. She said, SHARIKA Medu Tehuti Day in continuation of honoring our focus and prophecy. Please reveal the power within staring at ourselves in the mirror. Then she put 166B, which is that is the Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary, and B means column B. That would be the right side. So 166B, to my surprise, our divine language also expresses mirror as Aten. And she put 98B. I don't know why I inherently get strong desires to set space and gaze into mirrors or obsidian. Is the, I guess you might say, is this an old practice we perform regularly? When I do this ritual, colors emanate around me or everything. Start swallowing into speckled blackness. Okay, so let's look at this. She found out that the word Aten is also a mirror. And she says it's something our ancient ancestors would practice by staring into the mirrors. And she gave the page numbers of where you can find mirror. One was Aten, She didn't say the name of the other one, but I'm going to go to that page and show it in my answer, and we'll see what that one is. And she said, please reveal the power. Okay, so revealing the power of staring into the mirror. Was it something our ancestors practiced? Did the mirror even mean anything other than looking into it to see how pretty you are? Did it have any other meaning whatsoever, the mirror? Because today, a mirror is something, and I'm going to show what women are doing with mirrors today on social media. And today's mirrors are for selfie pictures with your tongue out and your butt out. So we're going to see if that has anything to do with if the Cometians had another reason for that than just to stare at the mirror to see if you look nice or good. So everybody, and give Sharika, let me put that back up. Give Sharika some noise for that, please, because that was $33. So I'm gonna put it back on the screen. Where'd it go? Let me go ahead and show it like this. I'm just going to show it like this. Shout out to Sharika. Okay, here it is. I'm going to show it a big screen share. And shout out to her for that beautiful questions, and observations. And there it is again on the screen. That was 30. Oh, yeah, I have $33. $33 from Sharika. Shout out to you. Beautiful question. Okay, family. I'm going to see you all in the room. I'm going to get into this Podclass answer. Everybody support. At the bottom, you will see Cash App TT Amun, PayPal at. I'm going to put that on the screen again for those who appreciate the answers that I'm giving, the information, the matrix breaking within you. Then support what it is that you see that I'm doing. It would be actually unbelievable for you to see the process, the process of what happens for me to get these answers and to put this together. It's a process that I think many would go insane, but I just appreciate the time that I put into this, because these answers are not coming from they're not coming from books that you get at Barnes and Nobles. They're not coming from any master teacher. They're not coming from that. They're coming from another place. And that is why when you hear me answering these questions, there's a certain confidence, and I'm laughing because where they're coming from is the actual answer, the real answer. And it's not guesswork. So that's why I answer with this type of confidence, because it's coming from the place that it originated from. So shout out to Sharika, shout out to all the Podclass supporters. And let me show this on the screen right here. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. It's not showing. Wait a minute. Let me try this one. There it is. Shout out to all the supporters. PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App TT Moon. I appreciate all those who support and respect what it is that we're doing here at the Tehuti Podclass and the House of Aten. Thank you all very, very much. Let's get into this answer. Are all you ready? Let's get into this beautiful answer coming from the House of Aten, the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to break this down like never before. Brothers and sisters, jump back into the chat, and I'm about to get into this this answer here. Let's see what I can do.
Yes or no question, Saba. I really love jumping spiders. I was wondering if they can be incorporated in practices the same way you use Neith and Shadow and all of them.
Absolutely. Because Neith is symbolized by the web. It's the web that's important for the spider, because the web represents photonic entanglement. Although the jumping spider doesn't really live in a web, but every once in a while it can still make a web. But there's also jumping spiders that are particular colors that I can break down for you, because some of them are black and white with green eyes. So you can use them in particular rituals, and I definitely the answer is yes. And if you if you ever get one or have one, show it to me, and I'll just show you what you can do with it. Okay.
No problem. Thank you.
That was my Nahum. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's my very first favorite spider. That's my very first favorite. I was amazed that the jumping spider can be on a wall, and it can jump this way. Gravity doesn't pull it down before it lands. It's amazing. If I'm on a wall and I jump, I'm going down. It jumps this way and still lands forward before gravity gets it. That was my first favorite spider in the world. Thank you.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. Peace and love. Hold on, man. You gotta go back up, man. There you go.
Saba,
yes.
Your mic cord is across the screen. Before you get into the answer, you want to get your mic out of the. There you go.
Oh, thank you so much.
Lean you up.
Okay, good. Okay, everybody, here we go. Press 9 if you can hear me, because once I start, it is on. Can you hear me, everybody? I moved the mic a little bit away from it, but can you hear me? Because we're about to get started in the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. You should be able to see me clear. I moved the mic out of the shadow, so you can be able to hear me, see me. And here we go, everybody. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Press a 9, and we are about to get started. Let me check the room for the 9s, and here we go, everybody, for this dynamic question in the Tehuti Podclass, House of Aten. Let me check the comments, see if y'all can hear me and see me. There's the 9s, yeet. There's Bella. Beautiful. Hey, there's Bella. I haven't seen her. My first time, I think, seeing you in the class. Shout out to you. Glad you're doing good. There's ANTU. ANTU, nice to see you. Glad you're doing good. I haven't really been looking at the class much. Shout out to Boss Fee. And thank you for your support, Boss Fee. I'm going to get to it soon. Shout out to you. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Dashe Israel, are you Dashe? Shout out to you if you are. Shout out to you if you're not. Shout out to you, period. Shout out to you. Okay, yes, that's Dashe. Of course it is. Because it's Dashe and Israel mix. It's Dashe and Israel Hoyle. Here we go, everybody. It is Nana Amun. Nice to see you back. Good brother. I was been asking about you, hoping that everything is fine with you. Tua for your support, and I'm just glad to see you. Glad to see you are alive. Shout out to you. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh, you got your new phone. That's how you're able to give the support. That's right. Shout out, everybody. Here we go. Nana Amun. Everybody, are you ready? Neto the Greatest is happy to have this on a Saturday. He can participate. He's here. Self-motivation Rafi. Is that the name that's shout out to you? That's the name that's always commenting on the YouTube. I think so. Shout out to you. Peace and love. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Let's get into it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We're going to do entire screen share, and let's get into this question. Did mirrors mean anything in ancient Kemet? Does it have anything to do with any symbolism, any microcosm? Let's get into it, everybody. Here we go. Let's get into it. Boom, 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 boom. Can you all see the screen? Let me put my timer. Last question was an hour and 17-minute answer. Oh my, oh my. Mitzi, just received your message. Wonderful, great energy. That's right. I'm doing this all for energy for you. And let's go ahead and put this back on the thing here. And let me see if one of my Naturts is sending me a message. Message not delivered. Let me check one thing. Make sure everybody's A-okay. Oh, okay. That's an old message. Okay, everybody's safe and fine. TT Moon, if you're listening, hope you're safe and fine. Everything is good. And here we go, everybody. Boom. Here we go. Welcome again to the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome again to the Tehuti Podclass, the only platform on the planet where you can send in diverse questions with reciprocity, only limited by your mind's quest. And you will receive documentary-style answers with the unique technique, matrix-breaking nuances, topics such as immortality, life after death, quadrupling your income, and quadrupolar magnets. Let me throw that in there. Through magic, out-of-body experiences, contacting deceased ancestors, understanding the laws of Ma'at, unlocking secret symbolisms behind the Medu Netter, government cover-ups, pandemic conspiracy, AI transhumanism, health, diet, prolonging life. All questions for the upliftment of consciousness are accepted. Let's take a look at the one that is sent in now, and that is Sharika's question. Sharika, Medu Tehuti Day, in continuation of honoring our focus and prophecy, please reveal the power within, staring at ourselves in the mirror. 166b in the dictionary, Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary. To my surprise, our divine language also expresses mirror as Aten 98b. I do not know why I inherently get strong desires to set space and gaze into mirrors or obsidian. Is this an old practice we perform regularly? When I do this ritual, colors emanate around me, or everything starts swallowing into speckling blackness. It's okay. I will answer this question. Here we go, everybody. Ready? This is a wonderful question. Not only will I answer this question, but because today is the debut for the Podclass to be on Saturdays, I will give a bonus treat and actually use this question and interweave the explanation of why we are the House of Aten and the immortality based around this name. Let us begin. When you're thinking of a mirror right now and what to do with it, and what most people, especially females on social media, what images come to mind? What is the most popular viewed use of mirrors today, everybody? What images come to mind? Here we go. Here's what comes to mind. Here we go. That's what happens when you put in young lady in the mirror, sister in the mirror, looking in the mirror, selfie in the mirror. These are the images that come in here when you put that into Google. These are the images that come in. So we see and these are the ones on Instagram that have the highest views. The highest views of anyone looking into a mirror are women doing this with these type of pictures and images. This is what you get when you type in or go to Instagram of looking into the mirror. Okay? Focus, brothers. We are still in class. There's the woman in red. Focus, my good brothers. I know those women look absolutely amazing, but focus. You see the woman in red? You see Neil looking at her? Do you see Morpheus? Were you listening to me, Neil? Or were you looking at the woman in the red dress? Neil says, I was. Morpheus says, look again. And that's what you see when you look again. Do not be distracted. But that is what the purpose of mirrors are today, is basically to distract you into that type of energy. Let us continue, everybody. Here we go. The reason I emphasize on females is because you're going to see, as class proceeds, that the mirror had a specific relationship or relation to the ancient female before the matrix was here. Here is an example of the ancient mirror. I will take you to the Met Museum Gallery, 118, 1439 BC. Here we go. Mirror with handle in the form of Het Heru, who can also be Aset and also be Sekhmet. Both of them were called Het Heru. Here it is, 1479. Het Heru. The handle of this mirror was originally made of wood, now restored, covered with gold foil. The woman's face with a cow's ears representing the goddess Ba'at, which is also the emblem of the goddess Hathor. Use of gold and silver. And then it continues on. And here's the image of the ancient mirror. Let me see something here. Oh man, I need some water. There's the image of the ancient mirror. Okay. Yes, the female and her ability to represent the microcosm of mirroring life was symbolized by the mirror in Ma'at.
She is called the Het Heru, which is the house, which is the realm of rebirth, light. Heru is the light. Het is a house or a realm, the realm of the rebirth of light, called the Ka, which was the original template for physical matter, symbolized by a triangle shape, which is why the birthing structure of immortality today that they call a pyramid is a triangle shape, which I will show you in the oldest ancient images of female fertility along the Nile. Let's take a look. Let's go back to 4000 BC. Let's go back thousands of years ago, prior to the Matrix. Let's go back. What do we see? And we see the Aku conscious immortal triangle emphasized over the female's body part that emits and produces everlasting continuous life on the physical plane over 4,000 years before the Matrix. And we see Ka'at Tefnut, which is also Sekhmet. And we see the two triangles, the doubling, echoing triangles, which is the vagina of Tefnut. And we see these images here from what the European calls the Nakada period. That's what he calls it. And if you look at their reproductive area, the reproductive area is always enshrouded in a triangle shape. And as a matter of fact, if you look at the back side of the woman, over her two cheeks on her bum, you will see the two triangles again. And there are the triangles there. And the double triangle is called Kat Tefnut, which is the vagina of Tefnut. And over here, we see the symbol of the Aku, or what they're calling the pyramid, the step pyramid, which is the region of the necropolis, and it represents the other world. These are the steps that you take. There's 7 steps that you take to the other world, or what's called the Neter Kurt. And the EE8 is a personification of the pyramid district. If you all remember, EE8, the EE is the name of the females that represents Aset and Nebtet, the EE. That is the Ka symbol, because the Ka is the template which ejects physical matter or creates physical matter and actually ejects and duplicates into the pure energetic projectable double, and was represented by the woman, which is why the woman was called EE. So her symbol was the triangle. The man symbol of the penis pointed upwards was also the triangle. And the actual name for the pyramid region, or the area where your rebirth, is the same name for the female, which is the EE, which are the two females, the two arms. And the T at the end of it makes it feminine, the EE. And that's why the two arms that are behind Asar are Aset and Nebset's arms, and they're held up in the Ka symbol, supporting the resurrection of Asar's spine. And that is what's needed to make him great. So that's the way you say the great house, which is the Aku, or the pyramid, or the pharaoh is per EE, because he's the great house, which created the word house band or husband, and they were the EE. So the female's name was actually the same name for what makes the pyramid or the powerful. The EE means something great. And the EE is also the same name for the pyramid, which is the triangle symbol. It is the rebirth pointed upwards now because it represents resurrection. One moment, everybody. I'm going to grab one thing and I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay, we are right back. Let's get right back into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me just get this water in place. And here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And this is it right here. We're about to get started. Here we go. Ready? So they are the EE, which is the female energy.
which resurrects as a triangle pointed upwards, which is also the top of the penis head when pointed upwards, and when pointed downwards is the biological imperative echoed reproductive organ or area. The vaginal area also covering part of the womb, as seen here, all represented by triangles as they have it. And thus we have the echoed microcosm image of sexuality and rebirth over immortality as the Aku life triangle ascension as seen here and what they call the Taurian papyrus. So we have the microcosm image of sexuality, the rebirth, put over the immortality Aku, as we can see here in what's called the Taurian papyrus, which dates back to 1186 to 1069 BC. It was discovered in the early 19th century, and here it is right here. It's very difficult actually to make this out. The European calls this the erotic papyrus. It's very difficult. We're going to make it one step clearer. And we make it one step clearer. What do we see? We see the female with her legs open, with the triangle over the vagina area, and then right at the bottom, she's sitting on the Aku, which represents immortal life, which is the exact symbol that you see here. And you can tell that it's the same symbol. It has the base at the bottom, the socle, just like the pyramid does, or the Aku. There's the base right there. There's the triangle. When we go back over here to the Taurian papyrus, what do we see? We see the base right here and the triangle right here, and it's in between her legs, representing fertility and echoed reproduction. There it is right there. But wait a minute. As I stated in Sharika's question about staring into a mirror, did the ancestors do this? What does this reveal? Did the ancestors do this? Reveal the power of staring at ourselves through the mirror? Because at the Tehuti Podclass, I make sure I answer questions precisely. If we look back at this image of this echoed reproductive image, if we go back here to the triangle image of the vagina pointing down, which echoes life, and the pyramid pointing upwards, and then they combine to create an echo, which is life rebirth, and we look at the Taurian papyrus, we see her right there, which she's doing something very interesting, which we're going to talk about and show in just a moment. So reveal the power of staring at ourselves in a mirror, because at the Tehuti Podclass, I make sure I answer the questions precisely, specifically, and then give Tehuti Overdrive extra information. So in the question here, she asks about staring into the mirror. Let's look closely at the woman. What does she have in her hand? So this is the symbolic immortality symbol of the Aku, which is the word for consciousness. It's the word for the pyramid, and it is the symbol of immortal life that represents a Sar resurrecting. And then we have the Aku, the pyramid pointing downward, which is the vagina, one going into the other to produce immortality and everlasting life. But let me make it a little clearer for you. And you're going to see something in her hand. And what's that in her hand, everybody? Could that be a mirror? Absolutely. The mirror was directly associated with reproduction, immortality, everlasting life. As you see the man with his phallus out in the erect symbol, representing that he is ready to be intimate and have a child, but she's not sitting on his phallus, she's sitting on the symbolic Aku, the pyramid, which represents immortal, everlasting life, and is going into her triangle. And what does she have in her hand? She has the echoed symbol of the birthing symbol, which is why we would see the mirror always on Het Heru, that represent the echoed house of life. So in this immortality sexual imagery, she has in her hand what? The mirror. Obviously, we know this is not a woman actually doing this. This would be extremely uncomfortable and actually physically impossible for this to happen. So we know that this is symbolism of echoed life, because echoed life is associated with staring into the mirror. And that's what she's doing, that the ancestors would do. They would stare into the mirror, because while gazing into the mirror, it would represent everything that a mirror actually represents. And you could actually get lost in it by continuously looking at it, because you're looking actually into your own eyes. And that's another practice right there. Boom, she's staring into a mirror while on top of the symbol for immortal life consciousness, the Aku, while going into the area of her body that causes rebirth.
that was what the staring in the mirror actually represented. So yes, right from the onset, we can see the complete difference of what staring into a mirror represented to our ancestors, especially on the feminine reproductive side of immortality, compared to the egotism constantly looking to the mirror today. So here we have the complete opposite differences, and we have the women of Kemet staring into the mirror, and that is the Het Heru symbol. So the mirror image always represents Het Heru because it is always representing echoing life. That's what a mirror is. A mirror is a symbol of an echoed version of you. And that's what a Het Heru is. Het Heru is the woman carrying an echoed version of herself in the womb. And that's why you see mirrors. You don't see them on top of Osiris's head or on top of the Horus's head. It's always on top of the one that's actually echoing the body out of her body. So when you're looking at the Kemetic images, that's what the women are doing. And if you look at this image right here, it's a little small, but this woman actually has a baby in her hand. She's actually suckling a baby. And what is this woman doing? Showing her the echoed version of herself in the mirror while she's sitting down taking care of the baby. She's not looking at herself to see if she looks good while breastfeeding. This is symbolism of what the mirror of Het Heru actually represents while you're staring into it. So yes, the ancient ancestors would stare into mirrors because it represented the echoed biological imperative, because we know that this woman is not staring into a mirror seeing if she looks good to her baby sucking on her breast. She's not getting ready to go out to an event. She's not going into any festival. She is naked, sitting with her hands holding a baby breastfeeding, and the other woman who is also naked is holding the mirror to her to represent the symbolism that she is the Het Heru. She is the echoing image. And there right beside over here is the Het Heru from 1400 BC with the mirror on top of the head. Completely different from these images right here. Completely different vibration and frequency from these beautiful, gorgeous women that are just a waste of nothingness, staring into a mirror, wasting their energy because all they are is sex objects. All they are is a butt and a smile. Completely different from thinking about immortality and looking into a mirror as you're echoing, because we would look into mirrors and the women would look into mirrors while breastfeeding. That means you're proud to be a mother. None of these women here on Instagram are posing in these pictures with babies in their hand. They're posing in the images of what you have to do to get a baby, but they're not saying they want a baby. This has nothing to do with what mirrors were before the Matrix. This came after the Matrix. Same fertility symbol, but completely different when it comes to echoed microcosm of spirituality, because the spirituality in the generation of the Matrix has completely been removed, but the women have no choice. They can't remove the beautiful body. They have the same bodies that they had in Kemet, so they're exploiting that because they can't get rid of that. But they don't have the mind of the women. So they're still looking in the mirror, subconsciously promoting sexuality and biological imperative, because you don't see any pictures of any straight normal brothers showing their butts in the mirrors. Ladies, do you go on Instagram and see pictures of men that you want to be with, or any man you know, with his butt sitting so that the gape of his butt is in the middle of the couch so it separates his butt, or sticking his butt out of the mirror with his tongue out? Does any sisters here know brothers that do that? No. It's the women that are doing that because they're still in their subconscious portraying the Het Heru. It's still the sexual energy, still showing their sexual prowess and ability, but with no spiritual symbolism behind it. So all you have is an empty vesseled body that still looks as gorgeous as it did 40,000 years ago, but without any brain, without any Aku, without any knowledge of self. So you just have the Isfet. That's all that's left. So that part of the question has been officially answered. As far as the ritualistic part, I will tell you where to find the answer at the end of this class. And now it's time for Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go, everybody. To continue for eternity and immortality was called the He. It represented two Seneb flax plants used to wrap the so-called mummy, which was actually called the shed. It was actually called the shed so that it could encase, and remember that word, so that it could encase, so that it could be encased for the rebirth into eternity.
So the mummy was encased in something. It was encased in Seneb flax plants. They called it the magical cloth that would start off green and then turn white, and that would encase the person by the wrappings. So it could be encased for the rebirth into eternity forever as a pure energetic projectable double of the Ka, the bioenergetic template. In other words, a continuous mirrored copy. Let me show you the ancient word for He. Here it is right here. We're going to go to page 507 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. And if you look at it, we see the word He, and the word He means eternity, limitless, something that continues on and on and on and on forever. Hundreds of thousands of years, but not just any kind of eternity. The eternal land and necropolis, the land and necropolis, which means the eternity after death, the afterlife, to continue to live past the physical reality. That was also called the He. You see it, He. Eternal land, necropolis, ever and ever, city of eternity. That is the He. So understand that He is the word for eternity. It's a mirror copy. It was also called the Tut. Let me take you to the young pharaoh named Tut and the tomb finding for what the mirror was encased in. What was the mirror encased in? So remember, let me go back here. So the mummy was wrapped in what's called Seneb flax plants. Seneb flax plants. The flax plants were actually drawn as this symbol right here. See that called the He? This is actually the flax plant that would wrap up the mummy, which is why the word He is a palindrome going both ways, and it means eternity, both ways. Whether you say it like this, He, or say it like this, Ha. These are palindromes made thousands and thousands of years ago. And this flax plant right here is the literal plant that was used to wrap the mummy to symbolize that it was being preserved for eternity. The mummy was originally called the shed. The mummy was the person who was encased in this flax wrapping that looked like that was the He. The He was the flax wrapping. Okay, so now we're going to go to the word Tut, because Tut is the word that's used for the mummy that resurrects, or the spirit energy, the Ba that actually resurrects, is called the Tut. So now we're going to go to the pharaoh whose actual name is Tut, and we're going to find to see what his mirror, how deep was this? What was his mirror encased in? Here's the encasement. Uh-oh. What is that? That's the casing that goes over the mirror that echoes out things. What is that? It's the encasing of the symbol that represents the echoed light body mirror, is the eternity of the Netzerkert, the quantum realm of the afterlife rebirth out of the Shet mummy. Because who is this? Who is this? This is the mirror case. That's what the mirror goes inside of. But where have we seen that before? Where did we see it? We saw it right here. That is the symbol for the He. That is He. He. He, whose name is composed of the palindrome of the Seneb plant that's used to wrap and encase the body that becomes the mummy that represents eternity. That is the He. So how deep the Kemetians were was that they took the mirror which represents something that echoes out, just like when you go to sleep and have an out of body, your bioenergetic template echoes out the pure energetic projectable double, and that's what happens at death. So the mirror is the echo. The mirror echoes out something that looks like itself. The thing that comes out is called the Tut. And the eternal life that you receive is also called the He, which is composed of the Seneb plant. So what do? The Kemetians were so involved with the symbolism of the mirror that the mirror represented the body, light body that came out. And what encased the mirror? The He. That is the word He right there. So the encasement of the mirror was the same He that was composed of the Seneb plants, which encased the mummy that was called the Sahut, which means egg. And the mummy was also called the Shet. This is the word for mummy right here, which is Shet, and it means to tie up a mummy, bandage, Shetet, which is found on page 758 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. That's the word for mummy. The consciousness that represents the rebirth. The mummy itself is the wrapping that represents the preservation, like an egg is white and wraps the albumin before it becomes a fetus, and then before it becomes to grow into a bird and then bursts out. And remember, the mirror is shown symbolizing the female, echoing the principle of birthing, which is why it is mostly carved inside of Hathor or Het Heru. And remember, the oldest 4000 BC images of fertility along the Nile emphasize the triangle shape of the vagina as the area that echoed or mirrored birth. And remember the female image over the birth and pyramid, which represents the resurrection of the mummy entering her triangle vagina, which is Shet, while staring into the mirror. Guess what the word for vagina that echoes mirror life into physical immortality is called? Guess what it's called, everybody? It's called the same thing as the mummy. The Shetet. The Shetet on page 758 is the same word on page 758, which means the mummy. The same word, Shet, and then Setet, which is what? The mummy standing up and the energy making a copy or an image. The Setut, which is also the word for walk, walking out of the body, which is the copy. The pure energetic projectable double. Double means a copy. So now the mummy is symbolically standing up. Before it was laying down, now it's standing up because it's about to resurrect. And it's the same word for the vagina, which is drawn as the triangle, which is the Shet, which is the same word for the mummy, which is the Shet also, which is the same word that is wrapped up in the flax, which is the He, which is the same word for immortality. And the He, which is the flaxseed, wraps the mummy. So thus the mirror wrapping or the sheath that goes over the projectable mirror symbol is shaped in the He that goes over the mirror that's shaped in Het Heru, because Het Heru is the pregnant mother that's going to echo out the baby. That is the importance of mirrors in ancient times compared to whatever this is here. Sally got a big old butt. Whatever that is right there. A complete different frequency. Completely different frequency. Okay, so here we go. There it is right there. And there is the Shetet. And there is the cat tefnut. And there is the triangle right there. And there is the word Shet, which is the same word for mummy, which is going to be rebirth. And rebirth out of what? The vagina, which is the same word for mummy. The woman's vagina was symbolic of the mummy, and the mummy was symbolic of the vagina because they both birth light. When you came out, you were a per em Heru, which is coming forth by day, coming forth as Heru. And when a woman is pregnant, she's called a Het Heru. The Het Heru is the physical woman who gives birth to the Heru. And the deceased body that becomes immortal, that comes forth by day, is called the Per Em Heru. Both Herus, both light, coming out of the Shet. One comes out of the mummy, one comes out of the vagina. Woo! The same word from mummy, copy, mirroring, effect of immortality, rebirth. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. If you're getting this anywhere else, put the link and page number and timestamp in the room. Now, this is Nebsen and Nebet Ta in the Brooklyn Museum, the scribe of the royal treasury, and is Naturt, the songstress of Aset. Nebet Ta and their jewelry painted yellow to imitate gold was varnished to make it shine. The varnish has darkened with time. The inscription tells us that the statue was made for the couple's tomb by their son, Weserhat, in fulfilling his duties. Look at the complete mental unison and mirror effect. This is the mirror effect of biological imperative, because in order to have biological imperative, you need the man and the woman. So when the man and the woman in ancient Nile Valley culture would portray themselves, they would mirror each other. This is still the continuation of the mirror, because he's about to get her pregnant and she's about to become the Het Heru that's going to be encased in the Het, which is immortality. So she's about to become the mirror, because the echo and image of Heru is about to come out of her body. So before that even happens, they are mentally in sync and in tune, and they're mirroring each other before they even have a baby, and even after they have a baby. Look at the complete mental unison and mirror effect, the arms crisscrossing directly in the center, mental symmetry, the two arms exactly positioned on the thigh, the exact same place, the garments with the writing directly centered, positioned in the exact same place, mirroring each other, marrying each other. That's where you get the word marry from, marry, to come together. This is an example of relatability. In other words, unified mind mirroring effect, stimulating mirror neurons. That was the definition of family before the matrix. The echoed image, there they are right there. Okay? Before the matrix was created, the entire Ma'at Kemetic society was based on the microcosm of a mirror, which created life itself, because dualism is what is necessary to create a child, and physical matter comes from bioenergetic double mirroring from the Ka, which is two arms mirroring each other. And that's why when you see the Ka, you see two arms mirroring each other, and sometimes they have the Ka mirroring another Ka. And if you look closely, you're going to see a Ka within a Ka looking exactly like the other Ka, representing the mirrored, doubled effect. And that's why when you look at the images of the families in Kemet, they are mirroring each other. I broke this down in the family class. They're echoing each other. The way that they're positioned, if his hands are like this, her hands are like that. If he's leaning a little bit forward, she's leaning a little bit forward. If this man is sitting in the seat like this, she's sitting in the seat. If his hand is up, her hand is up. If his knee is up, her knee is up. Everything is the same. It's mirroring image, sitting exactly directly across from each other. They even look alike. Nefertiti and Ankh and Aten, looking at each other, mirroring each other. That was the unison, mental unison. What was the ancient symbol of life called, everybody? Let me come in the room and interact. This one's an easy one. Go ahead and just type it in the room. What's the ancient symbol of life called? What's it called? This is extremely easy. What's the symbol of life called? Just type it in the room. Angela put amazing, SABA. Thank you. ETT put beautiful. Imagine you came home to your woman, or a woman came home to your man, and that's what you did when you come home. You mentally mirror each other. You're in unison. When you wake up in the morning, you do the same thing. When you go to bed, you do the same thing. Complete unison, mirroring each other, because you know you have to create that vibration, because you're about to put a seed in her that's going to mirror the both of you. It's going to be the echoed body of the both of you. So of course you're going to mirror each other in the neurological realm first, so that the seed that goes in has that same vibration of the mirror. All this is well thought out. Totally different from the families today, right? A little bit different. What's the word for life, everybody? Everybody put it right. There we go. There we go. What do we got here? We got Ankh. 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 Harass did a piece. We got Ankh. Ankhs. Okay, we got Ankh, 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 Ankh. Everybody, DT's putting fire, 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 fire. So Ankh is the word, right? Ankh is the word for life, right? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, House of Aten. We're going to break it down for you. Are you ready, guys? Here we go. We're about to break it down. Let's get into it. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Ready? Here we are. All right, so you all were right. Boom, it's called Ankh, right? So we know that. Complete symmetry, mirrored discipline with the mirrored arms. His name was Amenemhet Ankh. His name was Amenemhet Ankh. This is somebody maybe brand new. Most people are going to learn about right now, or at least see. I'm not going to give a big breakdown of him, but his name is Amenemhet Ankh. He's known as the secret keeper of PTAH. He's 1860 BC, and look at the mirrored image. Look at the discipline. Look at how he's standing. How long can you stand like this without having and have a conversation, or even stand like this? Look at the arms pressed up against. Look at the complete symmetry. Look at how he is. Look at the complete symmetry of the helmet he's wearing. How his ears are, the shoulders, the chest, the two arms, the words going down the middle. This is complete symmetry right here and complete echo doubling images with his hands pressed. Could you have a conversation? Could you have a disagreement with someone or have a conversation with your arms pressed against your side like that? How long could you do that before you break that and start talking with your hands up and ain't no talking to me. Nope. Completely different. When's the last time you've ever seen a man even stand like that before in your life? This is Amen Emhet Ankh, 1860 BC. Okay, so that's Ankh, it means life. So yes, Ankh. Let me take you to what was found in the tomb of Tut Ankh Amun in Valley of the Kings, as they call it. We know the name is Saket Ma'at, we know that, but they call it Valley of the Kings, number 62, 1341 BC, at Saket Ma'at, the real name for Valley of the Kings. Today is called the Valley of the Kings, which is west in Waset. They call it Thebes. Now in the Egyptian Museum, Cairo, JE 62349. Let's take a look, everybody. Here we go. So this is Amen Emhet Ankh. Now we're gonna go to Tut Ankh Amen, and let's see what we see. Here we go. Ready? Boom. What do we see? We see the Ankhs. There we are. From the tomb of Tut Ankh Amen, Valley of the King, west of Thebes. We know it's called Waset, West Waset. Now in the Egyptian Museum, Cairo, JE 62349. And there it is. And now the Ankh looks like it's a casing, doesn't it? One looks like this, but this looks like it opens up, right? Something goes inside of here. Like the Heh. Something goes inside of there. I wonder what. And with knowing all of this, I just taught you that the mirrored effect Ma'at, what symbolizes life, and the key to creating civilization, the mathematical symmetry that echoes the microcosm, macrocosm principle. Guess what is on the other side of the Ankh? What do you think is on the other side of the Ankh, everybody? Let me come to the room. So the Ankh is facing this way, notice? And then one is a casing. But what do you think is on the other side of this Ankh? The word Ankh, which means life. What do you think is on the other side of it? Let me come to the room real quick. What is on the other side of that? What do you think? What do you know? What have you seen? What's on the other side of that? Does anyone know? A mirror. Could it be? Could it be that the Kemetis were so in tune with this mirror representing echoed life that it was actually on the other side of the Ankh, which is the word that means life? Could it be? Let's see. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Let's see if this is on the other side. Who knows? What's on the other side of the word Ankh in Tut Ankh Amun's tomb? What's on the other side? Yes. Ding, 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 ding. The front, the back. It is a mirror. Do you see that? Boom, the mirror. Ankh, life equates to mirror. The same thing. The Ankh itself was the mirror. Ankh means life, which is echoing from something else, because life derives from an echo of something. You can't have a child without a mother and father. A child is a natural echo of the mother and father. Each form of life is an echo of the life before it. It's constant echoing, which is a mirror. Which is why some people say when they see your child, they say, man, you're a mirror image of your father. Man, you're a mirror image of your mother. It's the mirror, everybody. Where does this originate from? So everybody knows, now you see the Ankh is actually the mirror. ANTU says, this is so good. SHARIKA says, I'm about to turn all my handheld mirrors into Ankhs. Yi Titi says, I need that. Yi Titi, what do you need? When you say you need that, what do you need? You need an Ankh with a mirror on the other side? What is it you need? Type in the room. He says, I need that. What do you need? And they're talking about the women in the pictures. I'm not sure what is it, the mirror? The Ankh?
What do you need? I need that. What's it need? I don't know what ETT needs. But you're about to turn all your hand. The Ankh mirror. You need the Ankh mirror. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, people had an issue with the debates they had. I want to show you because people study to debate what I'm see all this that I'm debating, all this that I'm teaching. Somebody's going to want to pick something out of it and debate with it, but they're going to study their heart away to debate it. They're going to study their heart away. They're going to study and study it all the way to debate something that I actually live. I actually live this life. So that's why it's very difficult to debate somebody lives. So Titi says, hey, Seta. Titi says, he says, oh, you need the Ankh mirror. And the reason why the people have a problem debating me is because they'll go and study the Ankh mirror and I'll have it. I'll have the Ankh Amun. That's Seta. Hey, should we turn you around, Seta? There it is. That's the same thing I just taught you about. Is that what you want, ETT? Let's turn it around with the cobra on it. Oh, look at that. Is that it? Because this is what's around me. This is what's around me all day. What people are studying about to debate me, this is my mirror. So they're going to go, I'm going to debate Tehuti on the mirror, to debate him. And I'm like, no, this is my mirror. What? I teach on it and I have it. And yes, there's a cobra on it. So that's the same one that I just taught on. That is the Tutankhamun mirror. You see it right there with the Kepara right there. That is it. And that is the mirror on the other side, front and back. So when I'm teaching about something, these are also things that I have and have around me. Right, man? Right? Right, Seta? Say right, man. There we go. Seta will be right here. You're doing very good, Seta. So yes, there it is right there. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Stare into the mirror. I did a whole section of the matrix breakdown on the mirror, right? I have more. But there it is. That's the Tutankhamun mirror. That's the word Ankh. And that is the mirror. And that is the knot right there. That is the knot that holds the door together that they found on Tutankhamun's. The door to get into it had this on it. And that's also the word for the traveler, which I broke down in the last Magneto class. Get the last Magneto class and you'll understand what's happening. So there it is right there. That's why it's so hard to debate somebody that actually lives. This is my life. So this is not, I don't carry this around for people to, this isn't a chain. I'm not blinging it a bling. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's get back into it. Welcome to the, he's like, yes. Yes. Yes, there it is. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Here we go. He said, the third female you showed was bad, though. They all were gorgeous. All those women were absolutely gorgeous. And I wish, and I know you wish, and every people wish. Imagine that energy for that, with that beauty, was taken and also put into this, and they lived this, and were that beautiful, and the matrix would be broken. Because the matrix job is to control the women that look like that, because women that look like that are actually controlling everything. It's the woman that the man does. I did that class already. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tutti Podclass. Here we go. You ready, everybody? Here we go. Let's continue. This is it, man. We're going. We're still going. So there it is, everybody. There's the mirror that I have in my hand. There it is right there, front and back. And we're going to keep going, everybody. All right. So where does life originate? What does all life need? It needs the sun. We call that Aten, from which we get the house of Aten from. We call that Aten or ATTON. And there it is right there. There is the Aten, and there is the beams of light coming down, or in some cases going back up. Coming down from Aten, going back up. I did a class on why it goes back up. And there it is. There's the Aten right there, page 98 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. As the hymn of Aten, the sun in the sky is the manifest in the faces to all giving life, the great face, which is called Heru or Her. And guess what Aten is? And I believe that Brother Atef read some of this.
And I'm going to read this right here. So here it is right here. Here's the hymn of Aten. And what does it say here? He says, thou appears beautifully on the horizon of heaven. Thou living Aten. The living Aten is what? The beginning of life. Does everybody see that though? Does everybody see that? The Aten, there's Aten, is the beginning of life. So there it is right there, A-T-N. The Aten is the beginning of life, A-N-K. So Aten is also Ankh. That is where all life comes from. That is a symbolism of the sun in its high zenith. It's called the Aten. And it's also the word, it's also life. Because thou art Aten, the beginning of life, because that's where life comes from. Life comes from the sun. That's where it originally comes from in this solar system. As some explain, 554 million tons of helium turned into 550 million tons of hydrogen per second. There's 4 billion tons left that explode into electrical storms, and those burst out as planets. When they start to cool down and circle, then they start to orbit, and then life is on each of those planets. But each of those planets are actually a part of the sun because they all shot out from the sun. If you cut your arm off and it shoots out from you or it's separated, it's still your arm. It's still you. The planets are still the sun. Same thing. All life comes from the sun. So that's the sun is the beginning of the Ankh. It says it right there. You see? Thou art gracious, great, glistering, high over every land. The rays encompass the lands. The limit of thou has made. Thou art Ra. Aten and Ra is the same. The sun. You reach the ends of them. Thou subdueth them. Thou beloved son. For thou art far away. Thy rays are on earth. Though thou art in their faces, no one knows thy going. You see? So he's the manifest sun. It's the manifest light on earth. Boom. Aten and mirror is the beginning of the Ankh. You see that? The Aten, the one who makes light manifest and begins life. There's the Aten symbol. And what is it holding? The Ankh. There's the Aten symbol, and it's holding the Ankh, because the Aten is the beginning of the Ankh. The Aten is the beginning of life. Same thing. Aten and Ankh, same thing. Without the Aten, there is no Ankh. Now we see on the page that Sharikah gave, we see Unher. Because remember, it says that Aten is the one who manifests himself. The sun manifests to be seen, but no one knows where it's going. No one knows it going anywhere. We look up Unher, and Unher means to show oneself, to make public, to manifest, to be known to everyone. That is the sun, right? That is the sun. Is there anyone on the planet that doesn't know what the sun is? The sun shows itself to everyone. Why? Because everyone needs the sun in order to see. For you to look at anything, you need the sun's rays. Take away the sun's rays and you're blind. Thus, as the living microcosm of the great sun, as a smaller sun with a ba inside of you, the light inside of you, what do you have to do to see yourself? What would represent a reflection? What tool would you use to represent that microcosm? The Unher, the mirror. Do you see it? The Unher is the same as the mirror. Boom. The mirror. The same words for the attribute of the Aten. Looking at your reflection, which is a reflection of the Aten, is just as the Aten is known to the world, giving it light. You also should be a public manifestation of the same thing. You are an Aten. You are the mirror of your Ak or your Aku. That's you. Now the word for flow is the word N. N is the word for flowing. N. Keep that in mind, everybody. N is the word for flowing. It means to pass from one thing to another. Or sometimes they translate it as the word of. Or from. Of and from is the same thing as flowing. Because if something is from you, it's flowed from, it's from you. It's literally in movement. If it's of you, then it's a part of you. It is also a wave. It's a wave image because it represents something flowing. The image at times is a water wave as seen in the name of the pharaoh, most popular for representing the mirror Aten. Where do we see this name? In Akhenaten's name. What does Akhenaten mean? Do you see the Aku bird of Tehuti with the circle lines making the word Aku? What is that? That's conscious light, the other light of life consciousness. Remember what I taught you earlier in the classes. So we have Aten. Aten we know is the great sun, but the Aku bird is the conscious light. So it's Aku as in conscious light, Aku N flowing, and then Aten. Ak and Aten. Wait. What is the first mirror ancient man or woman would have seen? Let me come in the room, everybody. What's the first natural mirror that man and woman would have seen out in nature? If they're just walking out in nature, what's the first mirror naturally that they would see? They would look into it and there'd be a reflection back at themselves. What is the first natural? There it is, everybody. Water. Ding, 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 ding. Water. Ding, 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 ding. Water. 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 Before they had a chance to make or had the technology to make any type of mirror handheld, grinding up sand and glass and doing things to make that, or even looking for a stone like obsidian, you'd have to find that. But naturally, if you're walking along the Nile and you look at it, what's going to be looking back up at you? Yourself. So the very first natural mirror that man would have seen would have been water, right? Mentihotep put water. Neferkepret put aqua. Agua. Aqua. Okay, here we go, everybody. Wonderful. So water would have been the first mirror, right? Let's put this all together only at the Tehuti Podclass. So the first thing man would have seen, there's depiction of what modern and ancient men along the Nile. When he looks down, what is this right below him? As he's on his boat and as he's on the Nile, there's his reflection. There's your mirror. Which is, in Medunetter, what image? These images right here. Do you see the water waves? Let me break the matrix for you. Let me do something. Let me change your mind. Let me do something right now. Look at this water bottle right here. Do you see any waves? Let me get another one. Well, the other one's empty. Do you see the water in here? Do you see any waves? Where are the waves? When you pour water in a cup or a basket, are there waves? Sit it down. Are there waves? What do waves represent? That water has to be in what? Because there's no waves here. No waves in this water bottle at all. When would there be waves in water? Only when it flows. Only when it's in action. Only when it's moving. The Kemetians didn't have water as still water. Like you just see water in a pond. When you see water in a pond, it's kind of still. Looks like a real mirror. You could look down into it as a perfect reflection of yourself. But the Kemetians drew water in motion, in a flow, flowing, in movement, in action. Water waves, okay? Water waves, it has to be in motion, in moving. Not just still water in your cup. The Kemetians had cups and baskets and bowls. They saw water in there. So where's the still water image? Nope. Water here is in waves. You see him along the Nile or along this water in motion. You see the waves right there by him. Water in waves, right? Yes, water waves is the reality of the original mirror outside of the body. I wonder what that word is, water waves. What do you think that says right there? You know what that says? Oh, look at that. Hey. Ankh. N. N means to flow from or to come from. It's something in motion, something in movement. There's the larger sun and the smaller sun. You're the Aku, or the thing that's inside of you, the energetic energy inside of you. That's the smaller light. The bigger light is the sun. You're a reflection of that. And your actions reflect. Do you understand? You're not a reflection of anything until you have action. Nobody's going to talk about you if you go under a bridge and lay down for 45 years and have no action in your life, no flow, no movement. There's no N. That's the word for water. It has to be in movement, has to be producing. It has to be given from one thing to another thing. That is the definition of energy itself. It has to be some inertia to it. If it doesn't move and it just sits there, there's no action. Thus, it's still water. So that's the word for from. If I have something and I give it and it's from me as a gift, the word is N, which is water waves. The first mirror. Anyway, oh man. I don't know what else people are talking about, but welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. There's your N, there's your flow, there's your water waves, the first mirror. Yes, water waves is this reality of original mirror outside of the body in water and then eventually becoming a mirror that you can carry reflection. You know, when they say, man, I heard about you, I know about you, because they heard about your actions. Can carry reflection in ancient papyrus. Is it in ancient papyrus thousands of years ago? Let's go to the source that nobody goes to, because I'm telling you, everybody hates Kemetic writing. That's why they never go to it as something that they actually believe in. They go to it for debates. They don't say, and here's what I do with my family. Here's the symbolism. Here's what it says in this papyri, this chapter, and here's what I live my life. Not like that. So the papyrus thousands of years ago, that I will take you to the papyrus of 344 rectal admonitions. It's called the Leiden Papyrus, little typo, Leiden Papyrus, and it's the admonitions of the Egyptian sage, 1991, 1803. This is where they stole the 7 plague story from. So here it is right here. Here's what's called the Leiden Papyrus, 1344 recto, and it's the heretic papyrus Leiden, 3344 recto, admonitions of an Egyptian sage. What does it say here? Behold, she who had no box is now the owner of a chest. She who used to look at her face in water now owns a mirror. Not he. She who used to look she who used to look at her face in water. Why? Because in ancient times that was the original mirror, now owns one. Do you understand? She who used to look at her face in water, because the mirror was always associated with the female. That's why the women on Instagram are doing that. You don't see men sticking their butts out on Instagram. You don't see men with their tongues out. It is something subconscious, sexual energy looking into a mirror or a selfie or whatever they're doing. Goes back to Het Heru, because she who once looked at herself in water now has a handheld mirror of Het Heru. Before that was invented, it was just the water waves.
as she would look into water, representing the reflection. Images of women with the handheld mirror, holding the woman, looking at the reflection, sitting on something, reproducing. Echoing the Het Heru, the house of Heru, producing the Heru. The shed, the vagina, same word for mummy, that comes out, the per-em Heru in the afterlife. Because she, who once looked into water, now has the handheld mirror. In ancient times, that wasn't invented. Now she has one. She doesn't have to go all the way to the Nile to look in. She can just stare at it while it's in the shape of Het Heru, coming out of the Het, covering, representing what she does. She produces the egg that eventually holds the baby that comes out, the white egg that they would see on the outside of the bird. Thus, the mummy is created by the flax that turns white. Starts off, though, as a uwajit. You know what uwajit means? You know what uwajit means? It means green. Guess whose name that was? Uwajit. Het Heru, the green one. Then the green flax turns white, used as the mummy wrapping so it can rebirth. As the vagina, the shet, rebirths. As the egg, the sahut, the mummy, also called the shet, rebirths and echoes out, as a mirror does. That's why they say, if you want to ever see infinity, take two mirrors, two, and face them into each other, and you will see eternity. What's the word for eternity? Heh, the same covering that holds the mirror. I'm going to be a waiter. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We are going and going and going. I wonder, I'm going to check the emails. I wonder if people are watching this and also supporting, just in case you forgot what the support is. If you're watching this and you're absorbing it, which means you're eating food, if you're absorbing the information, you're staring at it, please support this more than the Avengers. Please support this more than Wolverine. Please support this more than you support Spider-Man. Are there viewers that are watching this right now that can honestly look into their hearts and say, let me take this, Seta, you go right there. Are there viewers that are watching this and getting these lessons? There's 70 something viewers that are watching. Can you honestly say that you supported this as much as you supported Spider-Man? Can you honestly say that you supported this information and supported what's going on here as much as you supported Wolverine and Capcom? Ghostbusters. How much money did you put into Ghostbusters? The Avengers, the football game. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. This is a reciprocity system. This is ours to do. We started class at 2. It's 8:36. Of no gossiping, no anger, no name calling. Is there any YouTube channel, conscious, comedic, whatever they may call it, where they can go 7 hours, no name calling, no anger, no talking about, well, see what I don't like is, you see what I don't like is, and what I don't like, and yeah, with people, you know, what bothers me is what gets my fancy. What 7 hours without any of that, teaching, testimonies, animals, nature, positivity, flowing vibes, people praising each other. Is there any other YouTube channel that you've seen? Just forget the information, just that vibe for 8 hours, no disagreements, no bad vibes. Henu, praise this man, praise that woman, praise this, praise that for 7 hours, no arguments, no kicking anybody off the panel.
Is there another channel just like that? Then we can add the information. Then you can ask yourself if you supported cotton candy more than this. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's see what's important to people. We're about to break this down because I love my supporters and my students. We are the house of ATTON, and we're here to represent the Natiru, the last one's left. Here it is. She, who used to look at her face in water, now owns a mirror. There is the woman holding the baby, breastfeeding, as the other woman holds the mirror to her face. Is she trying to look pretty for her baby? Absolutely not. Is she doing selfies for Facebook or Instagram to stick her butt out? Absolutely not. She is echoing the mirrored effect of what she's doing right now, which is birthing and feeding a baby, thus looking into the mirror, staring at it with all these teachings in mind. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. The last representatives on earth of the Neter. And remember the He, the word for immortality, eternal echoing, that the mirror echoes life Ankh was placed in, right? Remember? It was placed in the He, and it was also placed in the sheath that also looked like the Ankh. Both of these are eternal immortal life. Remember that? Let me bring your attention for the first time in history that the word He itself is a mirrored effect itself. Take a look closer and notice the echoed symbols and what's in between them. What are those two symbols in between the mirrored He? Get a good look. Let's look again at the word He. What do we see, everybody? Do you see the echo doubled He as a palindrome? What's that in the middle right there? Uh-oh. Just type in the room. What's that in the middle right there? Anybody know? What's this in the middle right here? Uh-oh. What's this in the middle right here? Have you ever had that pointed out to you before? The Het immortality, which is the Seneb flax that creates the mummy. What's that in the middle right there? What's that in the middle right there? What's that in the middle right there? And what's on top of that? Boom. The Aten and the Ankh. The Ankh with the Aten on top. To write the word He, you have to have the Aten inside of it. There's the Aten right there. There's the Aten with the rays coming down. And there's the Ankh. Because the Aten and the Ankh are interchangeable. And the Ankh has the Aten on top. Why would the Ankh have the Aten on top? You know why, everybody. Why would it have the Aten on top? Because, where is it? Let me scroll down here. It has disappeared. Because in the hymn of Aten, the writings of the ancestors themselves, thou art the living Aten. Aten is the beginning of the Ankh. There it is. The living Aten. Aten is the beginning of the Ankh. A-N-K. Because Aten and Ankh are interchangeable, and they're both the mirrored reflective image. So thus, when you look at the word He, which is the sheet that covers, just like the Seneb covers and creates the mummification, in between the word for eternity is the Aten, the Aten, the Aten, the sun, and the Ankh with the Aten on top. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. There it is right there, 507. There's the Aten in between the two echoed Senebs. You see that? And what is that? The Aten holding the Ankh. So if you look at it from this direction going up, what is that? The Ankh with the Aten on top. Because the Aten is the beginning of life. The Aten is the supporter. It's the creator of life in this solar system. So there is the Ankh with the Aten on top, and there is the Ankh
with the Aten on top. And what is the hand? What are the hands holding? A bunch of little unks, because Ankh and Aten are the same. Welcome to the house of Aten, where we live the life of the mirror. Now let us continue, everybody. Here we go. This is the never-ending story. And thus, if we live imbued as a mirrored image of our Aku affecting people around us to perform and create a society, Ma'at, a house of light reflection, then guess what the other name for mirror would be? Uh-oh. Just like Sharikah found, the word Aten literally is the word for mirror as well. Aten is the word for mirror, because you are our mirrored image of the Aten. You're the Ankh. You're the Aku. The Aku that is the flowing image of the Aten. Ankh and Aten. Boom. The word Aten is mirror. Why? Because and thus, if we live imbued as a mirrored image of our Aku, affecting people around us to perform and create a society of Mat, which is a house of light reflection of the greater sun, then of course the word for mirror, which is reflection, would be the Aten, the sun itself, making you a small Aten. Boom. The word Aten is mirror. And remember, this class is all about the echoed biological imperative and echoed mirroring imagery that is necessary to create a civilization. The mathematical symmetry that echoes the microcosm and macrocosm. Because in order to create a civilization in Ma'at, you need the mirrored echoed effect. That's why when you look at images of the civilization starting with man, woman to create a child, what do you see? They're always mirrored of each other. Because in order to create a civilization or a tribe, you first need a man and a woman to echo or mirror each other so that they can produce a child which is a mirror of them, and so on and so forth until you have a village, then you have a town, then you have a city, then you have a society, then you have a country that is based on the echoing image, which is why man and woman are always echoing each other, because the mirror is necessary to create a society. And I'm about to explain that scientifically, just to bring everything to full circle. So, and just to bring everything to full circle, back to the biological imperative echoed ability of the woman. Remember, this class began speaking of the mirror as Het Heru. That was the reflection microcosm of the female's ability to array or reproduce, which equals mirror. Let's look again at what is the symbol of Aten. The sun, right? Where does that sit on Het Heru? It sits on her head. This is the tomb of Nefertiti. And if you look, you see the sun, the Aten, the ray, sits on the head of Het Heru. You see that? It's always on her head. You see that? The Aten is right over the head of Het Heru. Where is the mirror positioned in the handheld mirror 3,000 years before the Matrix? Uh-oh. The mirror, again, is the Aten. It is positioned exactly where the Aten is positioned on Het Heru's head. It's on her head. That is the Aten, that is the Ra. But when you look at the mirror, how's the mirror designed? The mirror is the Aten, because the word Aten means mirror. So when you look at Het Heru, you see it over her head. And so to make a microcosm of that and an echoed image of that as a mirror, the actual mirror is positioned exactly where the Aten is positioned on Het Heru, the Neter. Boom, the mirror right over the head of Het Heru, the mirror reflection echo of immortal life
and the ATTON are the same. So when you go to this, the Caryatid mirror of 1540 to 1296 BC, what do we see? Same thing. You see? The Aten is the mirror. That's how important the mirror was. It was a living ritual they were doing. Every day, looking at the mirror was the story. With that understood, what if I told you that the N is not just water waves, which represents the original mirror that man and woman would look into outside of his body, but the actual ways needed to create a society, the social chemistry and symmetry. So the mirror was needed to create symmetry in a society. What other type of waves would have to create a society, right? What other type of waves would have to be compatible, completely unified, to create a unified civilization of conscious mirrored light? What other waves, everybody? What other waves would have to be echoed for you to have a unified society? Type it in the room. What other kind of waves? Water waves are what's needed for the original mirror to create the echo. But what other kind of waves would be needed to create a unified society? Anybody know? Sharika says this, it's hard. Attention. I tell one of my nuters, I say, you're very attentive. Okay, there it is. Brain waves. That's right. Frequency waves. Thought waves. TT put bright, brilliant. Brain waves. In order to create a unified society, they weren't unified because they were black. It wasn't black unity. They were unified mentally. You can't unify under black. Me and Tyrone can't unify. We're both black. Do you understand? Supposedly, me and Bill Cosby are not unifying and building anything. We're not having any black unity. Me and Oprah are not having black unity. Me and a pimp named Slickback, who looks just like me, are not unifying under black unity. I don't care about black unity. Mental unity. Thought waves have to be echoed and united in order to build a civilization. Because me and Farrakhan and me and Wesley Muhammad, supposedly all black men, are not going to build any society together. Me and Captain Shatazaka Zakarak El Sakadak are not going to build any civilization together. Tell me the ancient civilization that any archaeologist has found, or that every culture today is looking back at the ancient civilization saying that they're the purest. That's what we want to be. They're our ancestors. They're an example. Can you give me the name of one that had a bunch of different religions? What's the name of that one? Is it the Aztecs? Was it the Mayans? Was it ancient Nile Valley culture? Which culture had a bunch of disunified people in spirituality? What was the name of that culture? Just give me the name. Can you type it in the room? What's the name of the ancient culture that you look up to that had a bunch of religions in it? And everybody was, well, I'm a this and I'm a that. I believe in this and you believe in that. You believe in this. I don't think that. You believe in that. You believe in... What's the name of that culture? Every culture that you look up to, the only similarity of the culture was that their brain waves were unified. They didn't even all look alike. All the people in ancient Kemet didn't look like me. And they didn't look like Sinbad. And they didn't all look like Will Smith. And they didn't look like Halle Berry. They were unified here. Some of them look like Halle Berry. Some of them look like Wesley Snipes. Some of them look like Sinbad. Some of them look like me. Some of them look like Oprah. Some of them look like Bill Cosby. Some of them look like Lisa Bonet. Did they care? No. No, they didn't. This had to be unified. Those waves had to echo. And I'm about to show you that scientists discovered that. Scientists discovered that. Sharika said, I never thought a pimp named Slickback would find his way to the Podclass. Shout out to the Boondocks. SABA is too funny. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Oh my! How long have we been going? What? How long is this breakdown here? 1 hour and 21 minutes. Thank you. Do not compare the Podclass to anything, please. Thank you very much. Let us continue. Are you ready? Here we go. Here we go. So, what other type of waves would have to be completely unified to create a unified civilization of conscious mirrored light? Of course, the class got it right. Brain waves, the origin of which all mental, spiritual unification derives. Yes, those light waves. These ones have to be united. Gamma, beta, theta, alpha, delta, they have to be united amongst a civilization in order for there to be a civilization. Yes, these waves, Ak and Aten, these waves. Wait, Tehuti, are you saying that we are not only a mirrored microcosm, but there is a mirror within us that has something to do with our brain and brain waves? You're going too far now, Tehuti. Are you saying there's a mirror inside of us, and that mirror has to be united through brain waves for us to build a civilization? Well, guess what modern day neurologists have discovered? What if I told you that the oldest mirror utilized by Homo sapiens was not water? That one was discovered. It was not the obsidian stone. The neurologists have discovered that we have natural mirrors built inside of our brain. Yes, the first mirror evolved inside of you. It is actually necessary for you to build it. That is actually necessary for you to build a society or any form of civilization. Let me say that again. The very first mirror is inside of your brain, and those mirrors evolved and are absolutely necessary for you to build a society. You need those mirrors, and neurologists proved it and showed it. We'll go to the annual review of neuroscience, volume 27, colon 169/192, July 2004. And what did they find? Here it is right here. Mirror neuron system. What is that? In the annual reviews of neuroscience, volume 27, 2004, page 169 to 192. Abstract, a category of stimuli of great importance for primates, humans in particular, is that formed by actions done by other individuals. A category of stimuli of great importance for primates, humans in particular, is that actions formed by other individuals. If we want to survive, we must understand the actions of others. Furthermore, without action, understanding social organization is impossible. Without action, understanding social organization is impossible. In the case of humans, there is another faculty that depends on observation of others' actions, imitation, learning. Unlike most species, we are able to learn by imitation, echoing, mirroring. And this faculty is at the basis of human culture. In this review, we present data on the neurophysiological mechanism, the mirror neuron mechanism that appears to play a fundamental role in both action, understanding, and imitation, echoing. we describe first the functional properties of mirror neurons in monkeys. We review next the characteristics of mirror neuron systems in humans. We stress in particularly those properties specific to the human mirror neuron system that might explain the human capacity to learn by imitation. We conclude by discussing the relationship between mirror neuron system and language. So, in order to create a culture, you need the mirrors inside of you to imitate the others that you're seeing. Furthermore, without action understanding from these mirror neurons, social organization is impossible. Without the mirrors inside of you, social organization is impossible. In other words, building a society. We knew that you had to mirror the other person because of the mirror neurons. And without the internal natural mirror inside of you, you couldn't echo the other. In other words, you could never build a society of Ma'at or a society of Kemet if you weren't echoing through the natural mirror that is inside of you, rediscovered by scientists, called mirror neurons. Mirror neurons respond to your actions, the same actions of others. Some scientists believe they're why we understand other people's behavior through mirror neurons, what is necessary to build a society. Boom, the original mirror is within. It is what responds to the balance needed for imitation mirroring, imbued echoed evolution, the key to adaptation, and simultaneous empathy, the energetic tools needed to develop a united social construct with synchronized symmetry, order, in other words, Ma'at. As we, the House of Aten, are the conscious mirrored reflection of the pure energetic etheric double and the echo of the microcosm of that sacred mirror today. That is why I call this the House of Aten. And for the ritual practice of this, I will answer that in the Metanetter class. See you there. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who sat and absorbed this answer and benefited by the first debut breakdown on Earth of the Aten, the mirror, the mirror neurons, its microcosm in Ma'at of echoed biological imperative and immortality, and the House of Aten first time intro elaboration, and appreciated it more than the waiter that you tipped and found this information more valuable than that waiter that you tipped, please send your support for this answer. You can put mirror neurons, you can put Aten, put that on the Cash App, the PayPal. Please send support and just write extra tip for Aten answer. Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Hotep, I'm done. I'm about to check the emails. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to check the screen. I'm going to look and see what people thought of this answer. I'm going to put the link in the room. There is the answer to Sharika's questions, plus the answer of why this is called the House of Aten, plus the mirrored effect of the mirror neurons scientists have proven is necessary to build a society. Boom, that is it. If you've seen an answer like this on other channels, please put the timestamp. If not, please appreciate what you've never seen in your life before. Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Please support the House of Aten because you've never ever seen anything. Support what it is that you've never seen before because this phenomenon is completely unique. What's happening here at the House of Aten has never happened on this planet before. If so, timestamp and book page, please. This is what we're doing here. It's a complete unique experiment and experience, and we're the last representatives of the Netaru. The link is in the room. Team, jump in so I can take my break, and then we can read the donations. I can see what you all thought. We can see if you all appreciated this Podclass and the House of Aten. I think I put the link in the room. Bella put beautiful questions with beautiful answers. Robert Reyes put henna, Henu, SABA, Tehuti. Hybrid Cyber put that's fascinating. I think about that a lot. And there's Sharika, the one that asked the question. I'm trying. I don't know. I don't know if you're about to fire me or what. There it is, Sharika.
Yeah, firing before the mind. Thank you. Glory to you, Saba, truly holding yourself to your word for that attention, nourishing answer. Just getting back to the source, it makes so much more sense now. That behind the mirror is the water, behind the water is the Ankh, behind the Ankh is the Aten. That's just, it's so amazing. And like you said, like, we're not truly a mirror unless we're in action. So for the billions of pictures that we all take online with our phone, it's just capturing stillness, but there's no action. What are your actions when you're done clicking the camera, pressing the button? What are your actions after that? It's not enough, like you said, to look like somebody. It's how you're acting. So that's just beautiful. And the fact that even ties in with the last Medunetter class and what was unveiled there is just, yeah. Yeah, incredible. Just it's beautiful.
It's your lip, and I did that for you because I want everybody to know that understanding that in your mind. Just watch this class over and over again. Get yourself a mirror. Look at the mirror. When you use a mirror, especially if it looks like this or the Het Heru one, you're actually performing the ritual simply by looking into the mirror. Now, when you stare into the mirror, you think of everything taught, and that changes your molecules inside. That is actually the ritual. The ritual in Kemet, there's a few rituals found in writing. The rituals in Kemet was their everyday life. Every single day was the ritual. By having a mirror in their hand is the ritual. When you're thinking about this, imagine breastfeeding a baby. Why are you staring into a mirror? Because you're thinking about all of this. That is the ritual. I'll be back, everybody. Support the Tutti Podclass. Glad you appreciate it. I'll be listening to everybody's comments in the background. I'm going to take a break, and I shall be back. No Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I'll never look at a mirror the same ever again.
Yes. What'd you think? What'd you think about or any notes that you took that you want to express?
Well, yeah, there's just like so much meaning behind everything. Like everything has layers and layers of meanings and double meanings. I just think it's so powerful. It's so powerful once you are taught these things. And yeah, I'll never look at another mirror. I wish I knew this when I was nursing my son, because that would have been great to know that while doing that. But you know, this is where my ba is leading me. So I kind of was doing those things without even really knowing or being aware that that's what I was actually doing. So this is amazing.
Yes, absolutely. Let me ask the great brother Menku Ara, peace, good brother, who's sitting in the temple.
Hotel.
What you take from the wonderful class?
There's a lot to take from this class. I really love in the Pertham Haru how perfect the Ankh is, and when Saba was showing, I really got a kick out of how He's just in his lane, right? He's just in his bag. And so he showed us the image of the Aten and the arms down holding the Ankh. And then he waited till later to show us it in the metanetter, in the dictionary, with the Aten on the Ankh. And I really love that, how there's so many different directions he can go, and he'll sometimes save something for later to connect with something he's already taught on. So I really love that image of the Aten on top of the Ankh. And so he's so dialed in. He lived this, and so it's really easy for him to show the ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. He has the proof, right? So everything that he's saying is actual facts. He's so connected to the ancestors and the information and the images, and it's just beautiful to see so much truth, so much knowledge and wisdom, and so many examples of the teachings with the mirrors and everything. He has it all. Like, he knows how to utilize all the tools in the toolbox. So it's really powerful. It's really beautiful. It's a lot of information. And I love how our culture has shifted, and to see the power transitioning with everything that he's doing. Even before he did that, when he answered your question about the snakes in the hospital, and he showed the beautiful snake with the Aten in the eye. Come on now, like he just.
That one was gorgeous.
Everything's a flex with Saba, and he's not even flexing. He's just living his life. He's been doing this for so long. It's so powerful, so beautiful to be in this energy and to have a life worth living, and someone that you can believe in, and means what he says, and he says what he means, and he shows you so much evidence of how beautiful and how powerful we are, and our ancestors, and how everything had meaning, and it was a ritual, and it was just how they were living. And then and he showed the first mirror was the waves, and then what is the other wave that we need to be in unison in? It's the brain wave. I know there's nothing else to say. All you can do is bow down and be grateful, and we're so blessed and lucky, and so I am eternally grateful to be here in the present, enjoying our Saba, just giving us all this love, giving us all this energy. So I will pass. That's all I have to say. Tua to you, cast to you, Saba. You are the greatest, and it's powerful to witness your greatness in this space and time. So Hotep to you, great Saba.
And for words, great brother. Primordial Thought 9. Let's hear your tones, good brother.
Once again, to the great Saba Tehuti, I'm on Hotep Ra. I was very intrigued by this question, because I do all of my affirmations in the mirror. So I realized when I started doing that, a lot of things started changing in my life big time. So I say pretty much all my affirmations in the mirror. So with this one, it's a lot of great information, and I have to keep playing it back, because I'm a type of person that when I listen to Saba's classes, I pause it, you know what I mean, and then I rewind it, and then I just kind of I listen to it over and over again. So it was a lot of moments in there that I wish I could have just paused the rewind the YouTube a little bit, but I didn't want to be too far behind, because Saba shows that, that interchangeable meanings with the Aten and the Ankh and the water wave sign, the N, which means to in movement. That it just sparked a lot of questions. So definitely a playback for me, because I think that was wonderful, and it was a lot of information to process. So peace and love to SABA. I didn't catch at the very end. Did SABA say that he's going to do the ritual the next Meta Netter class, or it happened last Monday?
No, the next Meta Netter class.
Oh yeah, I'm on it now. I gotta get that.
He ended it so beautiful, and it was definitely a flex. He says, as we, the House of Aten, are the conscious, mirrored reflection of the pure, energetic, etheric double, and the echo of the microcosm of that sacred mirror today. And for the ritual practice of this, I will answer that in the metal class. See you there, Hotep. I'm done. I'm gonna be there. I don't know where y'all gonna be.
Yeah, it was a cliffhanger. So, brother Anipata Aten Tehuti, I mean, that it's your rent that he just broke down as well. How was that for you?
It's just very magical. You know, it's extremely magical. Putting what I experience into words, even though, you know, I am who I am, is a challenge, right? And it's because there are so many things happening simultaneously, and to be able to get it out succinctly and to have it make sense is something that takes practice. But I am extremely grateful for what SABA brings forth. And because there are things happening on different levels, when he teaches, when you're connected to this frequency and you understand that what's happening here on the physical realm is just a reflection of that which is happening in the Pa'or, or in the what's known as the real time zone, you start to see things happen before they happen, and with him being who he is, to give us these sound frequency vibrational tones that represent who we are and who we wish to attain, is just amazing to have a SABA like that we have. There's so much happening. There's so much happening, and I'm just thankful. This class in particular was absolutely beautiful. I love how he taught about the mirror, of course, being the Aten and the Ankh, and connecting it right back to showing it from the perspective of Tut Ankh Amun and his mirror. When his name is Tut Ankh, which Tut is the image, it's a mirror reflection. So his name is another variation of Aten, who is the son of Akhenaten. So that's a whole nother underlining thing that he did that's not just right there in your face. So seeing those things and being able to connect those things is just phenomenal. Mirror was known today. If you look at mirror gazing, is something that I have personally always done, and I even put it in my writings. At the Pathways to Awakening, in the last little piece I did, the spoken word piece, I said mirror gazing are some of the best conversations you'll receive, moving forward while looking back simultaneously. And that's literally what I do. And this was before receiving a name called Mirror. And it's just beautiful because it just lets you know that you're a part of something. Everyone here is a part of something that is far beyond what can be conceived in real time here on this physical plane. It's just, there's no way, because this is on a delay. Everything happens on a delay here. You know, so with the Metanetter class and SABA Tehuti giving us these wonderful classes, and I continuously push for everyone to be a part of these classes, because that's where the rituals are given to be able to start to have experiences that are beyond just this physical existence here, or what's known as the physical existence. And with what he teaches us, and through these classes here, being able to apply them and see results from them, it changes your life. It changes your reality, your viewpoint, your perspective on what this is, what you are, who you represent, what you stand on, what you speak, how you think. It changes everything about you. And, you know, so with the movement, the House of Aten, and all the work that each of us had to do individually and coming together collectively to allow SABA Tehuti to give him enough motivation to continue to stay with us and now give us the reign that we have now, is just beautiful, because we are all different parts and echoes of the great Tehuti and what he's bringing forth. So, you know, for me, I'm just thankful and I'm grateful, and I'm gonna, in my Sunday class that's coming up this Sunday on the House of Aten, and this always happens, is always because we're connected in many different ways. So there are, in the last thing that he said when he was talking about the Owatchit and how that's Heheru, because she's the green one. Well, I'm going to be going into that word more deeply, the Owatchit, and dealing with the observation of what we call this reality. So, I mean, I'm just, I am humble, and I'm thankful because our great SABA Tehuti is he is who he is, and he's the best. And you know, and with Aten, the serpent, like you said, Minku Ara, that was fire. How his eye is the Aten with the 3 lines and the black tail. That was just absolutely beautiful. You know, so the hymn to Aten that he showed, that's another thing that I anytime that he shows the Metanetter and the English translation of any type of writing, I go look for it, because a lot of those things are not easily accessible. You can't, you have to dig a little bit to find that type of information. And I always want the Metanetter to whatever the writings are, because the Metanetter tells a more complete story than just it being translated into English. So to Great SABA for showing that, because that's something that I definitely want to have, is the Metanetter of the hymn to Aten. And what that said, and showing another word for mirror, unhor, and what those 2 words mean and represent. That was a beautiful gem that he dropped right there real quick. And you know, the family dynamic, you know, and showing how the consciousness of the people today, and looking in mirrors, including the phone, because it still is a mirror. You can see your reflection in it. It's glass screen. And how the consciousness of the people today are just completely removed from any type of even though you're looking in a mirror and you're looking at yourself, no one's really looking at themselves. It's really deep when you think about it, how everyone's so obsessed with how they physically looking in the mirror, but are unable to look in between those pupils and to that mirror and see the reflection that resides there. That's what's completely blocked out. And for him showing in this class and just living life, being the ritual and the heru in the mirror, just being another reflection of water, the first mirror in motion, was just phenomenal. It was beautiful. So, you know, I hope that everyone who is in this class is supporting the Great Saba. If you're watching it here live, watching it on playback, support this, because you will not find this nowhere. You know, all these other teachers are afraid to teach about what the ancestors taught about and lived because of how other people will perceive them. And I love how he also, you know, gave that analogy and speaking about how when you're on that bed and now it's time for you to make your transition, and now you're going through regrets in your life because of how you lived according to how other people think of you. And that keeps us so far dialed back and being able to move forward is just the fear of how other people think. And in reality, when you know this, and you see where the origin of all these things come from, and the great Saba Tehuti presenting what he does, it gives you the supreme confidence in being able to walk firmly in your walk, because you truly understand, and you're able to connect and have experiences that cannot be proven today with the technology that we have. So when you continue to do that and live what the great Saba Tehuti is laying out for us to echo, it's just a beautiful thing, and I'm grateful and I'm thankful. So Hinu to you, great Saba Tehuti. Welcome back to the panel. Hope you had an excellent break. And yes, to our great Saba for that Sebayit.
Can I say something real quick? There's in my little mind, there's no way that snake is not a gift to you, Saba, from the Netters, the Netteru. It has to be. It was destined for you to have that snake, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, it's so detailed. Everything is so detailed. Like how did you even
give? That is cosmic order for you to have that. That is just so never. That is, I've never witnessed anything like that in my life.
Yes, go find the principle that makes snakes put people in hospitals so it can be it to its righteous owner.
Say that part.
I don't know.
That is destined. That was destiny. I don't even know if I should be using destiny in this context with you, Saba, but that seemed like it was aligned for you to have that snake. You're on mute, Saba.
So yes, thank you for that observation. I had no other choice. That was the snake that I needed to tell people about the House of Aten. So that was the snake for this class. And Sharika asked the question, and it was perfect because the snake has been there waiting for so long, so many months, and people have come and not even seen that snake. It's just been in hiding for this particular class. For me to break down what the House of Aten is really about, and how it's the House of Mirrors. So not the scary one either, not the not the weird one, but the real House of
Make
Mirrors.
everything scary, right?
Yeah, so that's my that was my snake. I always wanted a king cobra, but king cobras are extremely dangerous, and this is the one that looks like it. And I needed I needed the snake that represented Aten. From years ago, I was going to name a snake Ra Aten, and I had that name ever since the Kill the Priest Podclass, and waited for this snake, this morph with these eyes, for this class ever since the Kill the Priest Podclass. Okay, so we're gonna do, everybody, and for Sharika to ask the question, everything falls right into. When I saw her question, I was like, here it is. This game gave me an excuse to break it down. Here we go. Oh, mirrors. Oh, nobody's asked about mirrors. Wait a minute. Hold on. Perfect. And then Scribe's name being Aten in Tehuti, and it's the House of Aten. It's just I'm creating something that's gonna be something of history for everyone. So it's a beautiful thing. And I'm telling you, the Netter have sped up the magic. They sped it up. And you're right, Menkora, absolutely. The snake was mine. What's that song? And the snake was mine. But the snake is mine, not the girl's mine. The snake is mine. So that's mine. It's meant to be. But here we go. We're gonna get into into the donations. Oh my goodness, 9:30. I'm gonna be able to close a podcast and still be able to walk around consciously, and not 3 a.m. Here we go, everybody. We're gonna go into these beautiful donations. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? We're gonna go with the donations. We have a lot of them came in. Thank you, everybody, for the great support. This is Anu and Antu. No, they sent it. That was for last minute of class. They got that already. Okay, good. I need what's this one here? This is okay. This one is another anonymous. I know the anonymous person, so I'm gonna go ahead and just put this on the screen. Tua very much. I'm gonna put the support is very good. I appreciate everybody. Anonymous. Anonymous. Okay, here we go. I know this person is anonymous. They made it clear that it's all anonymous. So I'm gonna go ahead and give a shout out to this anonymous person. I want everybody to know that even if you said you're anonymous once, if I don't know that you always want to be anonymous, you're not going to be. So there's people right now on the panel, there's people right now in the class that are sometimes anonymous, sometimes not. So always clarify, because I'm not always going to remember names that are anonymous. But this one made clear. So I'm going to go ahead and show this one because they let it be known ever since the Kill the Priest Podcraft. So here we go. Shout out to this anonymous person here who sends $90, and there's a message. There's a message in the donation, in this. Oh, a message in the support, and it says, wait a minute, what does it say? A message in the support, and it says, more prosperity to you, SABA Hotep. Thank you, good anonymous person. You are a wonderful, consistent supporter, and the amount that you support is also consistent. Give this person some big noise. Give them all the noises, all the transformers, and all the strange stuff. There we go. $90. Let's get some real big noise. I heard more noise for $40. It's 90. Let's go. Where'd the Transformers? Who's that? Annie or Seth? Oh, there's a Seth.
Let me see.
How you doing, brother? Seth, you heard the did you catch that last answer?
What's up? Yes, Saba.
Shout out to this new person here. I don't think I've seen this name before. Ray Shelley. Shout out to you. I always give shout out to new people. I saw you earlier also, and you're here for the whole class, and you're appreciative, and Tua for your good. Raw Shelly. Okay. Now that it got bigger, I see it's Raw Shelly. Well, we just did a whole class on your name, Raw. Yeah, 10. Bella says Tua for Tua to you, great Saba, and Tua to the magical Naturds. Tua to you, wonderful, beautiful Bella, you're great. And Tua to this anonymous person. All right, next person. Donation from, we got a big one from a lady that's on the panel right now. And this was given from some earlier, a little bit earlier time. And I didn't understand it when I read it. I was like 50% of sales. Shout out to Menti Hotep. Give her some big noise. $100. This is Menti Hotep. Is she in the room? Are you in the room, Menti?
Yeah, I'm right here, Saba.
Okay, could you give a quick breakdown to what people reading this, what this means? 50% of sales from Pathway. What that?
Yeah. So at Pathways to Awakening, I set up a merch booth. And people came out and supported you, and as a return, I thought that I should show my support towards you. So I just wanted to give to you 50% of my sales.
Oh.
After my I guess that would be my net sales, 50% of my net sales.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Okay, appreciate that. When I first got, I didn't know what this meant, but thank you so much, Menti. That you're definitely a part of the family. Robert Reyes put dope. And Bella put Henu, very nefer Menti Hotep. Okay,
yeah,
good. Shout out to Anu. Go ahead, Menti, say it again.
To everybody that supported me for doing that, I was able to return to keep it all in the family. So
wonderful. To you. Shout out to you, Anu. I got a message from. I couldn't read it all, it's too long, but I basically understand the gist and have a good rest. Okay, shout out to Menti Hotep for that great donation right there. And shout out to the Meku Ara who thought there was going to be another phenomenal Matrix breakdown. And I had to tell him that big donation for the Matrix, Rigo had said to take that for the emergency fund. So that's what I did. So he added, Meku Ara added $7. It said, $7.78 to add a breakdown of the Keymaster. So appreciate you, my good brother, and absolutely, there has to be another Matrix breakdown. So whenever there is, of course, I'm going to add the Keymaster because it's inevitable not to have another Matrix breakdown. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. So I'll remember that. And you can remind me too. Okay, shout out to Meku Ara. Appreciate you. Did I say that? Sorry. Did I put in the file? Meku Ara? Yes, I did. Okay. Shout out to Meku Ara. Appreciate you. Meku Ara is one of the biggest supporters ever. For the new people watching this, don't let this little amount fool you. This man has donated. He's one of the greatest ever supporters, and I don't even know how much he put into Pathways of the Awakening. That's like a mystery to me. I don't know if he got it for free, if he spent $2 million. I don't know what happened, but this man, I don't know if it was on a gift card. I'm not sure how this man did it. If he called Bobby Brown a sponsor, I'm not sure, but whatever he did, he made it happen. So he's one of the greatest supporters ever. And I'm sure he put in a lot to it financially. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Nito Campbell, $18. Appreciate you, Nito Campbell. Appreciate you. $18 he's the most consistent. He's supported ever since Killer Priest. Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate you. Oh, wait. No. Give Nito Campbell some hand claps. He deserves. He's one of the most. He's a consistent. Give him a hand clap. Thank you for the transform. Thank you. Thank you for that. Hey, Rasheli, Mincy Hotep, put in the private chat a direct way, the best way, most comfortable way for you, for Rasheli to reach you. She wants to know about your jewelry, and just put that in the private chat, okay?
Okay.
Okay, awesome. Shout out to Rasheli. Okay, next support up is I'm gonna skip some of these big intimidating ones for the end, because shout out to Black Alucard, who put, oh, this must be for emergency fund. I see an emergency sign. Shout out to Black Alucard, $40. Give him some big noise. Thank you, Black Alucard. What's that? There we go. What'd you say, Ted? What'd you say?
It says too many buttons.
Thank you. Shout out to this good brother here, Roger Roykoi. Shout out to you. Roger Roykoi has been extremely consistent. I'm trying to remember who he was before. I remember this name, Roykoi, but every week is $25. Shout out to Roger. Give him some big noise, please. Roger, thank you. I'm scrolling up to the top. I want to see who's giving donations and support for the two breakdowns that I gave. As I said, you could put Skinwalker, or put Aten or Mirror for whatever tip you want to give for those. One was 1 hour and 17 minutes of an answer, and one was around the same, 1 hour and 20 minutes or something. Please support for those, because I don't think your waiter put an hour and 20 minutes into you, but she tipped him. Okay, this is Netter Ankotep L, and what's this? A question. First, give him some noise. Please give him some noise. Yeah, let's go. That's a little low. Is that you, Atep?
Yeah, you need it loud.
Yeah, that sounds like it's behind something. There we go. Yeah, nice. And the question is, so $20 support donation. What did the Natiru eat and drink? I'm actually going to save this answer for because it's not going to be a big breakdown, but I'm going to combine this with another question. So look out for that, Netter Ankotep L. I may combine it with another question, or just give a quick. This one will be not that big of a breakdown unless I get more, unless something happens and they make it a bigger breakdown. But okay, shout out to you, Netter Ankotep L. Appreciate you. And Israel Hoyley got his phone, so he finally could give that big support that he was talking about. He's like, when I get my phone, when I get my new phone. So he finally got it. So shout out to I believe this is for the emergency fund. Give him some big noise, please. Shout out to you. Scribe, throw a transformer on there. I like that sound. Is Scribe still in the room? I can't see him.
I got it, Saba.
Oh, you guys too? Oh, nice. Nice. Stop the Israel Harry.
Jeff has the whole Transformer movie.
It sounds like I don't know what that is. It sounds like I'm on the planet with the Transformers. What's going on? Shout out to you. Ray Shelley says, Saba, do you make your PDFs available for sale? You know what, Ray Shelley, I was just actually thinking about that 2 days ago. I think a Tef or Scribe mentioned it like a year ago or something, and something that I actually am considering, and I may actually do, because the PDFs are like books. So Ray Shelley, contact one moment. Let me give me a few days. After tonight, I'm in a major, because of the situation that's happening in the background here. I'm have to focus on that. But give me you can contact me in a couple of days right here, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. And for everybody, Mednetter classes every Monday at 1:30. This is going to be a nice tough one for you. I'm going to see if I can do it. I got 1 day to do the complete evacuation, which is going to be tomorrow all day. Let's see if I can do that and still be ready for Mednetter Monday class at 1:30 the next day. So Mednetter Monday class 1:30, everybody. And Rochelle, you can contact me there in a couple of days when my mind is more clear, and I'll tell you about the PDFs and if they are available. Welcome everybody to the House of Aten, and let's get back to the donations here, the support. Okay, who do we have here? Next up is let me get Mednetter Monday off. Next donation is, hey, Primordial Thought 9. There we go, Primordial Thought 9. I had a vision I was training you. Is Primordial Thought in the room right now on the panel?
Yeah, I'm right here, Saba.
Okay, good. I had a vision I was training you. I keep getting visions of training you. I don't know what's going on. We'll see.
Oh, okay. I like to hear that.
Shout out to Primordial Thought. He said, support Tua, to you, great Saba, to Utiam and Hotep Ra. Give him some big noise. Scribe our test. Shout out and respect to you. You sent. Oh, this is a Bitcoin. Hey, Scribe, can you hear me, good brother? Scribe?
Yes, I can hear you.
Have you ever seen the brother lately, God is I Am? He used to send money through Bitcoin. Have you seen him anywhere lately?
No, I haven't seen from him in maybe a couple months.
Okay, God is I Am. Shout out to you, God is I Am. I hope you're safe and doing well. Shout out to this is for everybody. Is it on the screen right there, Scribe?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I just want to use this as an example. You all can prepay for the Mednetter Monday seats, even though it's Saturday. You don't have to wait till Monday because they will fill up, and they have filled up before. So brother Atep, he prepays, him and his mate prepay. So they usually get an automatic seat regardless because they're on the team. But on top of that, he still prepays days before, and you can do that for the Midnight of Monday class also. I want to show that as an example. Okay. So the next donation support is the same man is Atep. Shout out to Atep. Give him some big noise. He said, Hotep, great Saba, Tua Ishin. Give him some noise, please. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Shout out to this brother here. He says, Dernet Earth Tepi. He says, I have a question. Okay. Maybe I'll shout out to you, Darnell Seal. Do you have a question? Okay, this is where you ask it. You ask it on the Cash App. If it's too big, you can email me. I'll scroll up and check and see. When you email me, make sure you let me know that you're the Cash App name. A lot of people forget that their Cash App name, their government name, their YouTube name, their email name are all different. So they'll say, hey, I asked this question a couple weeks ago, and I was like, I don't have any question from you. Oh, I'm such and such a Gmail. I never knew that. So shout out to Daryl Seals. I hope you I'll look for your question, and I hope that it's that you put who you are. Shout out to you, Daryl Seals. Okay, next donation support is oh, I have two from Bella. Wait. Oh, shout out to Bella who prepaid for it says for upcoming Medunetter classes. Okay, wonderful. So here's a young lady here who is prepaying for upcoming Medunetter classes. So I'm not sure if that's she can't be attending because that's not in her schedule. But yes, you can Bella. Well, anyways, you can just contact me. You talk to me every day. So shout out to Bella. Give her some big noise, please. Shout out to Bella. Shout out to Bella. Wonderful. Excelente. Next donation here, support is that's the Medunetter class from Atef. Let me skip that. And next one is custom made tees. All the big supporters like Bella and Anu and ANTU. I will read yours off at the end as usual. Shout out to you for your great support. You're amazing. Custom made tee sent $6.66. It says nothing much. What? Nothing, like muffin with an N. Nothing much, but peace and love to a great Saba. To you, custom made tees. You've been a constant supporter since the beginning as well. A couple times you jumped up your support. All in multiples of 6s though, which is interesting. Shout out to you. Appreciate you and everything that you give. You give different amounts, different times. So shout out to you. And okay, now the heavy hitters. Here we go. Harass did with a monster donation of 50. Give her some big biggity noise, please, everybody. Atef or Annie, give her some big noise. Loving tonight's intro. Loving tonight's intro. To Harass Did, otherwise known as Sarah Jean. Shout out to this name sounds familiar. Lena Cuevas. Just wanted to support new student. Blessings. Shout out and love to you. The name seems familiar, and I love the new students. Shout out to Lena. Give her a hand clap for being a new student with a new support. Give her some noise. Make it a little louder. I can't hear that one. Who is that? A tap? There we go. Very, 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 very nice. Shout out to you. Hika Kepara is back in the mix. Hika Kepara is back in the mix. Hika Kepara 1072. Hika Kepara Henu SABA for support. If you're in the chat, peace and love. I haven't been looking in the chat much, but if you're listening, peace and love, and I hope I gave you some good energy earlier in the class. Of everything is working, moving towards your direction that you visually want to manifest. Shout out to you, can you? Oh, and we got Anu and ANTU sent the very first tip for the Skinwalker. The very first tip for my breakdown of the Skinwalker that I see so far. Let me fix this. The very first tip for the skin. Oh, what's going on here? The very first tip for the Skinwalker class. I want to get received in there. And shout out to Anu and ANTU. Tip for Skinwalker teachings. Anu and ANTU. Give some big noise, please. Big, big noise. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate that, Anu and ANTU. And now from, who is this? Hey, Yeet TT. Here we go. Yeet TT. Shout out to Yeet TT for the support, $5. I always thought his name was a meta name, but he told me it's from some TV show. But shout out to Yeet TT. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you and your very interactive participation in the class tonight. You were all over class tonight. Shout out to you, Yeet TT. All right, and shout out to let me see something here. One moment. Let me fix up one thing here. A lot of great donations tonight. Appreciate you all. You all are great. Thank you very, very much. Okay, let's see what the next support is. Oh. Where is it? Where are we? Who's this? Oh, inbox. Next support is who's this? Edward Latour. Oh, Big Vapes. Big Vapes. Shout out to Big Vapes. Tell me if this is on the screen. Give us some noise. He says for the 28th midnight class. Is that on the screen?
Yes, it's showing, SABA.
28 midnight class. Big Vapes, you have it already. Midnight class. Shout out to you, Big Vapes. You have the class already. Class is in your email already before I even announce it. Shout out to you. All right, that's the fastest service on the planet, I believe. Shout out to you, Big Vapes. Appreciate your great support. Excelente. I'm gonna save this as what is it? 20. 8 vapes. Medu sent already. There you go, big vapes. You have the class already. All right, looks like we're winding down in donations. The screen is getting shorter and shorter. Eric G, that's it for the. What's this? Okay, 222. Shout out to Eric G. That's it. I'll let you know when I need you for the moving services. And I saw a message come in from you, but I have to click on it to read. I know you sent me a Facebook message or something. I'm gonna click on it to read it. I've been extremely busy with this evacuation, everything going on. It's been ridiculous. Shout out to you. I like this name. Shout out to Thankful Students. What a nice name that is. Thankful Students. What is this here? Oh, is this Mystic Mama? I remember Mystic Mama in the class. Shout out to Thankful Students. Nanny? These are waters. Shout out to Thankful Students. Who says, forever appreciate your work. Thank you, Thankful Student. I like that. That's a nice name. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Thankful Student. Yay. Lots of them. Shout out to the Thankful Student. Okay, next up on the list is Trenton Donaldson. Another consistent supporter. He gave a lot of support last week. Appreciate you. He's been there from the beginning. Trenton Donaldson, 772. For all you do, SABA. Thank you. By the way, this brother is the great brother that sent in the question about Shakespeare, which should have been unanswerable, but of course, it became one of the most classic answers ever given in the Tehuti Podclass. Go back and see if you can find the Shakespeare answer. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Trenton Donaldson. Okay.
I remember that class.
Okay, I'm getting messages from Starfeather. What's up, Tehuti? I challenge you to a debate. Okay, let me believe this nonsense. All this, I have no time for any of that in my life. No time whatsoever.
It's a star feather. What is that? What is it? He's
a kind of a crazy Tamahu guy. Kind of weird. All right, shout out to he wants to set up a debate. I have no time to debate. Debate me when you're building a nation. When you're building a nation, I'll set up to talk to you. I'm not talking to anybody. I don't care what anybody has to say. I'm not interested in anybody that does not have the agenda. If you're not putting the time in with the agenda to help build the people's mind as I am, you're just a distraction. You're a Na'adoloshi. You're one of the Na'adoloshi. You're just here to distract. Show me that you love the people, and I'll listen to your advice. I'll listen to your debates. Show me that you're putting time in, and give me 2 people who testify that you've changed your life. I need 2 people before I talk and debate, have these questions. Present 2 people who testify that you have changed your life, and I'll talk to you. Other than that, you're a cockroach and a distraction. I have no time for you whatsoever. Actually, you're not a cockroaches are actually good for the planet. So, okay, here we go. They're great for the planet. You're just a distraction. I have no time for you whatsoever. Okay, here we go. We got Nicholas Savendon, whose message is long. I can't fit it all in. How can I get this all in here? Oh my goodness. Let me see. I'm gonna have to scroll. Oh boy. Nicholas wrote me a book. I'm gonna show this first part. Nicholas Savendon. Give him some. Is that wait? Oh, is that shown on the screen? I took it.
No, not yet, Saba.
This man said he sent me $50 to answer where Neptune is. And when we talked, he said scratch that question. But he's kind of schizophrenic, and I think he's on some medication drugs. So you may have forgotten that, but yeah, I get a lot of strange people. I'm just gonna block everybody, and I want to let everybody know that I'm accepting no more Facebook friends, none of that foolishness. I'm starting to realize that the whole social media thing, other than my students, is just a distraction. I have no idea why I have 2,000 Facebook friends. You all, other than my students, you're not my friends. I'm not sure what this world is, this AI strange world. How could I have 2,000 Facebook friends and only 25 constant supporters? So no more Facebook friend requests will be accepted unless you send me a message saying who you are in the Tehuti Podclass and what you've done to support. Then I'll accept that. But I think people are just doing that to get, I guess I don't know how this computer world works. I'm not sure what the purpose of a Facebook friend is. Become my friend in real life. Talk to me on the panel. Send in a donation. How could you be a friend you have never supported the Podclass? All right, shout out to all the Facebook friends. Let me show this on the screen. And let's see what we got here. Oh, it's not showing. Hold on, let me try this one more time. How come it's not? Wait a minute. Okay. Here we go. Shout out to Nicholas. It's a long thing, so I'm going to show this beginning of it, just to show that he gave the donations, and then I'm going to go ahead and read the rest of it, because no matter how much I scroll, it's not showing, and it's still not showing. This is strange. Hold on, everybody. Chrome share. Maybe this way. Tell me if this is showing here on the screen. Can you all see me scrolling it up and down?
Still loading.
Okay.
Now it's showing. It scrolled a little bit.
Okay, so shout out to Nicholas Savensen, $14.41. He says, SABA has shown me what consistency truly is, which helps, and he spelled witch like a witch, which helps me in everyday life. Oh, this is testimony. He gave a written one. SABA has shown me what consistency truly is, which helps me in everyday life with everything I do to keep being consistent with training, studying, being about whatever I want to be about. SABA has shown me the evil root of religions and the markers of them and languages, which helps me understand all the suspicion I've had towards it all my life. SABA has shown me the difference between the teachings of Ma'at, Tehuti, and New Age teachings, which does not have stable ground to stand on. SABA breaks the spells matrix, but also builds up by giving ancestral artifacts and teachings that hold safely for 9 aspects of the soul, which has shown me a direct, true path instead of someone's channel teachings or mutated versions of the original teachings. SABA has created a safe space and community, out, family, and therefore a space I can evolve in. I'm in great deal of change, and I have been given a safe road, rituals, and teachings for this. Now it's up to me to a great SABA. Give him a hand clap for that, please. Shout out to you. That was big. That was a big long testimony. Appreciate that. Shout out to you. Shout out to who's this?
SABA, we can see your email on the screen.
Oh, okay. Let me stop sharing. Thank you. What's on the screen now? Anything?
It's just the panel now.
Nothing, Saba.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, this is a Celeb Strechlo. Let's say his name. Celeb Strechlo. And he sent $15 support. Celeb Strechlo, payment from Celeb Strechlo, $15 for beautiful answer for a great brother. Oh, there's a tip for the Skinwalkers. Give them some. Is that on the screen yet?
Not yet, Saba.
Okay, let me fix this. As you say, a tip. Too many buttons. Too many buttons. Okay. Here it is. Okay. Give him some noise here. He gave an extra tip for the Skinwalker breakdown. Shout out to you, Celeb. Give him some noise. There's a second tip for that breakdown. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, peace and love, and thank you. He's a brand new person that was brought in. He's actually brought in by the person he's tipping for. He was introduced by ANTU and ANTU, or at least introduced to me. I'm not sure what he knew before that, but shout out to you. Shout out to Stephen Escalar. Hey, there you are, Stephen Escalar. I didn't see you in the chat, but I'm glad you're safe and watching. And shout out to you, Stephen Escalar. And $20 support. Give him some noise, please. Shout out to Stephen Escar. Appreciate you, good brother. Appreciate the good support. You are excellent. You are excellent. Okay, hold on. Let me see. How do you block on Gmail? Let me block this madman. I have absolutely no time for any of this. Let me see how you do it. How you do this AI world. You gotta do it. Block. Okay, good. Block. There you go. Have fun. Have fun in the AI network. All right. Okay.
So I'm gonna ask you for that glyph, the AI network.
Yes.
I have no time for this. With all that I have to do, man, I have no time for any distractions. I'm gonna see if I can get you that glyph. The AI network. Okay. Next person is Hey Annie, did you send me something here? What's this? Oh, that's you're sending me. Okay, I got it. Thank you. That's let me delete that. That is what I asked from earlier. Okay, shout out to Aum1. What an interesting name. Aum1. A lot of new supporters, a lot of new students. I've never heard these names before. Shout out to you, Aum1. You know what? Give him or her a hand clap for being a brand new student and supporter. I've never heard this name before. Aum1. Give him a little hand clap.
Yes, Saba.
Not showing. Thank you so much. Let me fix that. Aum1. Okay, let me go ahead and fix that. Aum1. Okay. Present. There you are, Aum1. That should be on the screen. Oh my god, it's 8-hour class. Aum1. Okay. Give him a hand clap for being a new supporter. Thank you. And next up on the menu is what's this? It says Hotel Makaru. Annie and Never Kept a Rod. Hey there. Excellent. Let me go ahead and put you here. 8-hour class. The next Saturday class will not be 8 hours. This was a testimonial class, so it lasted a long time, but I will do 6 hours maximum. Okay, here we go. Shout out to oh boy, where are you? There you are. Give this man all the noise, please. Give him the hand claps, Red October, Optimus Prime, everything in the book. Make some noise for Annie and Mr. Caporet. Mr. Caporet and Annie. And what does it say here? It says, there's Hotep, Henu Makaru, Ani Patah, and Nefer Keferet. All right, thank you for that great support. Awesome. We're still going. The whole movie's playing. Okay. Shout out to Annie and Nefer Keferet. Appreciate the great support. Thank you. And what is this? H3H. Let me figure out this code. Is this the metadata for the AI? AI metadata. I don't know what this is. Okay, let me see what this is. Hold on a second here. Let me put this here in the file and Sharika, she can explain then. Okay, save. All right, shout out to Sharika who says H3H. We need a break.
Hey,
Maybe
Saba.
I'm tired.
You're tired. It's okay.
What? Oh, it's hair? It's the hair?
Hey, yes.
Is that what?
Yes, that's what it is.
Let me put this on the screen. Okay. And there it is on the screen. Give us some big noise. It's hey with hat and hey with a 3.
The 30,
awesome.
the 3 and the 3-1. Yeah.
Okay, nice. Oh my god. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes, as you were doing your breakdowns,
Sharika
it actually brought me back to Kemet, because in a lot of the doorways on the inner side of the temple, there would actually be that hay holding the I think it's the papyrus stem. It's holding the stem, doing the exact same thing. So it brought me right back to that.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Sharika is the wordsmith. Thank you. Appreciate that. Awesome. You saw on the front of the temples with both of his hands holding something?
On the inside of the doorways, they would have it. They'd have the hay going all around before you enter a room.
Oh.
I can send pictures. There's a lot. I'd have to look through it. But I was always wondering what it was, and come full circle that it has to deal with the mirror. So never.
Yes. Wonderful. Beautiful. Can you imagine the amount of time with just a little bit of what you saw? Imagine the amount of time that people put into making all these little details. I mean, they had no time to be arguing and doing chaos. It's just 24 hours a day. What a dedicated set of ancestors we had. And we just need 1/4 of that, and we can do something. That dedication was powerful. Shout out to Cherry.
And there are so many other cultures, but
and her trip to Kemet.
There's so many other cultures, but like you said, Saba, no, from what I see, no one is as adamant as the followers of Ma'at to write every single thing that would last through floods, through sand, through sun, storm. Like, that's an entirely different level.
Completely different level, absolutely. And what makes one of the hundreds of things that make the followers of Ma'at unique is that the wisdom has scientific explanations today. You don't find that in the other cultures. They have the wisdom of that day. I'm breaking down mirror neurons and I'm breaking down things that the Kemet and the ancient people broke down, and the scientists are just finding it now. That means it's timeless. Scientists 100 years from now will find something else. You don't really find that with shout out to the Navajo, but shout out to everybody else, but you don't find that there. Shout out to the followers of Ma'at. Yes, beautiful. Okay, next up, let's get this. There's more coming in. This is what is this? Oh, 1111. Hey, an extra tip for the Ankh breakdown from Menti Hotep. I don't know if she's in the panel right now, but shout out to Menti Hotep. Nothing's on the screen right now, is it? Is there?
No.
38. Tip. Ankh. Menti. All right, shout out to Menti Hotep. I'm going to go ahead and put that on the screen. And appreciate you and your great support. And here we go. Present 8-hour class. Let's go. Windows. There it is. Give her some noise. She gave an extra tip for the Ankh and Aten. We'll never look into a mirror the same. Give her some hand clap. Shout out to you, Menti Hotep. Appreciate you. Wonderful, wonderful. Excellent. We're winding down, everybody. We got a couple more to go. Oh, good. Robert E. Williams. Shout out to you, Robert E. Williams. Did you ever get your Kopesh sword? I remember about a year ago I did a class on the Kopesh sword. You wanted to get one. I'm not sure if you ever got one, but shout out to you. Actually, this is oh good. This is an extra tip for the Aten breakdown. Tip Aten. Okay. Shout out to the good brother Robert. Let's show him on the screen right here. And here he is. Boom, boom, and boom, and boom, and give him some big noise. Palindrome again, 2772. Give him some big noise, please. Big noise. Robert E. Williams with the Aten breakdown. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Robert E. Williams. Appreciate you. You are fabulous and wonderful, a great supporter. Excellent. And of course, following you is the other. What's on the screen right now? Is it Robert E. Williams still?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now it should be nobody, right? Just the
no,
panel?
just the panel.
Okay, good, good, good. Okay, let's see the next one up here. Next one up here. Who's this? Is this yellow? So let's be primordial. Oh, I don't want to invite. No. The yellow sun symbol is always primordial. See? Big, big, big. Go up and it is primordial thought 9. I saw the yellow sun. $10 for a tip for the Aten answer. To a SABA, Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. Give him some big noise. Give him some claps. Give him some noise. What? You shot him? Oh. There you go. Okay. Shout out to Primordial Thought 9. Appreciate you, good brother, for the extra tip. And I appreciate your appreciation is a different. is a real, very intense frequency. Very, very intense frequency. I speak about you to my Naturts on in the random times of the day. Your appreciation, your messages you send me, I can really tell that you're heavily affected over there. So I told them that you want to have your one-on-ones. You want to be sitting down. You don't want one-on-ones online. You want to be sitting down in front of me or at my feet or something. I was like, oh, it's gonna be the whole day. I told you, I was like, this brother here is he's trying to do it just like Komet. He don't want no AI. Shout out to you, good brother.
I live too close to you, Saba, not to make that type of request.
Yes. You're about what, an hour, a little over an hour from me?
Yes, sir.
Are you by mountains and desert at all?
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll make you a deal. You go out there and catch me 2 rattlesnakes. You get a free one-on-one. One free. What's my new the Tehuti deal? Anybody? Go out there, go catch me 2 vipers. You get an immediate one-on-one, and I'll come to you. I'll come out to you in the desert. Go pick up. I want two. I want a timber and a cane break. Very rare yellow vipers. Extremely potency. Just grab them by the back of their neck and kind of shake them a little. Okay. Let's go, everybody. Thank you, Primordial Thought. The next one is this Nook Punuk? There's so many Rodriguez. I have so many students named Rodriguez. I gotta keep track of the Rodriguez family. The Rodriguez family is in full effect supporting the Podclass. What is this? Okay. Let me a 10 tip. That's Nook, right? There's Rigo Rodriguez. Nook. Okay, Nook Poo. This must be Nook Poo Rodriguez because it's okay, he's the Emmanuel. Okay. Give this must be this is Nook Poo because he says it right here. It says it right at the top. Okay, shout out to Nook Poo, the good brother. Giving an extra tip for the Aten. Appreciate you. Much love and gratitude for your love for us. The House of Aten. $10.10. Give him some hand claps. He says, Tua Kes Saba Neto Tehuti Aten Ma'at. You put the Aten twice. Look, shout out to you. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's close down. My eyes are getting blurry. 8 hours of this teaching. 8 hours. Let's Menti Hotep for minute of class. Thank you. And this isn't the closeout because I have those big ones. Well, these are big too, but I have the super big ones. Shout out to hey, look who's back. Look who is back with the big donations again. I'm glad you're good, brother. I think I saw you once last week, and I saw you here, and you were gone for a while, and I was like, where is the brother? Nana, where's the brother? Terry Patty. He is back in full effect. Wait a minute. And let me go ahead and show. Oh, is that on the screen right now by any chance?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. Go ahead and give him some big noise. $50 for support. Saba Tehuti, you are a true mentor of our time. Woo! Support Saba Tehuti. Thank you. Support Saba Tehuti. You are a true netter of our time. Tua, for your dedication of teaching and breaking us out of the matrix. Tua to you, Terry Patty, and I'm glad you're safe, and I'm glad you're back. You're another very dedicated student who takes this extremely seriously. And I'm just happy to see that you're safe. When some people disappear from the pod class, you know, I never know what happened to them. So I'm just glad you're safe. Okay, now we're gonna close out. It looks like with the big super donation. What's this one? Who's this? Oh, Nicholas Javendin. I did that one. Now for the big supporter, the monster supporters that I didn't read off. But since we're closing up, I'm going to go ahead and read them off right now. Shout out to give big super duper noise to ANTU and ANTU. $200 for being the most unique.
Go ahead, Sam.
Oh, thank you. For $200 for being the most unique and everlasting per EE tour. Give him some big noise, please. Wonderful. I hear victory music and everything. All right, thank you. I heard the end of a movie, all kind of stuff here. Okay, shout out to you, ANTU and ANTU. I don't know if you're in the room because I can't see the room, but I appreciate you. Is the screen is it just the panel on the screen?
Yes, it's just us.
Okay. Thank you, ANTU and ANTU. Appreciate you. And let me go ahead and show the next one. The next super monster one is who's this? Oh, that's a Tef for Men Never Monday. And to close out the podcast, it looks like it, matching the same donation, is the wonderful Bella. Already gave a large donation for Metanetter, for pre-Metanetter, and now an extremely large one for the support of the Tehuti Podclass House of Aten. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. Present, and then it looks like that is it, and we can close out. We'll do Tef will do the affirmation, and I'm closing out. It's 8.5 hours. 8.5 hours. Is that what people work a day, right? Is that how a shift works? Is it 8 hours a day? Shout out to the job workers. All right, $200. Give some big noise, please. Big noise. Oh my God. Yo, let's go. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Shout out to you, Bella. Lovely, awesome supporter. Dedicated. And that is it, everybody. I think that's it. It's 8.5 hours. I've been here since 2 in the afternoon. It's almost yeah, it is even. 2 even is 8, right? On the clock. Time for me to clock out. Peace and love, everybody. I'm gonna let you all do 1 minute closings. I'm gonna step away and I'll be back, and then I'll close it out. Let's have to do the affirmation. We can close it out. Beautiful, everybody. I'm glad you all are just wonderful. The questions and everything is keeping everything going. I'll go ahead, everybody. I'll be right back.
Hotep, Henu, everyone, peace and love to, excuse me, all the great supporters who support our great SABA, so we can continue to have pod classes like this. it's you all who allow this to continue to stay in motion. So Hinu to you all. And of course, Hinu to our great SABA Tehuti for leading by example, for being who he is, and for teaching us, and for coming forward when he never really had to. So Tua Hinu to you, great SABA. Everyone, make sure you tune in this Sunday to the House of Aten YouTube. I'll be teaching a class, another scribal school, observing reality. And it's going to be a good echo of some of the things that was taught on today. So join the House of Aten YouTube channel, Meta Monday, get in on that. And email me or go to houseofaten.org to learn how to become a member of the House of Aten. While I'm speaking of that, raw minerals, if you're listening to this, if you're able to email me, that'd be great, good brother, so I can have your contact information. Raw minerals. So yes, everyone join the House of Aten. We're going to continue to keep doing what we're doing, growing and expanding, and supporting and loving each other as we do it. So peace and love. Everyone have a fantastic evening and night. Nefer Upesh, safe travels, and we'll see you all this Sunday in the House of Aten. I'll pass the mic to the wonderful sister SHARIKA.
To greatness to everybody who's able to watch this live and on the replay and see it through to the end, from start to finish. This is it's just amazing every time. The consistency of SABA and also each and every one of you to continue to build this house, build this nation is incredible. Not to know now when we look in the mirror exactly what we're looking for. It was so key when SABA talked about a nation, and when we typically hear the word nation, we just think of where we're born, but there's no work in that. A nation is actually where our mind is at, and that dream can truly build where we look around and it's not just us or it's not just our household, but the land that we live on and having a group collective that carries the same notion. So to offer that, just getting that truth that yes, Ma'at is alive and that this nation is alive with each and every single one of you watching and listening. So Tua, and let's keep moving forward.
Hinu to the greatest teacher on the planet. Hinu to all of you great brothers and sisters on the panel. Hinu to everyone that supports our teacher. Because today and now is the time that we stand up and begin to support the real and not the fake. Support what's important to us and represent. Stand on something. Let Ma'at be the foundation that you stand on. Hinu to the great Ahati Ma'at for motivating our teacher to come out. And this is a great time that we're in right now. I hope everyone realizes that. Those of you that don't support, because those of us that do, we understand what's going on here. So Hinu to all the haters too. And, you know, we have to keep elevating and moving forward. So I just want to say the House of Aten, we were representing like Axemen, and we all met on Killer P Craftsman. So it's a beautiful thing, man. I love it. I'm tired. It's what time it is. It's 1:30 here, 1:30 in the morning, but this is a whole lot better than 5:30 in the morning. So Hinu to our great teacher, like, subscribe, and comment. House of Aten. We coming through like Axemen. So, you know, taking it back to the source. Ancient Tehuti and teachers. Peace and love.
Sound like you need to throw on a beat, Atef.
Hey, when I get tired, I get a little woozy. Yeah. It's a beautiful thing, though. Very, very nefer. This was a great class, Saba. Tua for everything that you do and all the teachings that you give us, the wisdom for us to step out of this matrix.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Good, great words. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Annie, and SHARIKA and Tef so far, and all your great closings.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad you're here. Mankura, give us a minute. Give us a little something. I'm tired.
Hotel, peace and love to the chat. Peace and love to all the supporters. If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping. So Saba, it's good to see how you shaking things up. It's beautiful to see what has happened since the pathways of awakening. The culture has shifted, power has transitioned. It's a beautiful thing to see. It was so amazing to see Ani Patah a little shaken up by the magic that's happening. Beautiful. Ani Patah was a little like, it was almost, he was like speechless when we were all sharing about your teaching on the question, Sharika's question. And so I think we all are at awe with how powerful and consistently you teach. The way that you teach is definitely a gift to be here. So everybody, please mark your calendar. December 16th is the official second year celebration of the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to have another great episode for you all. We're putting something together that's going to be very special. So Hinu, Saba, you are the greatest. So tua to everybody, and see you guys tomorrow. And when Ani teaches in the House of Aten Sunday stream.
Wonderful. Tua to you, Mankura, the Hab man. I call you the Hab. The Heb Festival man. You're the festival celebration man. To you for everything you bring to this. Thank you, brother. Primordial, you didn't go yet, did you?
No, not yet, Saba.
Okay.
It's always an honor to be in your presence and hear all the breakdowns and the knowledge and the wisdom that you pass along. And peace and love to everybody that supported, even the haters. It's good to see a donation come through, even though those who hate, they still out there donating. So we like that. So you might get more hater donations, maybe now. So who knows? That's the only way you show their messages, unless they send that appreciation, send that donation. At the end of the day, though, Saba, appreciate you. Thank you for all that you do for me in the House of Aten. To you and the Turks for supporting your Dejed. Grateful for all that you do for us, and we appreciate that consistency. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at forever. May Ra grant you all health and prosperity and keep you safe from fear. And may your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at forever. May you all come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra who riseth and shineth forever. And may the Tehuti Podclass in the House of Aten prosper forevermore. Hotep, so.
Hotep, my good brother. You have your own affirmation. You have like your own closing. You have your own. That's beautiful, man. It's the same thing. Like you. It's great you put that together. I love those words. That should be written out somewhere and said by masses of people. Thank you, my brother. Okay, we down to who's in that little square? Oh, that's not a square. That's an illusion. That the next actual square is Menti. Is the actual square with somebody in it? Okay.
Yes, peace. Hope up to everybody. Saba, this was another great class. It feels great to be in this environment. I'm just very thankful, and I love the day classes. So this is very, yeah. So peace to everybody, peace and love to everybody, peace to everybody that joined on the live and the replay. And it was great to us, Saba.
To it to you, Minty Otep. To it to you, and thank you. I may have you come over again with your beautiful cleaning abilities and organizing. We're on crunch time tomorrow. We have one day to get it to get everything out. I'm gonna check with the Nitsurts and really Nana, see if it's too much of an overload for her, because I'm very busy and such. So if so, I'll give you a call and you can swing by if need be.
Sure, just give me a call. I'll be on standby.
Okay. Wonderful. That's everybody. Awesome. Okay, Atef, you can go ahead and do the closing after. Oh, more donations have come in. More supporters come in. And is that more support, or is that, what is this? Stranger. Wait. That's strange. I don't know what this stuff is here. What is this? Yeah, Stranger. That's strange. This isn't a donation. It's from PayPal. It says check your messages. What's this? Stranger started a conversation. What does that mean? I'm not sure what this means. I'm gonna click on it and see. I don't know what this is, but let me see what happens here. It's a stranger. SABA, you keep us going. Thank you, bro. $20 from stranger, but it doesn't look like the regular. Shout out to a stranger who says, SABA, you keep us going. Thank you so much, but it looks strange. It looks it's not on my regular PayPal. Let me see if maybe it came through the regular PayPal. Maybe this is it. There it is. All right, here we go, everybody. Oh, so there's two messages. Wait a minute. How'd you do that, stranger? There's two messages. One is the one I just read, and then this one is something else. One is a SABA, you keep us going. Thank you so much. So I'm gonna put Tua. I guess you can have conversations on PayPal. PayPal has a chat. I'm just getting used to this world. All right, so PayPal has a chat, so I think you can talk back and forth now, not just send messages, but you can Facebook chat on PayPal, or however that is. But here is the actual donation support. What is this? There's a lot going on. Okay, here we go. Donation support. Here we go. All right, there's the real one, and I'm gonna put stranger. That was an interesting experience. And here's the real one. Here it is. It came up normal now, and here it is. Shout out to stranger for being the last donation, the last minute, last donator. It looks like, and here it is. Give him some noise, stranger, with two messages with one donation. Give him some big noise, please. Loud, super duper loud. Stranger. Okay. And this is not. I have a message from the changer question. Oh, this is from the same brother who was giving advice, but he wants to change a question. How do I save this? I'm going to save this. So let me see if I let me okay. Let me just do this. So I keep file here. Brother wants to change a question to one of three. I'll take a look at that, brother. I'll take a look at that. Read this in a bit.
questions need to be answered. So I put here, oh man, Netter 1's question. Okay, Netter 1, change option. I got to keep track of Netter 1 to these questions because there's a few of them that come in from him, and I got to pinpoint what's what, but I'll have time to read this maybe Monday when I can relax my brain. Okay, shout out to the brother there, Netter 1, for sending in a change of option. He gave me an option of questions to answer instead of the one that he sent. Did I put this up? Mark your calendar. December. Okay. Shout out to me. You put that up, Scribe?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Shout out to Menkorat. Says, mark your... Oh, no, it's gone. Hold on. But okay. Mark your... Menkorat Marie Ma'at says, mark your calendar, December 16th.
Second.
That must be second. Second year anniversary celebration of the SABA Tehuti Podclass. I look forward to that and whatever you all have planned. And I got a long message from you, Menkor. I'll take a look at it when my eyes are better. But I got some long message from you. I'll check it out. I always read your messages. It had a lot of numbers in it.
No problem.
Okay. Okay. All right, everybody, we're going to close it out. Shout out to everybody, all the great supporters, all the great students, and everyone. We're going to get a tip to do this is the longest podcast ever in the world, ever happened, ever in history. Atef, go ahead and do the affirmation. And let's close it out, everyone. Go ahead, brother Atef.
Okay.
Oh, let me get that thing off the bottom. Let me get that off the bottom. Go ahead, brother.
On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at. An NS. Nintet Oset and Ma'at. Min Hepapet and Ma'at. Her and Hukui. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth
its conscious light. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And also shout out to the brother. Actually, in his message, I want to read this part. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's long, but he said from the brother Netter 1, the same one who sent the early message there. Tehuti, I hope you're well and your asbestos issues have been sorted out. Shout out to you for hoping me well and wishing my asbestos issues are sorted out. They are being sorted out. And Tua for the concern. That should be that's the priority right now. So shout out to you. Appreciate you. Thank you, brother Atef, for reading the affirmation. I'm gonna go big screen and close it up. About 9-hour class almost. Oh my. Okay, peace and love, everybody.
Peace and love, Saba. Let me know if you need me to bring one of those suits over for you.
Oh, I will, but I don't think so. They've actually cleared out the asbestos over there has been cleared out, so we can actually walk around fine now. Finally, we just got to get all the junk out. Yeah, that's
Peace.
a great
Neferopesh, everyone.
Neferopesh, Sharika. All right, we're going
Peace,
big screen,
everyone.
everybody. Let me bring out Aten and close out with Mr. Aten. And let me close this out. It's me and Atef on the screen. Hold on. Too many buttons. Atef's trying to close out. All right, let me go big screen. Solo layout. Peace and love, everyone. Oh, more guac. Peace and love, everyone. Tua for everyone's support of the Tehuti Podclass. The beautiful breakdown of Aten. This is Aten. Right here, the logo snake with the Aten on the
eyes. That is a 10 right there. Peace and love you all for supporting the podcast. It's been a beautiful, beautiful, long session. I don't know where or Am is. He's somewhere on the hat. But appreciate everybody for the support. You all have been great and wonderful. Peace and love. At 10, get a good look at the camera because I'm about to close out with you. You've been great. I don't want you on my clothes right now, but you've been awesome. There you are. Peace and love, everyone. Every Saturday now, for those who are watching, it's every Saturday at 2 o'clock. It's going to be from 2 o'clock till about 7:30, and we will close out the podcast at that time. You all have been wonderful and excellent. We greatly appreciate all the wonderful supporters who do their thing to come and support the Tehuti Podclass. Appreciate you all. And let me close it out. You all have been excellente. Peace.